Welcome to Citizencon Day 2. As one astute user on social media put it, yesterday we laughed, we cried, we doubled our dogs. On Day 2, we're bringing a whole new slew of presentations for you to enjoy. But before we get to the programming of today, it's been 4 years since we've done a Citizencon, a live event like this, and it may have gone under the radar with the pandemic and missing a year. This is actually the 10th anniversary of Citizencon and the 10th Citizencon we've done. So I wanted to take some time. Here on the pre-show, where I can do pretty much anything I want.
Oh, okay. I've sent the message.
Shout out some of the pioneers
Took me a bit,
who came before us to make this event what it is today. So Citizencon actually started. The very first one was back in 2013, back in the Alamo Roadhouse in Austin, and it was the brainchild of Sandy Gardner, Ben Lesnick,
Star Citizen. Twitch.
Now it was in a little theater. It was in a little theater down in downtown Austin.
Chat up.
For some, it was an excuse to watch the Wing Commander movie in front of a crowd and in a big theater. But for others, it was the birth of our annual
convention. I see you in chat.
The introduction of Aaron Roberts and the Foundry 42 team at that time to the CIG family. It started out small, had some humble beginnings, but over the years, it's evolved into this massive undertaking that we have this year. In 2014 and 2016, Citizencon was here in Los Angeles at the Avalon Theater, just in downtown.
Oh, there?
At 2014, we introduced the vision for the persistent universe, which was not yet playable. Arena Commander had only come just earlier that year. And in 2016, we followed up on those procedural planets with a visit down to the planets and the introduction of the Sandworm. And Sean Tracy, if you're watching, when my sandworm, man?
Where's our goddamn sandworm?
Can we hear it? When my sandworm, man?
Hey, Tip. I want to know where my damn sandworm is.
Sandworm is on Layer 3.
Between those 2 years in LA, we took our first trip to Manchester and the what was it called? The Runway Visitor Park, which was presented underneath a glorious Concorde.
And he doesn't riot.
Fantastic aviation craft that our chat users at the time really thought we had built a giant spaceship for this stage. I can remember sitting in the chat and going, no, that's not a spaceship. That's the Concorde.
I was there.
Get a calendar from 1988.
I was there.
January. 2017 was where things started changing. 2017 was where we started to adopt the format that you see here today. It was our first trip to Frankfurt in the Avalon Theater, where we started breaking apart multiple presentations, multiple teams. We started really diving into the depths of Star Citizen's development after the first several years of building up.
That was also the year everything went wrong
around the world and laid the groundwork. Citizencon had evolved to
honestly, Los Angeles had to wait like 3 hours out in the sun,
showing you as many different aspects of our development as possible.
Yeah.
But it reached its final form in 2018. Going back to Austin at the
LA was 2018?
Long Center in Austin.
16.
That's where Citizencon exploded. 2 tracks, 2 competing theaters of presentations, the mocap stage. We introduced the Xi'an language, which changed Chris Harrow's life forever. Shout out to Chris Harrow if you're watching. And then in 2019, the biggest Citizencon we had at the time back in Manchester,
and I was there too.
Parallels what we're doing today. Huge screens, huge exhibitions, huge panels, huge discussions, huge reveals. I'm sure we all remember that Carrick trailer.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, that was
which is still.
Also, it was a Carrick ice sculpture that didn't melt all day. So I lost $50 on that. I got 5 minutes? Oh, cool. Sorry, the person in my ear. Guys, I've never done a Day 2 before. I'm running on fumes.
5 minutes?
How are you guys feeling? I do want to take this time. So, like I said, Citizencon started from humble beginnings, the birth child of Sandy, of Ben, of Pete Mackey back in the day. It's evolved over the years.
What are you going to cover, Disco?
Eric Hiron Davis, David Roth, our stewards this year. They're going to hate me for shouting them out. Leah and Tyler. Please give them a huge round of applause for Leah and Tyler, who have driven this year's event. and made it everything that you guys hear live and in the theater have seen. Hall B, jeez. I hope you've seen Hall B during the interstitials between the panels if you're watching from home. Lee and Tyler have kicked the ball out of the park. I mixed my metaphors there. I wonder what I'm going to be like at the end of the day. Let's go into the day's programming, shall we? So in just a few minutes, at the top of the hour, we've got Ian Leyland, Sean Tracy, Forrest Steffen, and Sean Tracy again for character advancement. They're going to show you some of the latest advancements in our character tech. You saw, and Andre. Don't want to forget Andre. You're going to love Andre. Sorry, Andre. You saw a little bit of it in the Star Engine presentation yesterday. It's going to explode. And they're going to show you the full potential of that work for the star hair and the star cloth and the facial stuff and the clothes stuff. You're not going to want to miss that. Life in the first person is a look at the first-person existence in our Star Citizen's first-person universe. It's not just FPS combat; it's full.
Yes.
It's going to interact with the universe around you, and a lot of improvements. I think many of you are going to appreciate. Then taking flight, Yogi and Diego.
And I want
Nez
survival.
And the team there are going to be here for another live demo where they play the game and show you the amazing master mode and flight changes that have come from their work on Squadron 42 that are being brought over to Star Citizen.
Cannot wait for master mode.
2 o'clock. Get your lunch. It's a long day. Then finally, two-part environment and gameplay summit here with Living on the Edge and Destination Adventure. We're going to go through a bunch of the new locations that are coming to both Stanton and the Pyro system. You're going to want to check those out. And for those who are here, be in your seats. If you have a chance to be anywhere, be in your seats.
I don't need to ride it.
Can't tell you why.
If master modes will solve the biggest problem with Star Citizen, which is being unable to just quantum travel from anywhere, then master modes wins.
Ceremonies, and you're not going to want to miss that. So that's our day's festivities. With that, I'm going to throw it over to Dan. He's back in Hall B. Dan, I hope you have more energy than me. Take it away, buddy.
Not quantum travel anywhere.
Thanks, Jared. It's
good to see you guys
back at Citizencon Day 2.
I'm going to
so many awesome
turn
things
that down.
yesterday. We saw the server meshing panel.
Scanning will create markers for you to quantum travel to. I'm still hoping that the master modes will be like, one, it's going to slow you down when you're in combat master mode, and when you're in travel master mode, you will be able to travel more quickly from place to place, because the biggest problem with Star Citizen, in my opinion, is just the time it takes to get from place to place. And I can't find an orbital marker. I can't get out of, how do I get, it's a pain sometimes, and it's really a pain point.
So that's
colorful
solved by a
characters
couple
here at
things.
CIG.
Master mode is part of it, and the other part is the better star map.
Sometimes I regret being his
Together,
there's no job security otherwise, so I guess here's where I am. At least he makes it easy for me. So here we have the community booth. We're going to get right into it. Follow me this way. We're going to go right into the corporation. We have some people here now.
I don't actually have my notes from yesterday. I will be right back. I need to go get my notes.
I need to go get it. Don't mind. Welcome, everyone. This is the corporation.
I'm going to go clean up my
Now,
plate.
these are one of the biggest orcs in the game. They're corporation movies. They have this really immersive scavenger hunt. So
because
we're
he
going to get
lives in
into
a
it. Welcome,
pigsty.
guys. So can you tell me, what's the main focus of the corporation?
The corporation is a friendly environment for people to have game sessions regularly, to have a good community, to encourage more people to play Star Citizen, and for us to explore all sorts of sessions, that everything from racing to combat to just creating a better environment for Star Citizen players. And we look forward to its release so that we can have a wonderful exploration of the universe.
Hello. So,
awesome. Great answer. So I hear you guys have a really immersive scavenger hunt.
Right. So,
everyone on the show, can you guys tell me a little bit about the scavenger hunt
interviewed at about
you guys
3,
are doing
which will
here
be
at Citizencon?
midnight for me. And
So the scavenger hunt is right here. I'm sure a number of you have grabbed some of the beads that we have, and
so it's 6. All right.
Are managed to find someone.
Right. So I've got my notes from yesterday.
Through the same color. We are entering you in a raffle.
Sorry,
for a
it's
bolster
a lot of
tonight,
stairs.
as well as a raffle for our pyro plushies.
Well, there's the basement stairs.
A couple other little
Then
surprises if you come by and say hello.
It's
Well, guys, be
9
sure
foot
to come
ceilings
by
to another flight of stairs.
Oldest orgs
And then
Star
running to the
Citizen. They are a
side,
staple of the game, and we're so
then
happy
back
to have
down,
them here. If you guys are wondering,
and
these
about a
communities
shape.
are
You know how
all
it is.
different orgs that represent a variety of facets of the game. Each of them
Pyro
brings
is
something
playable.
new and unique to the table.
So
It's why they
everyone
are the
that had
backbone
said
of
no
the
money
show
till
floor here. They
Pyro,
help represent the community.
open up your checkbooks,
And
mail those checks to
It's a relay,
still use
of
checks.
course.
yeah,
Focus on these massive
mail those checks courtesy of Jake Acapella. Send them all your money. Okay, so I showed Cass, my wife, some of what they showed yesterday really quickly because she's been with me for 8 years of this ridiculous journey.
Yep.
She's she's heard me talk about it a little bit, and she's always been like, I don't think it's very interesting or fun, and there's nothing to do. And for the first 4 years, she was like, where are female characters? And I was like, you're right. Right?
They don't have them.
They didn't have them. The amount of excitement. Actually, so it was her and one of her friends was over, and they literally squealed with joy off the storm wall.
Oh God, yes.
So I think you answered
Right? They were like,
Whales.
it's so, like amazing, and they did the same thing to the space cows.
Of course. Imagine
Fauna
the
is-
baby space
I think
cows.
I had a bit of a
know.
squeal when I saw the space cow too.
You did.
Like activities during the event.
If they give him cute dumb AI, dumb small animal, young animal AI, there's gonna be so many overs all over
I know.
the place.
Mine too.
It'll be so funny too if you're just wandering around.
Come check out this Lego sculpture.
I
It's
don't know.
the
Let's say
coolest thing
you're,
I've seen
you're
in probably 5
picking
minutes.
up a
I have a
harvestable
very
from the
short
ground,
attention span.
and the cow just comes up and nudges you from.
We're gonna be making our way now over to the water.
So I gotta say, well, no, I gotta ask.
Fire.
We're gonna do an asking thing. So I know I've got my notes here. Darsh, I'm gonna start with you.
Sure. Okay.
What were you most excited about that was shown yesterday? What was the thing that you were like, holy crap?
Sure, absolutely. The best way to get a hold of us is to join our
Probably the maelstrom on landscape stuff, not the ships, because that's going to create so much extra gameplay, both for FPS and for combat. So buildings aren't going to be impenetrable shields anymore. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
I think that one actually surprised me the most, because I just thought it was going to be ships only, not everything else.
I never thought they'd get that far, and that they were hinting that they want to get to like terrain as well.
That was kind of hinted maybe by Will Hain, who does the rivers, when he was showing off his
Yes.
crater grenade launcher.
I know they've thing is they've talked about it, and they might be able to do it now that we've seen what they were able to do with everything else. I'm mind boggled. Eric, how about you?
Jared and other people have been around.
I mean,
I've been around long enough that
follow
was
me
like.
around.
I actually have one of my best
I
guys
knew what
here.
they were
This
showing
is our
the
combat
whole
branch
time, and I'm
officers.
like-
He's going to keep you nice and safe.
All right. Well, I now feel safe and
I'm
secure.
gonna turn down the stream volume for a minute.
Yeah.
Because it's distracting. me.
Timotarius, you have to pick one.
So,
I wasn't gonna go with the
when-
obvious one,
So when they were showing server, when he started showing it, pretty quick, I was like, I know exactly what this is, and
Yeah.
You don't have it working. It's not possible. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. And then it's like, okay, no, it just works. It works with multiple players, and it works with
And it
running
works
3 servers on one machine. And,
invisibly.
and it works invisibly to the player. You can't tell. You can fire across between servers. and interact with objects across servers. And yeah, it's a whole thing, man.
Even without dynamic server meshing, which would be better, will be better when they inevitably figure it out. Just server meshing in of itself, they could say, okay, every planet has 4 servers, one per two servers, one per hemisphere or something.
Most likely what they would do is every landing zone has multiple servers, and then you'd have a couple servers running the planet, and so on and so forth. Or even just one server running the rest of the planet, possibly.
But just by doing that, if you can fit 200 people on a server, and you've got 30-40 servers for a system, you can fit thousands of people playing.
We've talked about this before. Dynamic server meshing is good for CIG.
Yes.
Star Citizen as a game is achievable without it. You can make Star Citizen with static server meshing. It just costs CIG more because they can't dynamically scale how many servers they have running at any given time.
Also, if they want to actually put it on an invoice, they'll be able to sell dynamic server meshing a lot faster than static server meshing.
Yes.
That the feature set sounds a lot more attractive to the potential buyer.
Fair
well,
yeah, I see
they are basically the first people to figure this out.
Not really.
Right?
At this scale, definitely, but I have seen it happen in some games, but definitely not as impressive. Yeah.
What?
But those games just disappeared.
There was another space game that figured out server meshing, but then they fell apart and didn't get anything else done.
Oh.
I don't remember what it was.
There was a medieval game that had huge crowds. Would progressively you could see as you went into the distance actually, or it could have been a different approach to this because the LOD of networking would change as you went as the distance progressed. So even though you saw the crowds, they would start updating every the tick rate of an update would decrease.
They updated less frequently because they'd update it every 2 minutes because they were so far away, right?
Yeah, but something like that. But yeah, you actually could be right that server meshing like this has never been achieved.
Like the full interactable dynamic. I mean dynamic in terms of how it handles player movements.
And not just player movement. It's not just the important thing here is it's not just hundreds and thousands of entities, but it's also not just passing player data from server to server. It's passing object and even weapon fire data, right?
When you're physicalizing bullets, the bullet becomes an entity.
It's insane.
Actually, there were many times in the past where I was like, it's a big universe. Maybe they don't have to be able to fire across servers. Is probably going to be hard or impossible. To actually see that they did it and that there's you can do that is just mind blowing.
Yep. Server meshing, of course, the water effects were outstanding. I think the thing that excited me most was the malfunction and repair gameplay.
Okay.
Right? Finally showing multi-crew.
Yep.
Actual multi-crew. The thing that's been one of the reasons to play this game since it was first talked about was multi-crew.
Singing happy birthday, by the way, on stream, if you guys have it muted.
My stream is just not friggin' running. I don't know what to do.
And they're not going to get DMCA'd because...
it's no longer...
Because it's in public domain now. It wasn't when they wanted to do it last time.
Love it.
10th Citizencon.
How can I fix... Hey, Sunjammer.
try just lowering the bitrate.
Happy birthday,
instead of,
Jake.
not
I did
bitrate,
already.
Everybody, the show's starting in about 10 minutes.
Does it have advanced? Try removing the low latency in advanced in the settings.
Already did.
Try enabling it. Turn it off and on again. I don't know.
Like my Discord or my video, no issues, right?
Yeah.
Just Twitch.
It's really too bad that.
Interesting.
Try running it in an incognito tab.
You need to log in again. Yeah.
You'd have to log in again.
It could be like an extension. No, but you said Edge also does the same, right?
Yeah.
It might not help then, but I don't know.
I don't need to log in. I just need to see it.
True. Let's see. Do I recognize any of the people? I haven't seen anyone yet.
Getting an ad. I don't know. Yesterday was.
Never hits, right?
No, never. Yesterday was. Yesterday was outstanding. And I've heard multiple CIG devs say, essentially, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Hope they're right.
So I don't know.
Well, that depends on what things people are interested in. But I'm guessing just going by the numbers that most people will be interested in what they have to show for today.
I think we are in for one hell of a day 2. Okay, this is actually not hitching so far. I'm gonna see. Give it a minute, but
cool. It doesn't have a stats for nerds, does it?
What?
Video. Oh yeah, video stats. If you go in advanced, you have video stats, and it'll tell you buffer size, latency to broadcaster. But I don't think you can actually.
Oh, video stats.
Yeah, let's see. Do you have any skipped frames?
29.
Okay. Oh, that's FPS, not skipped frames.
Nope, 29.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, if it goes up.
Yeah, but it's definitely running better in incognito than it was before.
It could be like an extension.
1080. Maybe it doesn't like that I have ad block.
No, I have a U-block origin. I've got 0 skipped frames right now.
That's weird. No, it hasn't gone up at all. So, oh no, there it goes. It stopped. Yeah, 125 now. Skipped frames.
Wow.
It just stopped for a bit.
What the hell is going on with your connection, David?
I don't. It's not my connection because my video with you guys never hitches.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
Really
Jared seems. Yeah.
It's really
Jared's typing it, and
not simulcasting it on YouTube because that would solve.
I know.
Yeah.
I know it would. I know it would.
And you
Though,
can't just.
Do you know what I could do?
VPN you could use.
I mean, I do, but I don't know if that would fix it. But I mean, this is really stupid. Oh no, because I'd be a bit behind.
And if it works.
Oh, watching relay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you'd be 30 seconds behind. So.
Yeah. You could, if you have the. Well, actually, I could potentially share my screen and just have the stream, and you watch my screen share.
You're gonna be heading out shortly and coming back, but
this is true.
It's fine for now. What I did yesterday was I hit pause and play every time it hitched, and I caught up. So I'll just do that. Yeah, Jared's been hyping day 2. Jake did a little bit of hyping of day 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jake's been hyping day 2 like crazy. So I'm assuming there's something.
There's been some hypage of day 2, so I don't know what we're about to see.
You know.
Well, no, I know.
Okay, go ahead.
I am once again predicting that the closing ceremony with Chris Roberts, we're gonna see Squadron. No?
No. How would that
Okay.
ever happen? Squadron doesn't exist, remember? No, I would love to see Squadron. I don't know that it's Squadron for sure, but
If Mark Hamill walks up on stage, I'm gonna riot. Like,
no, that's
seriously.
next year's. That's next year's.
Yeah. Oh man, I have such plans. If I have any say in it, we're gonna release a Gladius 1-100 kit for launch of
Or Squadron. Yeah.
Yes, with
that'd be good.
Hopefully Squadron themed packaging and instructions and everything.
Yes.
And I want to have like an assembled and professionally painted one to hand over to Mark Hamill.
Yep.
JR is not going to like this one. I want it to be the number 42 because he likes to keep the number 42s and then auction them once all 500 are sold. All 499 technically are sold. For charity, he does it. He wants to do that.
That's great.
But I would prefer to give 42 to Mark Hamill, and we just auction off 69 or something, or 420.
42069.
But yeah,
you guys. So you sold out yesterday, just about, right?
Almost. Yeah, we sold the Vultures, the Eclipses, and the Ravens.
Nice.
And that was just the first day, and they're still selling today.
Excellent.
Nobody wanted the freelancers. That was fucking hilarious. They sent me a photo of all the things that were left. So there was like a box of dioramas and the small packages, and the big packages of the freelancers were stacked on the table, and it was just the freelancers.
I have to say, so I picked up a Zeus this morning. I turned a mule that I had into a Zeus with some store credit, right? Because I was looking at the Zeus versus.
Is that Buster in a hot dog costume?
That's amazing.
That is Buster the Destroyer. She went full meta with.
Nice. That's fantastic. Well done. Well done. Like, I was looking at. There's two of them, right? The Mark 1, the Spirit, or the Spirit A1,
yeah,
and
the
Zeus Mark 2. Both of them are the same price as a freelancer, around double the interior size, better equipped, better weaponry, better, like literally better everything than the freelancer, and they are either the same price or less expensive. The freelancer has been just left.
But that's what happens in the car industry as well. And you can't really expect them to.
What did they do to the Mustang?
They made a Mach-E and called it a Mustang.
But they also
we're not going into that.
Like 15 years ago, they brought the Mustang back, right?
And it is shit.
Maybe, but it doesn't look as bad as the freelancer does.
Have you been inside one?
I've never been inside one.
It has 4 seats. They're not. You can't fit.
Yeah.
There. No. My car is smaller on the outside. It has the same number of doors, has about the same size engine. You can fit 4 people in there.
I'm not saying it's a good
and
car.
It has
I'm just
four-wheel
saying
drive,
that they,
not just rear-wheel drive like the Mustang.
They redid it. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Disco Lando!
Is he his own hype man?
Yes.
He better be.
Yeah.
Caffeine in the last 10 minutes. Welcome to Citizencon Day 2, everybody!
Wow, he's really excited.
He's on caffeine.
He's going full on WWE.
Yep.
He's a fan of wrestling as well. He has a lot to pull
Get
from.
in your seats! It's about to start, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Up first, character advancement with Ian, Sean, Forrest, Andre. Give it up! Bone! Start the show!
Okay.
He's so excited.
I'm excited.
You know what? They say CIG hates memes, but they created this one like seamlessly.
Hello there.
We love memes. They love
Hey
it.
everyone,
See you
it's so
already.
good to see you all again in person. Thanks for coming out. So I'm Ian, I'm the art director for Star Citizen. We're going to kick off the first ever day 2 of Citizencon by talking about some of the awesome work done by the character team. All right. So first, let's talk about life in a frontier system like Pyro and how this influences the character designs. So we wanted to create something unique compared to
Okay,
what
this
we've
is
seen in
clothing.
Stanton already.
Okay, I'll be
We
as
want
well.
to give a wider visual palette and a feeling of historical age between the different solar systems. So this
Ooh, that
chart
looks cool.
describes the fashion pillars for humanity. We can see where all suits, armors, and fashion items should belong. In terms of material use, manufacturing technology, and novelty. So you can see Earth fashion on the left, Terra fashion on the right, and Frontier fashion right in the middle with a little bit of overlap of Earth. So essentially, Frontier fashion is function over form.
It took me longer to pick
They are
out a glass than the
repurposed,
beer.
repaired, and generally are misfits rather than sets. Outfits are purposeful by having
Logo.
storage solutions.
There's a 420
This
on it.
implies survivability along the frontier.
Aguritas.
Okay, let's take a look at some of these
Nice.
assets in the game.
Okay.
Oh, it looks so
I-
good.
Okay, I love
Nice.
and I think they're using the new global illumination in this as well.
Look
Yeah,
at the
that
the
looks-
wrinkled carpet. Cloth
That
fit.
looks beautiful. That's the cloth. Imagine.
I don't care about clothing enough
do.
for it to be a Citizencon panel, though.
I do.
I 100% do. This matters so much to me.
Naked players would not
I-
be interesting players.
I like being
no,
able
I-
to
I
dress
love it.
my player.
Sure, but is it important enough to be a Citizencon panel?
Well, not
It's
the whole
more
panel.
important. It's also more important than the ship talk yesterday was.
Sure.
Ooh, the environments look good.
This is the
Holy
station.
shit.
This is Ruin Station.
Christ.
Yep.
They did
I love the
such
hips.
good
I love the
work.
hipster in the corner. Who was just leaning back. He had a scarf and a helmet.
This looks really good. There's so much, like, going on.
So much more variety to the locations. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not everything is super sanitized at the main hub, like it is everywhere else in Stanton.
The artists on their clothing are doing a spectacular job, though. They're just beautiful.
They have
Yep.
for a long time. You know, one of the shirts you could buy at was it Invictus or IAE? You could zoom in so hard you could get down to the strands. Like, what the hell are these people smoking?
I don't know.
Can I
They're
get some?
doing a really good job.
Yep. Oh,
What's
wow.
that door? What's that door? Is it
Look
just
at the
like a
fog
door?
on the left.
Mm.
Oh, beautiful. Man, I like this game. Oh, look at the
like
stitching.
the sewn, the stitching. Oh man.
That's so cool.
That helmet has also been featured as the latest
Awesome. So hopefully you guys that played
Subflare?
Pyro Playground will have
Nice.
seen a few of those assets being showcased. So as we saw from the video,
Pouches and
pouches
storage.
and storage
Nice.
are a key part of the Frontier aesthetic. This drives the feeling of survivability. But from here, we thought it'd be really cool to give the functionality, but also some customization options. So let's take a look at a video we just developed internally. And this is for modular storage items on the player.
This functional clothing, I don't care about aesthetic updates to clothing, but functional updates, that's good.
I like both of this. This is great.
It gives such a strong Fallout vibe at the beginning.
Yes.
It's the blue and brown.
Yep.
Yeah.
Totally. And the like shit everywhere.
Yeah.
Which is very Fallout-ish.
Or Starfield, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't played much Starfield yet.
Okay, so that's a pouch. Oh.
Oh, yes.
Oh, God, that's cool. I love modular clothing.
Wish it didn't clip through the jacket, but I guess they're just tech they need to fix.
They'll fix that.
Oh, that's so cool.
Like a leg pouch.
Put them wherever you want.
This is genuinely
but
handy.
this also shows how bad this list style of inventory is.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
You would need to like click it, and it would show up a separate window next to it.
Yeah.
I hate their inventory right now. They really need to redo the inventory.
Yeah.
But they're aware of that. It's not
Pretty cool, right? So I think this will provide loads
definitely.
of customization options in the future. We're super happy about that. So we also created some extreme weather costumes for frontier locations, and these also follow the same mismatched and repurposed design aesthetics.
The artists are doing such a good job.
Now we've also been focusing on achieving a higher visual benchmark. So this is all driven by our new
Send
V2
people from
shader
Star Wars.
and its texture library. And we focused on more consistent wearing between 0 and 100% values.
Yes, wear.
So
of
to
clothing.
showcase this, let's look at a quick example asset.
Ooh, nice.
Is it slowly wearing? No. Oh, it opens. Wait, it opens.
That's cool.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, I guess to get it on.
Oh,
Jesus, guys.
I think I just found
What the hell?
Diabolos' next year's
All right.
cosplay.
Yeah.
So as we saw in the video, the insides of the helmets are looking fantastic. Now this is us getting them ready to animate with put on and take off.
That is not necessary. They didn't have to do this.
No, they didn't.
That's the
So in
definition of,
summary,
like, 90%
Frontier
of what we've
Fashion
seen.
is expanding
exactly.
I know.
the visual design palette for humans, giving a more credible feeling of age and history when you travel across multiple solar systems. All right, now let's talk about something different. Now we're going to talk about some of the gangs in Star Citizen. So Ninetales have been one of the main gangs in the game. So far,
Wow.
over 105 million have been taken out by
That's
you
a
guys.
lot.
They must not have many members left.
Yeah.
So you guys have been
I mean,
busy.
with,
Great job. All right. So it was
Regen.
like, all right, now we're going to need to introduce a few more factions to the game, okay?
It's actually only 3.
So the first faction we're going to talk about is Rough and Ready. So the aesthetic of the
It's getting
gang
pretty ready.
was to be subtle. They're understated in terms of clothing, and they almost blend into their environment. On closer inspection, you'll notice their tattoos. These signify rank and progression within the gang. Let's take a look at a quick video.
Okay, so with if you join one of these gangs, do you have to get tattoos as you progress?
That would be
I
awesome.
hope so.
Yes, please. Rough and ready.
So that symbol that they showed off, that's been popping up everywhere on Ruin Station.
Yep.
So I guess we
know that
Oh,
all
I
of
get
Pyro
it.
is run by
R&R. R&R,
Yeah.
rest and relax. In Pyro, they repurposed that to Rough and Ready,
For
and
Rough
they
and Ready,
just
yeah.
they mimicked the logo. That's smart. Because they,
nuts.
I guess they're the de facto leaders of the station then in Pyro.
Yeah.
She keeps her snacks in there.
Also known as ammunition.
Burn before betrayal.
I like it.
Death before dishonor.
Repel is on his abdomen there.
Yeah. These are pretty cool
They
tattoos.
pointed at the dick.
They did a very, very good job with making the tattoo look like part of their skin properly.
Yes, so it doesn't look like a sticker.
Not at all. No,
Yeah.
they look
Yeah.
perfect.
Very fresh though, because even mine's faded a bit. It's starting to get a bit green. I need to get it retouched.
Wow.
But those look very.
Getting their tattoos done every like 5 minutes.
Well, they have to every time they regen.
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
I think they look absolutely fantastic. Okay. So the rough and ready can be found in some of the space stations around Pyro. Now the tattoos, like I said, the tattoos
Us
form
against
a
all.
progressive design. This illustrates the
Pyro
hierarchy
top
within the
left.
gang.
Yep.
As a player, you'll be able to earn these tattoos and apply them to your character.
Okay, but not just these. More, just like
Good.
all tattoos.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. The next gang we're going to talk about is Headhunters. So this gang is also located in Pyro, but offers a completely different frontier aesthetic. More of a wasteland vibe, with lots of personality, and this will translate
a lot
into
more
the
Mad
behavior
Max.
types. Now this gang
This is also really
currently
good
in
to start
production.
getting more
So let's
enemy
take a
types,
quick
because it's
sneak peek.
I got sick of killing Ninetales, and I haven't even killed that many of them.
What? You didn't kill 102 of those 105 million of them? Slacking. Slacker.
Oh, look at his tattoos.
He's got faded tattoos. Those aren't fresh.
And they're gorgeous. Look at the
Yes.
skulls on his arms. They're amazing. Jesus, guys.
I mean, I'm hoping they just hired some tattoo artists to design their tattoos, and like,
That would be awesome.
It would be amazing if they actually went and got those tattoos so they could then scan them. Every design is an actual tattoo.
That would be
Yeah.
hilarious. Wow. Look at that helmet.
Yeah. Yeah.
What the?
Face paint?
Jesus Christ. Man, the faces are good. The little twitches in the muscles.
The eyeball moistness is gone. You know, that was very, very important a couple of patches ago or something. I don't know.
Might be a temporary.
these look, they look outstanding.
Yep.
The
Like,
tattoos?
genuinely outstanding. Everything.
Well,
Like,
even
just the characters.
and the skin textures and everything look really
Yeah.
Mhm.
nicely done, boys.
Okay, dusters. That's another one. Good. We've seen
Okay,
them
the-
before.
The
Yeah,
cosplay
cool.
competition
We've
next
seen the
year.
armor, I
I
think.
can't wait to see what
Yeah.
you guys come up with. All right. All right. So they're looking awesome. Now, the last gang we want to talk about is Dusters. So Dusters are a criminal gang specializing in mining-related crimes. Now, internally, I love the original Desert Nomad armor. You can see him here, right? Now, I wanted to use it as a starting point to establish the Dusters design language.
Oh,
So here we can see
Nice.
you said archetypes, like enemy types.
Yep. That's fantastic.
So here we can see the Dusters gang lineup, showing armor leveling and rarity. So as a player, you'll have horizontal armor progression. This will define your role and playstyle. Then you'll have vertical progression. This is your progression within that role and playstyle. For example, a common bounty hunter armor set will be weaker than a legendary, and as armor progresses in strength, it's harder to acquire. So harder missions, rarer drops, higher reputation.
I have asked
Now, as we're
about
talking a
this
little bit about armor
exactly
sets,
for
let's recap a
years.
little. So the goal
And here it is.
is that players should
I
consider
hope they just expand it
which
to everything,
armor
not
to
just this
equip
faction, though.
based
Yes.
on the role they wish to fill
I'm sure they will,
and the
though.
scenario they're heading into. There will be also greater differences between the current armor types. So light, medium, and heavy, and this will be in protection and mobility.
Good.
New armor categories will be combat,
Yes.
specialist, utility, and support.
Good.
We talked about
That's
those.
excellent.
Jaylee talked about those like 2 years ago already.
And these will define
yeah?
the
Types
type
of
of
armor.
items that are quickly available on the slots of the suit. There will also be additional functionality to assist in your chosen role. A matrix of armor type versus category will provide a variety of roles, with each providing best-in-class benefits. There will also be hindrances to out-of-role gameplay. For example, if you're wearing a heavy armor set and you're trying to fly a little snub fighter, you'll have restricted visibility and less vehicle control.
And they've talked about this before, but they never implemented it. So them actually starting to implement it is great.
So in this scenario,
Yeah, I mean, look-
like a
look-
flight
look at
suit
that-
armor
that-
type
last point.
with resistance to
That was
milder
exactly what
defenses
I've been
will be
talking
preferred.
about.
Okay,
Like a flight spacesuit.
so as we saw in
It has
Ali's
more
presentation yesterday, hygiene simulates and tracks the accumulated effects of a character going unwashed for any length
I
of
like
time.
snarky comments.
Poor hygiene can lead to disease, lowered health, and snarky comments. Hygiene decays faster if a character becomes dirty or wears dirty clothing or armor, and visual effects are going to be displayed on the character's skin, such as
How do you
blood,
clean
sweat,
armor,
and
though?
dirt.
Is it enough to just put it in the locker? And is it
Certain
like an
usables, such
auto
as a
wash feature?
shower, will reset the character's hygiene.
Or do you have to
and clean
We'll
away
have to
all
go
find
take
out.
a shower in full armor?
So let's keep
Or
clean.
send it to the dry cleaners.
The 20 or the 30th century.
Okay, so that covers a quick recap
Yeah.
on armor sets and hygiene. Let's get back to a video showcasing the dusters.
Okay. Dusters. Oh my god, what a shot.
The lighting. Sunjammer, you're not far off. This makes me really happy.
Oh, look at the flickering on the off of the weapon.
So good. I like that his ears a little cut out.
I doubt that's actually space-worthy, though.
Yeah,
Oh, definitely not.
definitely not. That's a planet.
Yeah,
But they're
these are the common ones. These are like just the thugs you should be able to take out with no problem.
yes. But they're also a like ground-based, mining-based gang. So they're underground, right?
There's space mining as well.
Well, yeah, then they'll have a proper helmet on.
Or just headphones to cover the holes.
I like that. Space headphones. Oh, wow. Look at that.
That guy looks like the evil ant from the movie Ants.
Perfect.
He also looks like a Darth Vader ripoff.
Awesome. So you'll be able to
Homage.
find the dusters
Sorry.
scattered around
Homage.
various derelict settlements and wrecks in Stanton. And the dusters will be available Q4 this year.
Nice.
And with that, I'll hand you over to Sean Tracy. You guys have been awesome.
Sean.
Enjoy the rest of your show.
That's actually great because that's like this year content. Lots of this has been sometime in the next month. Dusters is new enemies.
Hello, everyone.
Next year, yeah.
Hey,
It's a month.
it's Sean Tracy.
All
said
right,
next
so
month.
I'm Sean Tracy.
Yeah, next year.
I'm the Senior Director of Tools and Tech Content here at Cloud Imperium Games in Los Angeles. So today I want to talk about Starcloth. And Starcloth was initially unveiled at a previous Citizencon, kind of in an early stage. So it's now rolled into full production, and it's used in both Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. So it's going to be seen on more and more assets, like some of the great art that you just saw. So what's really cool about it is that it's unified with the physical world, whereas before it wasn't unified and was based completely on character movement. Now, it's faster than the previous Cloth setups, and in the end, it just looks a whole lot better. So today, I'm going to cover some of the tech, the pipeline, and we'll see some results.
Don't you just love it when they create a tech that's faster and better?
Yes. Look at that.
Trench coat.
Is that Gary Oldman?
Cloth is hard. Guys have to run upstairs. They have to crouch. They have to prone. It's got to collide with the environment.
It is.
It is.
Hold it.
The tassels are moving too much.
Yeah.
And even more difficult, it needs to hold up in high-end cinematics.
But
they don't have enough weight to them, but
they have eyes, they'll fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the scene I was wondering. I was thinking when I mentioned his trench coat, and there's
look at how that
flying overhead.
Look at how that's like flowing in that. That is outstanding.
Where's the Valkyrie?
Oh, that looks good.
Got that one just before some good spoilers, so. Yeah. All right, so how's it all work? Well, Cloth uses two meshes, a simulation mesh or cage, and the render mesh itself. So vertex colors indicate how it's constrained to that cage, and thus the simulation. So for example, black vertex colors indicate a full constraint. Basically, it follows the skinning. White vertex colors indicate unconstrained vertices. So the movement is determined entirely by the simulation. And then we can do a blend of gray values that is used for fine transitions and blending and fall off in between the fully skinned and fully simulated assets. So in the end, these meshes are sent to the engine where we bind the cage to the render mesh, and then tech artists can leverage some of the runtime tools. You can see up on the image that the sim cage mesh has about 5,000 triangles, whereas the actual render mesh is about 45,000 triangles. So it's obviously much more efficient to simulate the sim cage mesh versus just the render mesh itself.
Okay,
so part of the technology is the runtime iteration support, which you can see in the image above me here. That's with all the red spheres. Here we're actually painting the collision radius of every single one of the vertices, and it allows us to fine-tune the simulation without having to add arbitrary collision meshes, though we can. We paint a variety of properties, so some of these other properties are mass or displacement. In the top right, you can see an example of the old legacy implementation using pendulums. And this uses joint chains and collisions, but assets with multiple layers like the one that you can see there, or ones like skirts or gowns, they were really, really difficult to do with pendulum simulation, but they are solved with Starcloth. So I mentioned it's completely unified with the physical world. And what that really means is that wind, impacts, object collisions, thruster backwash, all these kind of things actually react to the cloth reacts to these things, and so much more. So it's not just character movement. Now, it's a hyper-efficient simulation, and it's several orders of magnitude faster than the legacy implementation that we used before, and has a lot of easy-to-control parameters for tech art, which are compression, stretching, and bending.
Replace me bolsters.
So as mentioned yesterday by Chris Rain, our senior lead physics programmer, we support soft body tapered capsules, which are twice as fast as our ragdoll capsules. It's also key to solving one of the most important aspects of plausible cloth simulation, and that's mitigating the tunneling or the clipping that happens
I just have to say,
through a character.
Really glad we don't have to transcribe this.
With pendulums. So with all this tech in mind, we can do really complicated assets like the Duster and the one I want to show you now.
Yeah.
Can you use the as a basis? Can you use?
Look at that.
About 5 different layers of cloth going on and self-colliding between each other.
Real time. That is not right.
I tried doing something similar in Blender. For a second, it took
which
like
is always
10 minutes
changing.
to calculate.
Look at that.
What the hell?
On the front,
oh my
there's a
God.
big leather apron. So this one's actually a lot heavier, and it moves a lot differently than the cloth on the back.
That is insane. genuinely insane.
Also, beard.
Yep, there is a beard.
So he's walking into the wind here.
God, that looks good.
Look, and it moves every time his arm brushes it. It like.
And in the end, as I mentioned, it just looks a whole lot better.
That's not right, okay? That's not right.
So with that, I want to hand you off to my friend, Andre Piers, who's going to talk about hair.
Yes.
Yes.
There we go. We saw a sneak peek of the beard. Here comes the technical.
Hi, everyone. So, nice to be here in LA with all you guys. So, I want to start with a question, okay? How many of you are actually excited that
Also,
we're getting new hair into the
when
verse?
eyebrows like that.
I am very excited for new hair. The hair right now looks bad.
Yep.
All right. So, I'm Andre. I'm the lead artist in our recently formed hair department. We branched out from the character art team and created this department. And it's a pleasure to be here today with all of you and tell you that we're damn proud of what we achieved.
Oh, someone just made a
long
good
road,
comment.
but,
Zero G hair.
Definitely worth it, okay?
Oh yeah.
They also had a bullet there, future diversity.
Looking at the most impactful changes that we have in our workflow, okay? Bit of a technicality part. Then you're gonna get to look at the benchmark assets we have created, okay? And from there, we're gonna take a glimpse into the future of what hair could be with a more diverse hairstyle, where we're trying to run away a little bit from the
Also,
military
when
look,
ear hair?
that was driven mostly
Nose
by
hair.
what Squadron 42 was. So because we did a lot of work for that as well. And yeah, from there, as a last note,
hair
I'll have
today,
a special
gone
announcement
tomorrow.
for you guys. Okay. Don't want to spoil it, but you stick around. You're gonna love what we have. Okay. So.
Don't worry, none of us are going anywhere.
I'm gonna close chat.
Hair for games is hard. It's really hard. Oh, by the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets in the persistent universe?
Nice. Very good.
Fully rendered in our engine, okay? Game-ready, performant, ready to be shipped, okay?
How do you fit that mohawk in the helmet?
Hair is really hard, like I was saying. It is a AAA challenge.
Well,
basically.
there is a helmet that
You see
has
games that get it,
clamps
games
around
that
it.
don't.
You saw, right?
Some of them get it more or less. Either way, for us the challenge is the same. We're not different, and the challenge is real. We scope a Star Citizen, like day-night cycles, all these light shafts, all this MMO, people running around with the hairs, a lot of motion, a lot of fast-paced movement. Yeah, it is hard. But the best thing is we have arrived, okay? And it's, yeah, clap.
We never
it
arrived.
It doesn't end here, okay? Yeah. It does not end here, okay? It's the nature of CIG. We just keep pushing the boundaries, but like I said, we're really proud of what we're showing you here today. So let's dive in what we made all this possible, okay? On a high note, on a high level, basically, a successful hair requires 3 fundamental elements, okay? There's the texture, there's the placement, and there's also the shader.
All of that.
If one of these elements fails, all of them do. Okay, so it's basically, you can have a great texture, great placement. If your shader is wrong, no go, really. And the same if the texture fails or if the placement fails. So really vital, really important that everything works together. But the good thing is, by breaking down the hair into these 3 parts, it also allows us to actually go deep into each of them and push the quality up. Or like Chris Roberts would say, bring the high fidelity, right? So, on the texture end, there was a lot of changes. What you see on the top there, the common approach of a AAA game would be to have true black, true white on a transparency map, a bit of taper on the tips and roots, and call it a day. That's what happens in 99% of the games. Now at CIG, we went a bit further than that. We tested all the thicknesses that were actually reasonable to test, of course, and we came to a realization. The hair doesn't need to be thin enough. It just needs to look thin. We do need it to be thicker enough, thicker than real life hair, because if you take one of your hairs, you'll see it's really thin, right? So it does need to be renderable. That means if it's really thin, it would be sub-pixel rendered at some point. With the motion and all that, we will get a lot of artifacts. And so that would be a no-go.
Yeah,
you do need
real
it
life
to be
hair
thicker
on
than in real
average
life.
is about
But
70
can we make it
micron in
look
diameter.
thin?
It's
That was the question.
0.07
So we came to the
millimeter.
realization that
Yeah.
from hair
Can't
or
do
from
real hair.
scalp to hair and from hair to the background, so these 2 points, the transition points, are the most important ones for the hair. So we aggressively tapered the tips, which is what you see over there, and added a gradient to it. So no longer true black and true white. Now, this is a lot of technicality. You will see practical examples of this, but that allowed us to have smooth transitions and basically achieve the result we expected. On the placement side, we came up with hair libraries, basically. Now,
Oh, I like this.
Also,
I could be
wind
here
split
all day
ends.
talking about hair libraries, okay?
Yeah.
Because I'm a very technical
Right
person.
there.
And if you see me around the venue,
We've
feel free.
solved
I'm
that
Andre. You can
here.
just come and talk to me about this. I'm not going to bother you all that for 1 hour about this, but I'm going to give you a very quick example that you all can relate. So imagine in real life, you have a construction business and you could make one wall, one roof, one floor, and one window. You make it all work together, and from there, you're not only building your house, you're actually building the whole town, and then the whole state, and then eventually the whole universe, right? That's what air libraries are. Obviously, the result, if you could do that, it would be much cheaper, much faster, and above all, you wouldn't have a fruit salad of assets, which was what we had in the hair.
They're doing
not too long
procedural
ago.
hair.
And by fruit salad, I mean several artists working through the
Yep.
years, each one of them applying their own workflow. Everybody's at different levels of quality, of course.
They're
different
doing
minds, different
procedural
ways of seeing the same
everything
problem.
because
So,
that's how
at the
you
end of
get
the day,
fidelity.
Just
fruit
procedural
salad,
citizen, I guess.
Right? And we wanted
Yeah.
uniform quality. So for that, air libraries are a great solution. We also decreased the time of production of hairs. So
So if they have
it
a
was
hair
taking us
library,
20
they
to
just
40
need
days to create one
stylists then,
hairstyle per
instead of
artist, okay?
people who
Right now,
build
it's going
everything
from, like,
from scratch.
3 to 5, 7 days per hairstyle, which is that great news, okay? So yeah, that was a major achievement. Cool. So hair libraries are just a thing. We love it. It's not just picking up a texture and putting it there. If you do that, like you need to actually see the scope. Gladly, we have some of the best artists in the world on hair working with us, so we managed to achieve this at the scope that we wanted. Now, on the shader side, there was plenty of changes as well. Some of them are very techy, very, very cool as well. I'm going to run through fast through some of them so you guys can understand the scope of what we're dealing with. But let's just understand, like at bake time. So bake time is prior to
So they're
runtime.
still doing
Runtime is where the game
cards
runs. Bake time,
instead
we're
of
preparing the asset to
individual
actually
strands.
put it in
But
the engine.
that's for
At bake
performance
time, we
reasons.
calculate the custom normal and we store it per vertex. So each vertex gets a custom normal. That makes, in a practical sense, for those who are not too technical, it basically makes the card, the air card, not look like a card. So the normals is help with the way the light reflects. We kind of do more smoke and mirrors on it and make it look not like a card by just making it that way. Now, on the ambient occlusion, we store two baked ambient occlusions onto the color channels of the vertices as well. Now, each vertex on a mesh in any game has a color to it, okay? You might use it or not. Imagine in a car, you have a trunk. You can use it or not. It's up to you. It's not silly to use the car without using the trunk, of course, but if you have a luggage, you can put it there or in the back seat, wherever you want. Now, we decided to use this because it was free. The trunk was already there, so the vertex color was already there, and we just decided to store two ambient occlusions on it. These two ambient occlusions work this way. Light hair, like a blonde hair, obviously needs more shadowing, or less shadowing than a dark hair, right? And so we store two. The length of the card is now baked onto the last one, and that gives us a metric of where the card starts and ends, and allows a lot of cool things you're going to see on the videos I'm about to show. So, one last thing before we can start looking at videos is that, and this is really creative, total credit
What's
for the
this
people,
face,
for the
though?
tools programmers. I personally had nothing to do
Nice
with this. It was
face.
already at CIU
Yeah.
when I joined. It's absolutely amazing.
I think we'll hear about that shortly.
We have an hairstyle that was ready, that you can see over there. And we have a hair cap. An hair cap is basically a mesh on top of the character's head, which is invisible, transparent. It is just there. Sometimes we use it for shadowing. That thing has an UV. And so we project the hair, or where the hair starts, onto that UV, and gives us that image that you see on the middle, right? And so we now have a 2D space that relates to a 3D location. Meaning that if I want to have hair
the
like
middle
mine,
image
which
is
white
where all these
on the
cards are
sides and
connected
dark
to
on
the
the
head
top,
and then
I
grow
can just
out.
paint this part and get it white on one side and then dark on the top, which is an insane advancement because cards normally are stacked on top of each other. So when an artist is placing cards, if you paint one card to make it white here, well, it's going to be stacked on top of the other and you're going to get spots all over the place and no control over it. So this allows us to give control. And what you see on the last image is the possible results. For example, now I can paint one side of my 2D representation of my 3D space and get this possible result, which is pretty amazing. So.
Nice. That's cool. That's cool.
Next video, we're going to take a look at our tools, okay? This is not the way it's going to be exposed to you guys in the character customizer. You'll know more about that later, okay? This is the tools we use we are able to
Excellent.
Create the hairstyles.
Excellent.
So let's take a look at this video.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
You have the full range, so you can go for full white. These are melanin ranges, so realistic ranges. Fully white up to black.
That's beautiful.
Obviously, you can go redhead as well.
Yay, gingers.
Get out of the way. You also have the dye feature where you can see all the things we talked about implemented. You can go a bit more wild on this.
Nice.
With the roots. Yeah.
The roots.
Oh, that is
The roots are on fire.
I love the greens.
It's the only thing that isn't on fire.
Yeah, good point.
Wow. I mean, Tofu, I don't imagine they've got growing the hair yet, but it's CIG. So next year, when they give us an update to hair,
look at it.
they're going to be
Look
like,
at
oh, okay, never mind. You can. There you go. You can grow the color out.
And this is
them.
why important the
Them.
length of the card is stored in those vertexes. And obviously you can fade it as well as much as you do. So all the possible combinations between the realistic melanin ranges and the dye layer, okay? This is how the occlusion is working, so you can see these shadowings.
Right, more volume.
More negative spaces, more structure to the hair.
Wow.
And if you look at the temporal line here, you can see how this pixel depth of set helps us with the transitions as well.
That's cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
But this isn't something that we'll have access to, unfortunately.
But
No,
ladies and
we'll
gentlemen,
get that
they're
in the-
actually game ready assets ready
Look,
to go to
we
PU.
will. We will. That's great. That face is also really nice.
Now that we understand a bit better how the hair is working, that's why the boring part that I told you just before, you can examine these images with a bit more of an informed opinion. That is basically the example. Now, that's all very exciting, but we want to show you hairstyles that are actually in Star Engine and working. So that's the video we're going to take a look next, okay?
Yeah.
Ooh. All right.
That looks amazing.
Man.
That looks like hair.
Hair. Yeah, that looks like hair.
It just looks like hair. Just, what the fuck, Stars? What the fuck? CIG.
And the little wrinkles around his eyes and stuff, like the face is amazing.
And the like the bulging of the vein right up here, like Christ. And the stray hairs on the bun.
Yes.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Look at those.
Have you
and at the
have you
nape of
seen
the
any
neck.
stray hairs in a video game yet?
No.
I don't think even Cyberpunk has it, and Cyberpunk has like some of the best hair. Hey, no,
Look.
okay, maybe Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3
I'm sorry.
really upped the game when it comes to hair.
If it's
but
better. I'm sorry. I'm gonna take a note from Shiver's book here, and I cannot believe that CIG have got me excited about hair.
yeah. That's pretty.
That is beautiful. That is beautiful hair. I can't believe it.
Holy balls!
And combined with what we saw yesterday, it's also going to be physicalized.
Yep.
Okay, maybe not that one. That's a bit too short.
But look,
the scars and
like
the scars in his
the
scalp.
scarring. Yes. Oh, I love it.
And the tornado, whatever it's called, because
Hang on though. Are they gonna give the option for one or both?
It's the updated
Shadowheart.
hairstyle.
That's Shadowheart. Shadowheart hair. And the undershadowing there, where where the undercut is, the back. Holy fuck. I'm sorry. This is really exciting.
Okay, I need to see it in action. How different lengths also during walking or running bob about. Yeah.
I want to see somebody move around.
Well, we have to see.
Wow.
We don't know if these are physicalized yet.
No. But like I said, yesterday's thing was very early. Oh, look at the pixie cut. It's very nice.
That is really.
It is. But they did say that yesterday's hair stuff was really early, so I have a feeling that these hairstyles won't be physicalized yet, and that will come in the future.
Yeah. Okay.
But even still, even if these never
squadron though,
if this
don't like
never
this
got physicalized,
I really don't like this one though.
Yeah, but even if this is never physicalized, these still look so much better than anything else.
Like subjectively, I don't like it.
Sunjammer, I hate to say this, but I think Star Citizen is real. And the roots and the
The variation in colors throughout the variation in colors throughout the hair is really amazing.
Yeah.
That's
Christ.
Yeah.
Great, guys. So I can see by your feedback that you really enjoyed the die, so I'm going to try and direct things that way next time.
Yes.
Pretty cool. Okay, yeah, these are game-ready assets as well. Now, like I promised you, we're trying to make this diverse and get away a little bit from this type of hairstyles you just see now, which is a bit more military. And for that, we'll have the next video. Now, it's important for you to understand if there's any 3D artists, character artists, air artists out there, you will know. Some of the hairstyles you're going to see next are some of the hardest things you can do in heavy games.
I'm going to have to go.
In a practical sense,
unfortunately, I'll have to.
What is going to be shown next and render it at 60 frames per second.
But maybe 30 minutes. Hopefully, a lot sooner.
You can do pretty much anything.
Cool. See you back shortly, Darsh.
It's our glimpse into the future of what type of diversity we want to achieve. We're not only going for this style, but just showing you that if this style is one of the directions, then the full range will come. I hope you enjoy.
Yes. Wow.
Take screenshots for me, please.
Look at that. Oh man. These look amazing. These look amazing. It is so good that CIG are putting this amount of like attention to detail and effort into hair.
Yeah.
Well, and honestly, diverse hairstyles are something that a lot of games don't do well at.
They try, but yeah.
They try, but they don't do it well. This looks great. Good. Good.
Thank you, guys. So yeah, like I've been saying, these pictures you see here, they are all rendered as you've seen in real time, depending on the light conditions and stuff. But there is no tricks here. This is actually how it looks. And that's why we're really proud. Like I said, it doesn't end up here, okay? We're pushing this forward. This is just to replace the stuff that was there. I'm pretty sure you guys were tired. Nobody at CIG was happy with what we had. I can assure you that. Yeah. Especially as an artist, right? So, but we finally arrived. Now, we've seen all this. What does this mean in a practical sense for you guys? It's the question you may have. Well, let me tell you really fast. We made over 75 hairstyles since like 6 months ago. On the last 6 months, we made 75 hairstyles. That is a lot. That was possible with all the changes we made.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's gonna be like 1 billion hairstyles in the final game.
That is a great achievement. Now, we cannot hand them all to you right now. It's very simple. It's very simple. It doesn't end up here at the artist end, okay? After this, there's a tech art pass where they need to skin it, they need to make it work with hats, with goggles, with everything that needs to work, right? So it's a process that takes time, but we wanted to have a certain amount, a quantity that would be enough to replace all the stuff that it's there, give you enough variety for you to start, and that's what we're gonna see next. Now, it also tells you when are you getting it. So, as a last note, I'll leave you with this video, and next, Forrest will come here to talk about this stuff. So, let's take a look at this, guys.
First batch of hairstyles. Okay.
Into the view.
Getting some weird audio. Oh, I think it's Darsh. He hasn't left the call.
Oh, okay, I'll mute.
Okay. Those are good. Okay. Yes.
Beautiful.
So before the year ends, you're all gonna get to enjoy these hairstyles. It was a pleasure to be here with you today, guys, and see you in the bus.
That is great. That's great news.
I totally missed it.
Another round of applause for Andre and getting new hairs into the game. I can't wait to put new hair on my character, I'll tell you that. And for Ian and his awesome character team and the amazing characters they showed us earlier. Absolutely fantastic. I'm going to run through this. We don't have a lot of time. I'm going to talk to you about character heads. We've talked about hair. We have talked about outfits. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the heads and our pipeline and getting us from the actors that we hire to do the photogrammetry all the way to the game characters. So we have a DNA pool, expansion, and customization I'm going to be taking you through. We made a data-driven pipeline for adding new heads. So what is a DNA pool? DNA pool is just a bunch of heads that we put into the game. That way you can modify the ears, the nose, the chin, the mouth, and you could interpolate between all the different heads. A DNA pool. We want to expand the pool and allow for more selection and range. So we scanned 60 new heads for our DNA pool, 60 new heads. And we processed them internally. We also added customizable facial features, skin tones, complexion, makeup layer on top, revisited the eyes. These characters look new and they look great. All right, So our current pool, there's the 18 heads right there. But that wasn't enough. We need more. That is our new pool.
Yes. That is such a diverse pool. That is honestly
Very
beautiful to
exciting.
see.
Right now in the PU, when you're playing, see that center row? You get 9 females and 9 males. And now we're going to be getting all these characters. Wow. It's for Squadron and the Persistent Universe. How do we do it? Well, we partnered with Clear Angle over in Pinewood, London.
Yeah.
And they have this thing called the Clear Angle Dorothy scanner. The scanner improvements allows us to get shoots done in 4 weeks of sessions. Custom coded flash that just kind of does it automatically, all calibrated in seconds. To give you an idea, our old process for doing this took hours to calibrate. This thing does it in seconds. Talk about state of the art. Average of 4 scan actors per day now. We used to be doing 1. What this means to you is we can get you characters faster. We can get you new heads faster.
Less expensive for the
polarized image data resulted in a spec, blah, blah, blah. Those are awesome texture maps that we could put on the head. That way we could render them, make them look really good. Photogrammetry captured in raw images at 8K texture map resolutions. Hyper accurate scan results.
Wow.
Now, close your eyes if you're a little sensitive to light. This is the process we use to get the pictures, to build the photogrammetry, to calibrate the cameras.
Cool. Relax. So the rig just took about All right. So there we got some characters here.
Look at those.
Those are all built using all these things that I briefly mentioned.
Holy shit.
I want to talk to you a little bit about skin tone though. Skin tone's tricky. Because we want to apply it. We want to be able to customize it. We want you to have the ability to do whatever you want. So what you see is some really weird looking characters. We see a head with some yellow. Yellow's good in this case. What we're trying to do is we're trying to find the average skin color. Once we find the average skin color, we can figure out what that skin tone is, and then we can apply it. The blue means it's further away from the average skin tone. So when you apply your skin tone, it has less influence. Keeping those high details, keeping the color, the blemishes, the imperfections. That middle one, that whitehead, that's where we get once we've extracted the data. It's now ready to apply the skin tone, which you see at the end.
That is beautiful. Wow. Wow.
All right, so here's a little more detail what I'm talking about. We knew that we were going to get a pool for these heads, this pool of all these different awesome shapes, noses, ears, lips. But now, with what we're doing currently, you can see that we have calibrated all of our source photos of our actors. And with that, we could figure out exactly what they're supposed to look like. And then once I extract and do the average thing, I'm able to get a value. And that value translates into a skin tone. And that skin tone translates into a chart that you can customize your character with.
Hello, Darsh.
And what's great about this is as we grow our pool,
there was some noise
we
before.
Get more heads. We get more skin
Okay, thank you.
tones.
Did I forget to mute?
Skin tones aren't based on,
Yes,
know,
it's all good.
Whatever
Sorry
it
about
should
that.
be, what should it be? What does it look like? These are real data. These are real data.
Let me
that we
just
get
join the
from
video
these
again.
incredible
Hopefully it'll
clearing
work.
scans
That
and
was
the
very
incredible
fast.
Tech that is written by,
I was able to weasel out of my
will grow along with our head data
responsibilities.
and along with our heads.
Oh, nice.
And there's an example of me just applying it and showing that in practice.
Wow.
And now here's
saying
another
that look.
Here's a couple more characters that I put together with this stuff.
These have to be squadron faces.
And here's what's great about that. I did that with our brand new character creator.
Or not.
Character customizer for Squadron 42.
Oh yeah, for Squadron.
Every head you see
Look
in
at
here,
that.
which will also be applied to the persistent universe, so all heads are in the verse. And as you can see right here,
Why can't I rewind on Twitch? Why can't it be as good as YouTube?
Using the hair, using the skin, using the heads.
Yeah.
And I did that all with the new character creator. And here to show you that, if the live demo of the character creator, I'm going to bring back my good friend Sean Tracy.
Hey, Sean, welcome back.
All right.
Thanks, buddy.
Let me,
Show us the Squadron 42 character creator.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Oh.
All right, so what's this all mean to you guys? Let's show ya. Time for live demo.
You are interfering.
All right. So, I want to welcome
character
you
creator, here we
to
go.
the
And what?
BioCorp Calliope machine.
Here we go. Okay.
All right, so here you can see we've got the whoa. I'm getting feedback. You can see we've got two body types that I can select from at any point in time. So we're going to start in right away. Now, you might recall how the character creator currently works. You would have a whole bunch of source heads from our DNA pool. We would
Am I
select
feeding
one of
back?
the facial shapes.
No. It's
And then we'd blend it up or down,
Okay.
depending on how much you wanted that certain facial shape. Now,
Okay, thank you.
this was pretty good, but it's
Oh,
not
this
the
looks
most
so good.
intuitive of systems. So instead, what we wanted to come up with was a much more intuitive way to control this. And what we've now introduced
this is metahuman now.
sculpting mode.
Holy shit.
Okay, this is better than metahuman.
Yes.
It's quite interesting to know what's going on behind the scenes, and this wasn't an easy problem to solve, but our animation programmers and tech artists and everybody came together.
So you
and they
grab a
figured out way
point and you
to
pull it
basically
in a
make so
certain
that from the
direction.
DNA
Direction
pool, we are making a
dictates
selection based
which
on what you
shape it
want
goes
out of
to,
it. So
and
it's
the
going
distance
between all the
dictates
different
how
options.
much
Now,
it
I'm
goes
gonna
there.
making some changes
I love
here
that
right
system.
away. So I want to wind up the nose. You can see that it's all very intuitive. It's fast to use. I'm going to make the lips a little bit bigger here. There we go. Something like that. I think that looks pretty good.
That's a bit too much,
I'm going
Sean.
to adjust the brow here. Maybe make a little bit of a heavier brow. Now, we can adjust the eye shape. We can go more almond eyes. We can go more oval. We can have a heavy lid. You know, I can find a whole bunch of different options within here.
That is.
That is so cool.
So here,
Indeed.
it's starting to look pretty good. I want to give
And look at the eye rendering, though. That's the moist eyeballs that were missing from the other one.
I'm liking that. Yes. That's cool. All right. So
That's a
not to
jaw
spend
that
too
could
much
kill a
time
man.
on that, I want to show you some of the other features. And speaking of features, we go to our skin tone.
Look
so
at that.
You're not just selecting a preset skin tone. You can move through the whole gamut of the lookup table. And this is melanin and hemoglobin at the same time.
That is excellent. That is outstanding. Honestly.
So at the very top of it, I've got a texture
So
slider.
let me get this right. This is the squadron thing, right?
Textures now.
Yeah.
Like Forrest mentioned, we're going to have
we'll get
30
the same in
of these for
you eventually.
One body type and 30 for the other body type. So here I'm kind of liking. What am I liking? Oh, I like I like this one. So here, and I'm just going to set a skin tone that I kind of like. Something like that. That's cool.
It looks so good.
All right.
So good. Texture separate from tone.
Yeah.
And complexion, we've added freckles.
Yeah. So like all the advanced features that the best of.
Yeah.
Oh, this is cool.
So
they pop it in one at a time. It's not just opacity. Yeah.
All the way to the top, just so you guys can see it. But for my character here,
that's a first.
Subtle, like this, but quite a few of them, something like that. We've also got sunspots. Now this is a little more weathered skin. We'll give this sort of look. And we've got a
Wow.
whole bunch of different blemish masks planned.
If you spend a lot of time in Pyro, you'll get
Whether
that.
that's sunspots or liver spots or anything to that effect. Now, I'm going to give this guy kind of a weathered look because I think the skin tone looks pretty cool like that. Yeah, I'm digging that. All right, so next up, eyes. So no longer do we have the green and the brown, just the full selection. You've got a full RGB chart of what you want to select. So if you want to have
Nice.
bright green eyes, if you want to have hazel eyes, if you want to have blue eyes, if you want to have any of these
Excellent.
eyes.
Do we have
This is all
heterochromia?
Very, very nice.
Not
so
yet.
again, we can go with
I mean,
brown,
there's icons above
go
the
with sort of a
selector.
steely blue, which I'm kind of digging.
Yeah,
for the skin
maybe.
tone. I quite like that look. That's cool. Oh, well, we'll get into some funky colors. Don't you worry. All right. So one of the other things we've added, and it was mentioned before, we've added a
Oh, it's
makeup
makeup.
layer.
Okay.
And with the makeup layer, we're totally inclusive. Any of the body types can have makeup. Now, I don't want to spend too long on it here because we're going to get into it in a couple minutes. But I just want to show you sort of blending that in,
Yep.
blending that out for this
Good.
particular body
As
type.
it should be.
So next, as Andre talked about, we have all the hairstyles that you could want.
They all rotate with your.
So I'm just
Oh,
gonna
wow.
pick a couple different ones. There's a a reality for some of us and another reality for another one of us.
Mine are still gonna hate it because there's no completely shaved head. There's still even the completely bald one is a stubble, and he's been complaining about that for
He's got a bit of a
years.
Mr. T look to him. I kind of like this. Yeah.
I look at that.
All right.
Weird.
Yes.
It's beard time.
But
Are you telling?
but look at the
Go without
rendering
saying
of it.
that we've got beards now. So if you want to select a full beard, you can select a full beard. If you want just
That's
mutton
not a
chops, you
full
got your mutton
beard.
chops. You want your handlebar.
the second one's
you
full
got
beard.
Your handlebar.
It's not.
All right. So we've got
It's
all
a
the
beard.
different beard types
It's not
that
a
you could
full
want, and we're
beard.
going to add as many as you guys really want. So I'm kind of digging.
Yeah,
the
it's not
full
a
beard for
Gandalf.
this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm digging the full beard for this guy. Even further to that, we've got eyebrow selection, which is, I mean, you could go with no eyebrows. That's a very real. You could have bushy ones. You can have a little bit more, normal, kind of straightforward ones.
They'll add more of those.
But it was mentioned before during the hair and with Forrest's discussion that we've got the hair dye as well. So with the hair dye, you can affect all the hair at once. And right now, I've got all selected. So I can go through the gamut of all the different hair
Nice.
melanin that you can set. So here, I'm just going to darken it up a little bit. And if I wanted to dye the facial hair, I could just dye the facial hair all by itself. Setting a dye
Good.
color here. Something like that. But in the end, I'm really digging the jet black.
HC Vertigo is gonna troll so many people with this.
So I'm gonna.
Because he goes for all the weird color
I think
combinations.
That's gonna look kind of cool. Let's set a bit of a blonde here. Turn up the dye amount. And then what's really cool about this, and I'll show this in a minute, is that we can actually control the fall off of it. So again, if I just want this on the tips, I can just blend it right.
Beautiful.
Frosted tips for the
Holy
classic
crap.
90s look.
Yeah, it's the 90s again.
So there we go.
Just the tip.
He looks a lot different than how that started, and I think that's
I had
actually
that in
pretty
high
fun.
school.
Now, there's a lot of
Don't.
stuff in here,
Just
and I
don't.
can't wait for you guys to explore it and spend as much time as you want customizing and expressing yourself as a character. So once you're done, you've got to sign off a personal declaration that the physical appearances that the calliope process has allegedly caused are okay with you.
I missed the beginning of this. The body type is
go to
like
our next body type.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I love that they don't name it though.
Right
Yep.
away. And you might think it looks a little off or so, but I don't know. We're gonna get there. Let's make some changes here. Gonna adjust the bridge of the nose, maybe a little bit of the cheekbones here. That's maybe a little extreme. Let's go back here. Something like that. And I'll make the lips a little bit smaller.
It's a very severe look.
And I'm gonna lengthen that chin for a little more of a triangle kind of face here. So you
I
can
mean,
see, you
it
can
still
tweak
looks
to your heart's
great.
content. You can
Yeah,
spend
still
a
looks
lot of time
realistic.
doing this. And
Yeah.
and I don't really like the brows. I like a little bit softer.
I'm sure there'll be a lot of people who will turn all sorts of
just like we
like
did before,
handsome
we go into
Squidward
features, we can do the skin tone. We
people.
can select a certain texture here, just because we got to get going on time here. Let's go something around.
She's been spending a lot of time in Pyro.
Good to me. Cool. All right, we go into the complexion the same way that we did before. So we start with the freckles. And I kind of like a real freckled appearance on this particular character. And I'm going to turn down the sunspots. So we move forward to the eye color again. Ooh, I'm really digging the green.
But yeah, it doesn't look like there's heterochromia here.
No,
Like the
not
green.
Yet. I'm sure they'll add that.
We get to the makeup. Now, this is where I wanted to spend more time.
No, because they did mention that they want you to create asymmetric faces, and that's just part of that.
You can, how you can use it. So first is the eyeliner. So the eyeliner, we can do any color. You can go as crazy or as chill as you want to go with this. But for this particular, I'm going to go quite dark here, just in the dark sort of fuchsias and purples. Here,
and I can like hear.
There's layers.
I can hear Buster the Destroyer's like internal screaming right now.
Do the same thing with the broad eyeshadow. So again, we can go as crazy.
This is excellent.
Or as calm as you want. So, what I've had good success in doing is kind of having it cranked, and then I just pull it back to a little more of a natural blend, something to this effect here. Next is the lips. We can do the exact same stuff on the lips. Now, what we have is a whole bunch of different makeup masks, and you've got 3 different channels within those masks. So basically, 3 different colors that are affecting different areas of it. Now, for the lips, we can go with the same sort of theme if we wanted. And I think I'm actually kind of digging that. And let's go on the lip liner, a little darker. And then lips are a lot more glossy, so we can increase the gloss there. So that looks a little more like a lip gloss. Yeah, that looks pretty cool there. And then, like I was doing before, I kind of just pull it back a little bit. And there we are.
This took no time at all.
It's going to take me hours.
Wait, look at them.
I have no business.
They're physicalized.
That's for sure. Same thing on the hair. Again, we've got a whole bunch of different hairstyles. These will all be shared between the 2 body types, but for this particular demo, we've got the ponytail.
Bryce Rini missed a lot. This is the new character creator.
They needed to fix the clipping to the ear.
Yeah. I'm not finding one I'm really digging yet.
That's a nice one.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes, now
nice.
Really all right.
That's the classic Edna Shabubu.
We're fully inclusive here.
That's an inside joke if you're in Galactic streams.
You got facial hair on any body type. That is up to you
Good.
guys.
As it should be.
So on
Again.
the eyebrows, I'm just going to leave them because we can't really see them anyways. But for the hair,
look at the self-shadowing of the hair on the face, though.
Sort of,
I know.
Yeah.
Something in the darker range. I'm going to turn that down. I like the nice jet black. Look at the makeup bounce out. That looks cool. I'm going to turn up the dye, though, and I'm going to try to carry my same theme.
Oh, yeah.
That looks so good.
Didn't Jake get that hair? That dye?
As we can do.
Approximately, yeah.
Just on the tips there.
Oh, it's the tips again. Look at that.
In action.
Oh, my God. That's beautiful.
All right. So now
that is probably the most refined
right? But in the end, I think
character creator I've seen.
So go to a review.
Yeah, like Baldur's Gate 3 close second, but this
and head to game.
Just amazing.
So I'm really lucky to be able to sit in front of this. And again, it was a huge amount of work from tech art, engineering, designers, and specifically the Squadron feature team that has done all this work. And one of the cool things to note is that we use this now internally as a tool. That's why it's me up here demoing this. This is our tool internally for creating all these heads, for creating all the NPCs in the verse. Because as Chris put it one time, he doesn't want his NPCs to look lame. He wants them to look cool. And this gives you cool looking characters. Thanks a lot, guys.
When do we get it? Look at those. They look great.
That one especially, look at him. He looks like a great
yeah.
character.
Perfect.
It works. All right, we're behind on schedule, so let's welcome the Life in the First Person crew. Take it away. I'll be here.
They actually had to have someone between last night and this morning go out and buy a soccer ball.
No.
For that joke specifically.
Yes.
Yeah. No. That guy already had the hospital gown in his different test London.
Life in the First Person. Here we go.
You know, am I too early? No. It's a real pleasure to be here at Citizencon in person. I've had so much fun. Thank you all. But my name is Jens. I'm here from Manchester. I'm going to talk to you about some improvements to play traversal. So we're going to start in 0G, where we've been rebuilding the EVA experience from ground up.
Nice.
Okay.
The first thing you should see is that we've made the exit from gravity less disorientating.
Oh, wow.
Very similar to last year's. Okay, let's see.
Oh, we're gonna
How do you land?
We made it. All right.
Better landing, that's nice.
Much more forgiving. So this EVA has a new prone lateral pose, and this is really important to us because it allows us to get close to surface.
They called it the RMN pose last year.
Walk across them.
Yes, but
See that
look.
in this video here?
Yep.
This is the same as last year, Dave.
Yes.
Yeah, it is the same as last year, yeah.
Okay, and
It's not the same video, though. This is...
No, but...
Nice.
Okay, didn't push off.
Let's get
like
into
that.
spaces we couldn't get into before, or not easily with the old EVA. We're gonna traverse through here,
Wow.
thread the needle, and also the collision is much more forgiving. We're gonna slide off at slower speeds, so we're not gonna be spinning away. Okay, big reveal. Love this station. This is amazing.
Shining star.
And we're also adding grips, so in interiors, you might be able to hold on to grips to do interactions and walk between the grips to get better control. Now,
Okay, transitions between hand animations still need work, but yeah, they'll definitely get to that.
so now prone has long been a problem motion set for us, right? But taking these EVA posing solutions we saw, we can now rotate around the camera without any lateral translation, so we're not rotating around the hips anymore. And it allows you to aim much better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're also not moving the body, so we don't need to worry about the external collisions anymore. Right? We're not going to get...
That's great. That's excellent.
Wow.
Of course, prone isn't all about looking around. We want to traverse as well. So we're going to head down this vent. And here we put in a new collision style. So this is all about letting you have control in narrow, small spaces, smaller than this.
Hey, no more getting stuck in caves because you have to go prone in a weird spot.
Tight bends, and we're going to be able to reliably go up and down slopes.
Ideally, yeah.
And this is where prone led the way. So we then took
Look how he's crawling with the gun in on the ground.
Gravity here, which I'm not going to do. But if I did, the EVA would have been able to traverse the exact same place. And by having these motion sets so similar, we can exchange success between them. And this could then be done to other horizontal sets, like prone light sets, for example. Like
I loved Anthem. I don't care what anyone says. It was a good game.
We might be able to take you swimming there one day. So
anyone who thinks Anthem was a bad game is wrong. Objectively,
we're gonna move from the horizontal
gameplay was phenomenal.
So
had a great soundtrack. That's all I'll say about it.
Subtle and significant improvements. So we got midpoint markups. That lets you enter the ladder.
Nice.
And he's looking around.
We're gonna let you look around so you can do
nice.
Oh man.
We're gonna let you lean on the ladders so that you can avoid obstacles or peek around corners. And this all got a full new animation set. It looks amazing, especially with all this beautiful star cloth. You know, you got both the hood and the cape there. It looks amazing.
Maybe a bit too fast. Like that felt a bit unnatural, but again, they're just tweaking.
Speed to the encounter.
Feature, yes.
What we've done is we've removed the weapon penalty, so you can move at the same speed with and without the weapon out. We've reduced the inertia, so you're going to be able to push up to your desired speed faster. And this is already in 320 and 321, and we've got more things.
Oh, cool.
Good.
Right, so I didn't just want to talk about improvements. I've hinted at swimming, but I'm going to show you a different feature, right? So, sliding. So, with the power slide, you inject a burst of speed.
Love it. That's awesome.
So you sprint and crouch and you slide.
Take you from A to B faster. You're going to have a reduced profile. You become a smaller target. It doesn't come for free. You know, you're sprinting. So that's going to cost you stamina. You're sliding. That's going to add some stamina cost. And when I do it back to back like this, my heart rate is just pumping, 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 right? So you got to be a bit careful. You can't just slide it your whole way from...
Yeah, you don't have stamina in Apex Legends.
Spaceport. Okay, so another thing that is really important to us is that with the slide, it's a short duration, but we want interactivity as soon as possible. And that's true for all our motion sets. We're going to go through all of them and give you interactivity. So with the slide, we want you to be able to aim around as soon as possible. The moment you hit the ground, you're going to be able to aim around, all right? And
that's great.
So if I was to slide from one end of the
Jake
stage
is going to love all
I
this.
would be sliding this way, but I'd be looking this way, right?
I'm going to love this.
But while I'm sliding, I can hip fire. And as I come out in the exit, I can ADS, I can lean. I could go back to sprint right away. So I could do back-to-back slides.
Man, people are just
good.
Like we saw in the last
looks
video.
amazing.
Okay.
This
so
is going to make FPS combat great. Yeah.
To finish this section, I want to talk about new hazard. Now, you saw this yesterday in the UI demo.
Okay.
I lost my phone. Bone, can you press the button? That's it. Okay, radiation. Right, so radiation, for that, it's a new addition to this active status system. And we need to look at the bottom left here. So in the middle, you got the amount of radiation that being pushed on your body. If you have a directional source, it's based on your body surface and your distance to that source. So by going behind the cover here, I can completely cut off all the radiation. So I can use that.
There's a shield, like you're protected, and then it drops, and then you start accumulating.
Now, that shield works in two ways. Right? First of all, it comes from your outfit. So depending on what you're wearing, you're going to have a better or less accurate shield, right? It has a threshold. As long as your radiation doesn't exceed the threshold, the shield will hold true. It'll scrub all the radiation off, and you can stay there as long as you like. But as the shield starts peeling off, when the radiation gets higher, the shield will peel off. And, you know, the radiation sickness kicks in right at the end of the video here. And my health just deteriorates super, super quick.
So that's the Chernobyl Pico.
Okay, so we're gonna see some more radiation in the next section. So I'd like to welcome Inesh up on the stage. Thank you very much, everyone.
That looked good. I liked it. Better traversal.
Why are we showing that? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Inês, and I'm a gameplay programmer here at CIG. And I'm here today to tell you all about... Thank you. And I'm here today to tell you all about the features we've been working on to improve the player interaction experience with the physical objects in the world.
Ooh, good.
Here we go.
So let me start by telling you what we've made to make it easy for you to identify and interact with these objects in the world. We have introduced in the new
there's your scout.
prompts, which are
Zeus.
cards that appear over the objects as the player gets near them. This, combining with scanning, will help the player to easily identify the interactable objects in the scene. So we have improved the algorithm that our interaction system uses to determine the current item in focus. So you'll have a smarter detection and selection as you move around and look around the scene. So the prompts will show you the active interaction and the keybind that you can use to quickly trigger it, like you see on the pictures. So we are trying to minimize the friction of the player to interacting with these objects.
Good.
You no longer have to go into interaction mode to bring up the cursor, then drag it over and to select using the inner thoughts. So we're removing that.
Thank you. I hated inner thoughts.
It was a good system to try to differentiate it and fix the complexity, but yes, this is better.
Old half, and this will bring you the new interaction wheel. So this is our new interaction wheel. It will be focusing on the item, and you can see that up to 2 of the interactions have a star icon. So this is related to another system that you are bringing to you that we call default item actions. So this allows us to have a primary interaction, that's the one that shows on the prompt, and a secondary interaction. So these are default actions that you can easily trigger using shortcuts. So these actions will change based on the combination of the item, the player, and the environment state. And although designers do choose the default actions that we bring to you, you are fully able to customize them to fit your preferences and playing style. So let's take a look at this in action. Here you can see the prompts that change depending on your focus. So let's bring up the wheel. And I really like my plushes, so I want to inspect them when I find them around. So I'm changing that to my primary. And you'll see that does not affect only the item they're interacting with, but any item that falls into the same category.
Category, okay. It's not per item, but per item category. That's smart.
That's good.
Go next. Okay. So I've shown you some features that improve.
That's great.
Yeah, the animated interactions look really good too.
So I've shown you features that improve the readability and easiness of interacting with the objects in the world. But the other part of our focus was to bridge the disconnection between the player and the object you are interacting with.
Yes, this is what I was talking about before.
In the physicalized world that we want to provide you, a tactile experience is very important to sell the experience. So we've introduced a new system that allows us to play animations on the player of actually reaching out and physically touch the objects in the world.
This is going to be great for cockpit experience as well.
Yeah.
So our main goal was to give you a better immersion, but at the same time minimizing the friction and the control we take away from you. So this really was an exercise between code, design, and animation to give you the best experience possible. Let's see some of this in action. And pressing buttons has never been so satisfying and fun.
Nice. That looks good.
Doom had a single scene where the character pressed a button for an elevator, and then it was just obfuscated. This is going to be on everything.
Yep.
And it looks good.
Left hand?
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So if you have a weapon up, you're in a more aggressive stance, so you punch.
I think depends on the size.
Yeah.
A different animation for the different size of interactables.
Okay, so let's continue
Hey,
with this theme of tactile experiences. The next thing I want to talk to you about are usable interactables. So usables are objects that have existed in our game for a very long time. And designers have had a variety of tools to build these really interesting and complex sequences for the AI. But up until now, what we could do for the player was very limited. So this past year, we've been building up our tools that provided for designers, that designers could build these really interactive experiences but for the player. And the advantage of using the usable system is that anything that the player would be able to do, the AI will also be able to do. So let's have a look at a simple demo that one of our designers put together to see what we can now achieve. So in this scenario,
she's also very comfortable on stage.
Has to go forward and
like a lot more than.
Because of the toxic water. So you have
quite
to go
nervous.
over to the valve to turn off the
Also, that water looks really good.
She's a paid actor. Yeah.
That water looks really good.
But now designers can give full manual control to you. So you, by pressing the specific inputs, you will be driving the system. But this is not enough. We needed to be able to give designers a way to translate what the player is currently doing and affect other objects in the world in specific ways. So this is what is happening here. As the player is turning the valve, is controlling the flow of the water that's coming from the pipes. And what should happen when the player is no longer in control? Do we want to keep the state, revert back to the initial one, or maybe trigger something else altogether? Well, it's up to designers to define
that's nice.
They want to bring to you. So let's finally turn off that valve, rush over before that broken valve starts turning off, and then see another small example. So you'll see another small example where you won't be able to open the door by a press of a button, but you have to manually interact with that pump and manually open it. So you'll have to
Ooh,
time
yeah.
your inputs to slowly open the door.
It's the Star Trek
So this is
manual
just
override.
a small taste of the level of interactivity that we can now have with these
That's like
objects.
exactly a
we had
Star
really
Trek
nice results.
It is,
for
yeah.
for the
I love it.
design. And you know,
It even has 3 poles.
Designers will create and bring
I wonder if so every time the character interacted with the valve, the view changed to where the action was happening. I wonder if that's automatic to give you a hint, or if it was manual by the whoever was capturing
hard
that.
to interact and get a good view of these ones. So we made a small little changes to make it easier for you. We've created a new focus mode that will walk the player to perfectly align with the kiosks. So we can better perfectly frame the screen on the viewport. At this point, the interactive screen will steal the input focus until you actively chooses to leave. So let's take a look at this.
Are we saying no more sticky terminals?
And look at that.
A different kind of sticky terminal.
That's a follow-up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a very small improvement.
I like
Quality
that.
of life
That's
improvement,
better.
But it will make it much easier for you to interact with this kiosk.
Yep. Good. Hey.
No, it's awesome. I'm not
And,
saying it's a bad thing.
So
I'm
finally,
saying
Oh,
let's
wait,
talk
shut
about
up.
looting. This is
Yes.
our new looting screen. It's not replacing the inventory, but it will be used when you're looting a body or any other lootable that you find in the world. It was specifically designed to improve this experience. So since looting is a common action during FPS combat, especially if you haven't fully prepared ahead, we wanted to make it as easier and quick as possible, so you could spend the minimum amount of time to grab any items you need from your target. So it displays the current loadout and a simplified version of the inventory. Looting favors speediness, while the inventory is there so you can fully manage your loadout. So we're still actively working on it, and this is especially on the UI and art, but I want to give you a little sneak peek how this all works.
Thank you. I love the death animations.
Go over to...
Just proper ragdoll.
So you see the player loadout is on
that's
on the bottom,
nice.
on the top. You can if you hover the different widgets, you'll see a tooltip that with the different quick actions you can do. You can just simple press.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it's not very physicalized, like you're not actually grabbing something, but for a game, I guess this is better.
This is functional.
Really quick actions, and you'll see in a minute that we also can trigger ammo repooling. So this will grab all available ammo, either from your target or from your inventory, and will fill up the magazines in your loadout and get rid of any empty magazines. So yeah,
beautiful.
Really
Thank you.
Yeah,
it's gamey. Really I don't know how I feel about this. I know how you feel about it, but I don't know how I feel about this.
Listening. And I hope you have a great time.
I think that was fantastic.
All thumbs up for me.
To me, that is more realistic.
Hello, everyone. For those who can't remember,
it's more like a video game, which is what you want.
Some changes we made to our stealth gameplay.
Anyway,
I'm gonna give you an update on weaponware.
Wait, weaponware?
Right, so takedowns is an important part of our stealth encounters. So this is where we're gonna add some player skill progression. So gonna move you through different action sets. You're gonna start by struggling.
Quick time events.
Fail. Of course, this sort of added time and the extra noise you're making is really gonna increase the risk of detection. You're gonna get faster the more you do it. And then you're going to reach maximum efficiency. Check this one out. So he's so fast you can barely see him do it. And then he guides the body to the floor so he makes almost no noise, right?
I do like the addition of skills for stuff like this.
Yeah. Unarmed and our knife takedowns, like sedative.
And it's like the Skyrim thing. Like the more you do it, the more you do something, the better you get at it. It's not like you choose a point into a skill tree.
Yeah.
Oh.
So by using the environment, we can do a more efficient takedown than maybe our skill level would have allowed. And it certainly looks a lot cooler. And we're going to be able to use this to get to enemies that might be otherwise difficult to get to with our normal takedowns, like a pilot strapped into his pilot seat, sneak up on him. and take him out. Okay, so in that last video, we incapacitated that enemy a lot. I'm going to introduce you to a new weapon, a new item, sorry, and that's the restraints. So with the restraints, okay, let's take him down first. One more. Oh, okay, so with the restraints, we're going to turn him over, we're going to cuff his hands, we're going to cuff his legs.
Nice. For bounty hunting, yeah.
Or, you know,
he can't chase
it doesn't have to be bounty hunting.
He's going to call out for help. So what we're going to do as well is we're going to add places in the environment where you can stash a body. You can hide them, either unconscious or dead. And
I mean,
that way it should be easier to remain.
Easy Hab has handcuffs for sale at their front desk, next to the shampoo.
In the UI demo,
as they should.
Which is the ping, and we saw it in.
It's not me who's putting that idea into my head. It's the IG.
To highlight a door pump. Now, of course, we allow you now to charge up that ping, and by doing so, we can see further, and we can see through obstacles, and we can populate more information into our data bank that then shows up in our.
Nice.
So you get the name, and you maybe get the race, and maybe the faction, and you can use this information to figure out where is the weak link, which enemies can I take down without being discovered. There's a risk here, okay? So there's a charge up time, means you can't do it all the time. It's going to recharge slowly. You see the bar at the top slowly going down. Until that goes all the way down, I can't ping. Cool. I can't even do a short ping.
Yeah.
And it's going to spike my emissions or my signature. So an enemy with the right equipment or tech level might discover me.
Good.
Okay, so let's move on to some talk about weaponware. So here we're going to see a simulation of a weapon getting more and more worn over time. We're going to expand this beyond weapons to other FPS items like your armor, your clothing, your helmets. In actual game, this would be triggered by weapon usage, right? So the more you fire your gun, the more worn it's going to get. And this is going to affect its efficiency, it's going to affect its reliability, and it's going to reduce its resale value.
Nice.
Each item is going to wear it.
How are you going to fix that? Like in Red Dead Redemption 2, you had to get some cloth and oil and wipe down the rust.
We'll find out.
Check this one out.
There'll have to be a way.
So the geometry isn't the only thing they're going to change as your weapon wears. So here we're going to see a pristine Gemini pistol in the little window and a worn one in the big window. And you can see the visual effects. It's belching out smoke here because it's very worn, right? It's
nice.
You know,
wait.
time to get this one changed.
Is it just me, or is the Gemini pistol not like,
it's
fully automatic in game right now?
I don't know.
Modes, didn't it?
Okay, on to some
I need to check that out. So, I thought all pistols were like semi-automatic.
So we're going to stop in misfire. So the first thing that's going to happen is you press the trigger, the gun doesn't fire. The second thing that happens in this video...
5, fail.
Nice, fix.
You got... I hope you,
That's
you guys
beautiful.
know what's happening. So
19!
You goes,
Almost a crit.
And it goes click. That's the bullet getting lodged in the chamber, right? So we've got to fix it. So it's telling us to fix it. We're hitting the button, Our enemy's firing on us. So you got some options. You don't have to fix it. You could holster your gun. You could pull out a new gun. You could use that new looting interface that Ines showed to grab a better gun.
It's lovely that he actually takes out the mag when he tries to fix it rather than leaving the mag in.
Okay, I'm going to finish this section with the features that's tangentially related to wear, and that's the dirt accumulation. So here again, we're going to see a simulation of dirt accumulating over time on the same rifles we saw before. But in the actual game, this would be based on your activities and the environment you're in. So if you're running around in a sandstorm, you're rolling in mud, you leave your gun outside proper storage, it's going to accumulate dirt.
Dry screen, it's just really nice to see them actually do that in the game, right?
The faster it will wear out. And this is true for other biome accumulations, like frost. So let's take a look.
Okay, how do you fix that, though?
Oh, or not. Okay, so yeah. So in the future, it's going to be really important that you keep your guns clean and repaired. I'm now going to welcome Zach on stage, and he's going to talk to you more about the FPS weapons. Thank you very much.
Let's hear more.
All right, all right.
Hello, I'm Zach Priest. I'm a senior FPS games designer. I'm here to share some of the new, interesting FPS things we have to bring you.
You are an FPS designer. You're wearing one of those horrible shirts.
The bar has gone through the roof in recent years. Things from visual recoil to VFX, just overall general weapon feel. And as you know, we recently did a pass on our weapons to get them a bit more up to speed, but we couldn't hit that quality bar that we really wanted to, because guns are violent in nature, and we couldn't portray that as much as we wanted to. So, we made a new tool.
We want it to be more American.
The violent nature of weapons, creating greater weapon-to-weapon variety, So, and this new tool also integrates better with other systems. For example, you just saw like wear and dirt and things like that. And I'm extremely proud to show you the new weapon recoil.
Okay.
So this is the old P4. It kind of falls a bit flat. You're not really getting that like oomph that you want, but you've probably shot this a million times.
Okay.
Now the new P4, it has these nice little downs, and you feel it getting close to the camera, and the overall aggression of the weapon is a lot more there.
Beautiful.
It feels a lot more visceral when you fire it. This new tool gives us granular control over the movement.
Which what you want from an AR,
What we have in one of our tools now is almost an animation
less
tool
linear
we can control
all the way up, and there's a lot more shape.
Location of things.
Yeah,
so
but not like lateral shake. The gun is moving backwards toward you because that's where the bullet is pushing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in general, it's bringing the house down now.
But it's still keeping the iron sights where where you're looking.
And they're a lot more impactful, and we can create weapon variety in the just far new.
And also, are they finally fixing the screens on the back of the weapons?
Looks like it. Well, they said they've done
Thank you very much.
touch up on all of them, so they probably integrate all of them with the new.
We also
there you go.
have new procedural animation over our ADS. So previously, as if you play right now, we basically have a linear pose-to-pose transition. And sure, it's there, but now we layered some of this procedural stuff on top. So, for example, if you have an SMG, it can come up a lot quicker, it can flick up, you feel really cool. LMGs can be a lot more heavy. So before, it basically just do, move from pose to pose. But now we can, keep it longer down here, bring it up slowly, and overall, it just feels like you've got an LMG, or it feels like you've got an SMG. We're just using things like, ease in and ease outs, and just give more life to the overall weapon. Oh, there we go. And we also have new iron sights. So, sci-fi weapons are chonky. They're full of detail. They look really cool, but a lot of that detail can potentially get in the way sometimes. So you've ever seen, this is a change to the Kana, where we have raised the weapon sight and given what we call the target acquisition window more room to breathe.
Good.
So if you're aiming at somebody, you can just generally see a lot more. So optics aren't a crutch anymore. So you can see this on the Ravager.
Much better.
And you can see this on the Custodian.
You actually get a picture of what your target is.
Yeah, well.
Now,
that's all good.
Iron sights, yeah.
So as you imagine with the new recoil tool, we're going to do a pass on all the existing weapons. They're going to look and feel great. But while we were looking at
there, it says LH86 is not fully automatic.
Oh, there you go.
Align with their manufacturer, right? You look at something like Gemini pistol. Now, Gemini overall
I knew I wasn't going
is
crazy.
rule of cool. That's what Gemini is supposed to be. So the LH86 pistol.
Oh yeah, not any crazier than it was. Yeah.
So we have a video to show you of the pistol. And as you can see, it goes ballistic when you fire it. The magazine count has also increased.
Well, yes, it's a ballistic weapon.
Love it.
Just crazy feeling that the pistol gets.
I love that.
Cool.
What? It was delivered to me on a silver platter.
Right, and moving on to our new
brass platter
vault weapons.
So full metal platter.
Video.
Oh jeez.
That's the optic one.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Fine.
Here's the Vault.
These are the Vault weapons. So Vault is primarily based around controlling a heat of a weapon. These weapons have the potential to overheat. And if they overheat, you'll be unable to fire.
And that's a very Mass Effect 2
so
mechanic.
Some weapons will just basically be beams
But
from the
it's
get-go.
beautiful.
Some will go into beams.
Yeah.
Like, see, this one goes into.
I mean, like the overheat thing that they between 1 and 3 they had that mechanic in.
These quite powerful weapons, and you basically want to manage the heat and keep it in that like ideal spot. Okay, cool. And scope improvement. Now, this was shown yesterday, but I want to dig in a little bit more with this one.
Look, they're sneaking onto the stage.
So, to get our...
Maybe they'll do a demo.
FPS, they know that optics are just gorgeous now. In all modern shooters, they look fantastic. And as you can see, we have zoomed in optics in the center. So and then we have other things like parallax, like you see in real life.
I don't like that the entire view zooms in as much as the
Sights and
optics.
scopes have been overhauled to be more realistic with things like parallax, pincushion distortion, and things you'd expect from having a scope in general. And it differs manufacturer to manufacturer, right? So some things are purely
I mean,
digital,
that one it
some things are
doesn't.
purely
That one the
physical.
scope is
So
more
if you get
zoomed
hit by
in.
an EMP grenade, for
Yeah,
example,
I can see
or you
that,
get
yeah.
to, like a television site, like something like Cluey might have, then your optic would turn off. Right. Thank you.
No, that one too. I think it's a bit more. It's a little bit more.
Yeah,
zoomed
no,
in.
but,
It's not
but
great,
that's
though.
like that's an 8x scope. It's supposed to be like a lot more zoomed in the scope itself than the surrounding.
As you know,
No, I
we've done a
agree
lot
with
of
you there.
work on our audio propagation systems and just in general how guns sound.
Yeah.
We've also switched
Like
out
Tarkov does that, I
and
believe.
made them feel a lot more.
And maybe they'll
boosted.
change that, but
It
still
is a
look
lot.
better than
It
they
is a
did.
lot more expensive to render because they need to render the entire scene twice,
Yeah.
or at least the section that the scope sees. They need to render it again because if they just zoomed in, it would just be blurry.
Ooh, the sounds are good.
Unique as well.
There's a lot more going on to them.
Yeah. Ooh.
Way more damage.
Yes. The FS9 is my favorite gun. Oh. Yes. Yep.
Now that's proper DACA.
I think all
Yeah.
of California heard us there. So, backpack reloading. In real-life combat scenarios,
Thank you.
often grab magazines from other surplus areas. I want to simulate
That
in our
is
game.
already in 321, I believe.
So,
Oh, cool.
to show you this, we have
At
something
least-
called backpack reloading. If you run out of ammo in Star Citizen, you have to open a menu, put things on. It's a little
That's
bit clunky,
great.
a little bit awkward. So, if you have
Okay, so your character is
backpack,
rummaging through the
you will now
backpack
be
to
able
find.
grab them
Yeah.
at the price
Which
of a
is
longer reload
realistic.
animation.
Like you should
Yeah,
know
yeah,
where
yeah.
it is. That's
You'll also be able to
fantastic.
tell when you have a backpack reload coming up because it will be displayed on the inventory with the backpack symbol. So there's no surprises, no catching
did
off,
you
have all
did you
the
see
information
how
you need.
the magazine emptied in the
And
HUD?
This has been shown.
when
and
he was
it's a
shooting
little
it.
bit the dynamic
Yeah.
crosshair.
It's beautiful.
Now, no more third-party dynamic crosshair. Well, crosshairs now. So, if you have a look at this, this is our new crosshair.
Oh.
It's a crosshair that fits the aesthetic of Star Citizen. It's a crosshair that follows the barrel of the weapon, so you'll see exactly where a bullet is going to land.
Nice.
And it's projected from the visor using AR. Some visors won't have access to this crosshair, but some will use modified combat lenses.
Good.
So if you don't want to use the crosshair, you can just use a different visor. As you can see, it works with recoil, and overall, it just looks gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Yep, and
That's great.
It's got the parallax.
Yep.
Cheers.
That's great.
And on to more data
Oh,
things.
this is making me so
We're
happy.
going to provide an improved PvE experience. The accuracy
Good.
calculator for
Star Marine is going to
over
explode after
12.2.
this.
Some people
Yeah.
have been playing it in the venue and here, and I've been harassing them, whoever's doing the hangar mission, to get their feedback, and it has been overwhelmingly positive. We also have new NPC archetypes, what we're temporarily calling the Juggernaut, which is basically a very high damage resistant enemy that has an LMG or a shotgun. As soon as they see you, they fire, they walk up to you. And overall, it's been playing amazingly, and I'm really happy for you guys. Well, I'm really excited for you guys to get your hands on it at one point. PvP, we want to increase the time to kill.
Good.
This allows for more varied weapon balancing. You know, we can
Yep.
lay
With
into, like,
armor.
sort of a different
Like
aspect
if
to the
you
element more,
shoot someone
use
that
the
has
highest
nothing
skill
on them,
ceiling
they
and
should
But that-
still.
their deaths.
Yeah, of course.
They need
It
to
will no
increase
longer
it
be a
for
game of
everything
whoever shoots
to
whoever
allow
first.
for an increase for
Speaking of
armor.
which, force reactions. We're reworking them. We're aware it's frustrating, and we are going to rework the system to work beautifully. And we're also working on some other highly requested PvP changes.
This is excellent.
I'm very happy to say a lot of this work has been dialed in. Squadron 42 is in a very good state, and we're bringing this to you soon.
Soon.
Now, over to the AI director, Fran, to share some exciting updates on combat AI.
Ooh, combat AI.
Okay,
I've got a problem. Really quickly, I've got a problem, because here's my sheet so far. I'm running out of room on one page.
Everybody. So, I'm Francesco Roccucci, as you said, and I'm the director.
Hey, Francesco.
It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you guys. It's fantastic. So, what we're going to do
kind of your fault for putting that much importance for Bone.
42 is going to flow into the Star Citizen experience. So we wanted to make the AI presentation about how you guys are going to experience
Boning is important, I will agree.
Features we have been working on. So from the player perspective, you've seen how many new opportunities you have. And now it's interesting to see how the NPC are going to react to that. So the goal of Star Citizen is to build a breathing and living environment where your actions matters, and the NPC you will find in the universe needs to have...
Also, it looks like they fixed the audio sync issues completely now.
So when we play a game, we want you to spend the time that feels memorable, that feels special, right? Something you can remember and talk about. So we want you to give you a challenge to overcome, but also a challenge that is fun and doesn't feel repetitive and boring. So when we look at FPS Encounter, we want to build variety. We want to give the designers, like Zach, the ability to craft combat scenarios, not just to put NPC in the level. And we need to make sure that he can tweak something such that he can experience the unique play style and the play space that you have. So Star Citizen can benefit from tons of unique environments. So for those environments, we want you to have different type of fun. So what we look at today is some of the tools that they have to achieve this goal and bring the AI to the next level. So the first tool we're going to look at today is the NPC trait system. So we spoke about this in the past, and we have now available for designers the initial set of traits they can use to influence the behaviors. So those are some of the ones that are available to designers. Today we're going to focus on the combat traits,
ammo,
because we have traits that also apply to the peaceful situation and the social environment.
Yeah, sometimes if you want to put
influence NPCs during a combat scenario.
As a storyteller, you want to put your character into an impossible situation, you have to cheese it a little.
So through the usage, we can make sure the combat feels different from one encounter to another. Traits in tech-wise, are just traits and tags that we can apply to character instance, character classes, but code can also apply them automatically based on specific rules. For example, if you see somebody with a rocket launcher, those will apply, an example, the sentry trait automatically, because those weapons are weapons that work well at range, so you want them to not push forwards to you. So they allow to block, or actually, they allow or they block specific section of the behaviors to run, but they also influence the likelihood of some logic to happen, or they modify the outcome of specific actions. So let's imagine we want to model a pirate faction, something that you can actually experience in the Pyro playground. So we want them to feel aggressive, but also not very trained. They are not very military. So how do we do it with the traits? We can start adding to this faction either the aggressive or reckless trait. Those are traits that increase the risky behaviors. So for example, fighting more in open space, or expose themselves longer when they are in cover. We can then assign to some of those pirates the ignore fire obstruction trait. As you've seen, for example, in Chris Rain presentation during the CTG demo, like we have now destructible environment. So what the NPC will try to do is to keep shooting at the position the enemy has been hiding into. So you will see destroying environment, but you will also see them being less careful and managing their ammos. For others, we could use the undisciplined trigger finger trait. So this trait is, for example, meant to convey the inability to control their weapon when they are emotionally engaged in the fight. And what it will cause is them to trigger the weapon much longer also just a bit longer compared to what the
remember that old archer, one-eyed archer from Lord of the Rings, who started the fire, started the battle against the orcs at Helm's Deep.
So this offers interesting opportunities for players because they can now shoot at them while they reload or while they scavenge the environment. So traits are building blocks we can use to define how character, faction, or encounter should feel. And designer can now create a wide variety of encounters for you guys to enjoy the game. So I want to paint a picture for you guys. So this is the bunker mission in Pyro, right? And we have a set of enemies that are defending the environment. So this is imagine an infiltrate and destroy mission. Those guys are there defending the bunker. You need to take it over. You need to basically kill them all. You are now fighting against enemies that they defend the environment. So before we go to the next slide, imagine the same environment, very similar enemies, but different traits, same behavior. So now you are defending an environment and they are aggressive towards the environment. They want to take it. So what you will see here is that created a mix of enemies, some equipped with, for example, shotgun and aggressive traits. Now they will push towards you. They will force you to take actions and to react to them. They reload.
Beautiful.
Some will cover up.
Didn't take cover to reload.
He's not, but he's not experienced.
So Zach was not dying. So this is possible to set up with a tick of a box. But this is not
one of them did
enemies,
take cover, right?
Because it's a Citizen, we want you to hire your own crew members. And those
crew members.
Those characters will have different personalities, different traits, different training level that they can build up. But when you look at their traits, we want you to see their strengths and their weaknesses so that you can pick the one that either match your playstyle or compensate your playstyle.
Yep.
So one good thing that we want to show you today is the medic. So there are some NPCs that can carry, obviously, med pants, but not everybody is able to use it well or wants to use it in a specific encounter. So we want to tweak this, and we have the medic trait. Here we combine a lot of the tech that we have spoken in the past, usable tech, behavior tech. And as Jens showed you, players now can just not only kill enemies, because before our NPCs would just die. But now you can take them down, you can restrain them. So the eye perception is to carry all this information about the different actor states. So he needs to know if he's down, but if he's still alive, or if it's just, somebody that you need to wake up. So a medic in the regular combat flow can, when it's safe to do so, and at the right time, attempt to heal his mate that can be helped. So now you can imagine guard patrolling the environment, you take down a character, the guard finds this body on the ground. He doesn't know if he's alive or not. So he can go there, he can check it, check the pulse, see the state, and if he can be helped, he can basically execute the right healing process. If he needs a med pen, he will use the med pen. If he needs to shake him to wake him up, he will shake him up. And if he needs to unrestrain him, he will unrestrain him. And your crew members can also do the same with you. So if you are down in critical condition, they can come.
Yes.
And help you out. We'll see now an example of this where two factions are fighting. And you will see that at the right time when the guy retreats, this guy can go there and heal his mate.
That's beautiful. The animations, look at that.
And obviously,
the adrenaline rush.
Because he just dropped it.
That was fantastic.
So as we mentioned before, and as you've seen here, NPC can run out of bullets, but can also lose their weapons. So what we have to do right now is that, first of all, we want NPCs to have a concrete ammo pool to use. We don't want infinite ammos anymore.
Good.
So the ammo pool is actually constructed by the ammos NPC carrying their weapons, the one that they carry, the one that might have, and all the magazines they carry. They don't have any more bullets out of that.
Good.
So NPC must probably use those items to fight. And the longer
because right now, no matter how much you fight an NPC, when you go loot them, they all have like full ammo in their clips or magazines.
It's through the NPC usable system, as you've seen with Ines as well, Ines' presentation. You see that anything the player can interact with, the NPCs actually can, in the same exact way. So the dead bodies can be looted. Same as dropped weapons. Ammo crates will have physically inside some weapons, magazines. They can provide you with items. And then NPC can understand where you can find ammos that are actually functioning with their own weapons. And they actually can decide. For example, if it's better to reach an ammo crate and gather some new ammos, or if that is too far or towards the enemy, they can decide to pick up another weapon. So you will see that. Also already in Pyro, you might see it.
2020.
And once they decide to do so, obviously they don't have bullets.
Just said in Pyro. He just said in Pyro.
They can also switch to their sidearms, and the sidearms is less effective, obviously compared to the primary weapon, but it is still better than nothing for them to protect themselves while they go around and they loot the environment. So we'll see here an example where some NPC run out of bullets. Obviously, in this video, we give them a chance to go and loot as well. And this is a proper ammo crate that allows them to get back magazines.
That's great. This is really, really good.
He arrives, and he will loot the dead body. This is the same dead body you might be able to loot, and you will not find ammos after that.
Good.
But you will probably find it in the other one. Once you get
this is all excellent.
So,
I was just hoping that we would get that already, because they talked about this for a while now.
Yeah, it's taking them a while to implement things, but
in the environment.
It does, yeah. That's taking a while.
Especially when an NPC needs to counter a player that is camping or a player that is hiding or say in a location that the NPC cannot reach. So grenades force the movement and keep the action going, but they're also very dangerous. You've seen in Ali presentation and my presentation that a grenade can make electronics explode, ignite a fire, and then the fire can propagate in the environment. So NPCs need to properly understand the environment and not jump into the fire and get damaged. So how do we do that?
And Pyro's going to be all shantytown stuff, so there's going to be a lot of flammable stuff there.
Can create a navigation volume modifier, and a navigation module modifier.
How long till players try to set fire to Pyro Station?
Basically, mesh can be modified, and it will carry semantic about if that is a dangerous, something better, and how much costly it is to
it must be.
Because maybe you have a suit that allows you to go to
Unfortunately, I'm afraid it's still like an artificial armistice zone, so no weapons allowed on the station.
They would try to find positions that are safe for them to position.
But they're trying.
But
they're definitely trying.
That will avoid those dangerous.
Find a way.
And now we'll see an example of that. You know, this is a safe environment, still fighting, but safe, safer. And what will happen now? Fire ignites and propagates. This is fully dynamic, so it's fully controlled by the fire system. The fire system modifies volumes in the navigation system, and we really know where we can and not pass at any given moment.
I hope they'll have time to work on the shaders, so it's not like on flat ground especially you can see that it's the grid is very visible how it works. Maybe just a bit of variation to the edges where
I'm sure they will. It's at this point like
then nothing's out of their reach.
Yeah. I want to thank Zach and I want to thank Francesco for joining me on stage today. We want to extend a massive thank you to everyone who contributed to, supported us, and made it possible to show what we showed today. Now, with relentless optimism, we're looking forward to bringing you this all to the Star Citizen and more. Okay, I'll leave you with a quick peek of a demo in Hangar 14 of Checkmate with some of these new features. Enjoy.
I like that.
This is Hangar 14 in Pyro, I guess.
In Checkmate Station, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I actually really like mouse wheel movement. The ability to like slow yourself down really easily.
Every game needs to have it
dynamically. Yeah. They heard that.
Yep.
See, that's why you need silent weapon.
Oh, I love that.
I just fell over.
I really do think that loot system is better. Like, he's got all those things on his outside. You should be able to...
True.
Right? Like,
I agree. Yeah, you're right. You're not actually looting clothes and armor off him or stuff in his pockets. It's just stuff that's hanging from him. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
And that should be fast, right?
The sound of that sniper rifle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, you should have to take more time if you want to loot his shoes under his outfit. But, like, the ammo? No, just let me grab it. It's on his belt. Oh, I cannot wait for the combat to actually feel like this in the PU.
You know what this is giving me vibes of? There's a shooter on PlayStation that always feels super cinematic and not arcadey at all. Oh, what's it called? And it never came to PC. Killzone, yes.
Killzone? Yeah.
Yeah. You're getting the same vibes?
Good. Yeah. This looks great. Like, watching the enemies move.
Pretty excellent FPS combat for space.
Yeah.
But like, I was watching them like slowly move together. Oh man. Yeah.
Oh, what the hell was that? What was that?
That is a limit to
No, what was that? Resurgera?
I didn't see what he looted.
No.
It was a bright green med pen.
He's in trouble again.
Yeah. No, it's just...
Yeah.
Yep.
The hell?
Beautiful.
And the reverb.
Once the PU plays like this, yeah, I'm gonna play a fuck ton of Star Citizen. I don't care. This is A+, 10 on 10.
Sorry.
Look at that.
The reverb.
He wiped the visor of the blood.
Yeah.
Right. Thank
Oh
you
yeah,
very
so
much.
before we only had water, but now,
you
yeah.
all to come and join us in
It's
the
all
Pyro
text.
Playground pit and have a go
For
at
weather wipe.
15 in Checkmate. It's a really great encounter. Thank you.
Oh, that's what I get to play.
Yep.
All right, so that was live from the first.
Okay.
Because we got a lunch to get to. Up next is Taking Flight.
And that's going to be in the preview channel.
Sounds like that's going to be in the preview when we get Pyro.
Yep.
Holy shit.
Amazing. David will never surface again.
I won't.
Taking Flight.
So this is the master modes now. Yeah.
Yep.
I have to leave in like a half hour.
For a moment, I thought you said Messer modes, and I was like,
Hello, everyone.
that would be very
Micro?
Star Citizen.
Okay,
Yeah.
can you hear me? Fine.
Props to the flag
these are the
there.
wrong
Yep.
slides. Hang on. Well, hello everyone.
I have to
My
leave
name
in
is
about a
Jürgen
half
Klaas.
hour.
I'm a principal vehicle
I
programmer
expect
at Cloud
notes
Imperium
while I'm
Games,
gone.
and a focus on space flight and and space combat.
You'll have to just watch it
I
again,
really love my
unfortunately.
job, so this is why I'm really excited to show you the progress that we did on Squadron 42 in the last 2 years. So there's two things I need to say here. First thing is we're doing a live demo, and the build is about 12 hours old, so there is a good chance. There's a good chance for bugs.
It would not be Star Citizen if they didn't do this.
No,
they have
no.
to.
Yes, it's a point of pride that they have for stuff like this. No pre-rendered stuff.
The last time they pre-rendered shit was the fucking tally and hand grabs in the tally, and they got a lot of shit for it.
So we'll swap the presentation between using hat tracking, not using hat tracking. Yes.
Oh yeah, of course.
But the good thing is, the
Tobies are
relationship
great.
between you and your starship
Get a Toby.
doesn't start when you take off. It starts way before that. There's a lot of stuff we do now in pre-flight. So please welcome back Ines Caldas, who will walk us through that process.
Ooh, new pre-flight.
Pre-flight. Gotta check the fuel pumps.
Is this working? Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. It's a privilege to be here back on stage to tell you all about what you can expect about the player interaction experience inside your cockpit. If you like, I've told you before how we've been working towards improving the player interaction experience all across our game, and we wanted to.
It's like I said before, and she's in charge of it as well.
To give you a greater immersion.
Well, she's doing a damn good job so far.
Okay. Yeah, the slides are not. Sorry about that. Yeah, so you want to give you a greater immersion and give you a closer experience to what pilots go through in real life, not only when you're flying around your ship, but the moment you take your seat at the cockpit. So to achieve this, we've created. When you enter your ship, you'll be put in what we call a new relax pose. So in this pose, you'll have free look enabled, so you can easily look around the cockpit and your dashboard. The prompts will be showing over the buttons, so you can easily find the ones you have to interact. And you, the pilot, have to press all the different buttons to get your ship ready for flying, and the character hands will be lowered away from the control stick. So all of this blends neatly into our new player animated interaction system, whereby
Can you do that while flying? Just sit back in the chair.
So this new system uses what we call a CDIK approach. This stands for code-driven IK, or
this is 10 years in the making.
Control of the IK setup.
This might also.
So this, among other things,
This might also allow them to do this in VR.
Relative to the target. So we can have more detailed animations than just simply blending the hand into position. So for example, we can open a flap and then press the button. But enough of me talking, let's go jump into the demo and see all of this in action. So now. So Brand very kindly will get us into the ship, while you'll see the new
Beautiful.
And you'll see the new animations.
This is the old global illumination, by the way.
Yeah.
No contact shadows, like nothing below the ship.
Yeah. It's probably not on in this build just for bugginess.
I mean, but yeah, you're right.
So you can see now that you won't directly grab the control stick. You'll be put on this relax pose with free look enabled, and you can see the different prompts appear over the buttons.
Okay. Yes.
And get your ship ready for flying. So Brand, if you could close the canopy.
The Toby is going to be fantastic for this because you're going to look at things.
And just press F and look and press,
Yeah.
And finally, turn our engine.
Yes.
Yeah, so you are now ready for flying. So we will be bringing all of this to all of our ships in our fleet. And that's all from me. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Tony to tell you all about the new UI.
Holy fuck.
New UI! But this is Gladius only.
You got one at the right fucking time, mate.
Hi everyone, my name is Tony. I'm Senior UI Programmer here at CIG. And I'm here to explain some of the spoilers that you saw yesterday about our new ship UI. So, are you ready to see the ship UI in action?
Shirt.
It's a great shirt.
Bone, play the demo. Brand, continue with the demo. So, as you can see already, this ship has less intrusive UI, with more space to enjoy the stunning vistas that planets can offer, and less clutter views so you can focus during combat. This also means that the UI elements are now more relevant to the situation, linked to the operator mode. For example, when we change to scan mode, the crosshair has scanning information about your target, and even the MFDs have changed. Some of these elements can be customized, but we'll see more about that later. For this demo, we're showing the UI developed for this Gladius. Basic information related to navigation will always be available on your view, and this Gladius displays all of that with holograms around the dashboard. But other ships may have different layouts and styles, on brand with the manufacturer. For example, the Drake
so
that
beautiful.
makes more affordable ships, rather than fancy and probably expensive holograms, may use physical screens, dials, and light indicators.
Cool.
This dashboard shows your current speed, the remaining afterburn, and some decoys available. On both far sides, we have status indicators that will show things like if your landing gear is on or any other flight systems.
That's the thing, the Toby lets you do this. If you get closer to it, you'll zoom in the game.
But on the final design, these are going to be physical screens. On the far left, on the top of the dashboard, we have the indicator of which master mode and operator mode are you on. So let's change that to combat and talk about these new MFDs. So we have reworked all of these MFDs from scratch with brand new views using our UI technology building blocks. We can still navigate through these MFDs using the classic mouse interaction, holding F and then moving the mouse. On the left here, we can see the scanning view, which is going to show information that you obtain when you scan a target. It may show information about the ship name, the pilot name, or even the current operator mode of your target, so you know if they're just chilling around or they are ready to fight you. Cycling to the left one, we have the target status, which will focus on emissions, damage, and orientation of your target. We'll see that in action later. The next one, continuing to the left, will be the self status, which is contextual. So during navigation, that will show your current fuel, but during combat, like right now, will show information about your guns. You can click on the gun, and you can see basic information about that. You will see the name, and you can also see in which group they are assigned, which Yogi will explain later.
Fuel, ammo count.
On the MFD on the right side, we have the power management, where we can distribute the power of different systems of the ship. You can click on the triangle and move it around to change the distribution, and you can turn down the total power of the ship that will generate. The classic key bindings that you all know already works, so when you change the power management, you will see now a triangle on top of the radar to show you the changes.
Oh, cool.
Now, instead of using mouse, you can also use key bindings to select MFDs and cycle through the views, which might be faster when you are in certain situations like during combat. And for those pro players out there, we have added about 100 key bindings, and I mean 100, to navigate through all of these systems. So you can fully customize how you want to navigate through them.
I hope they make the key bindings menu better, because it's shit.
Keyboard on your HOTAS or even on your game class setup. But if you need more, just let us know. Anyway, I think you're not gonna need even those many shortcuts. For each operator mode, we now persistently save which views are shown on each MFD. So you can customize what's important to you for every situation.
Yeah, Bryce Arena, voice attack. I'm going to be using my Stream Deck.
You might want to have target information on your MFD.
I'll use them in my game glass.
Maybe when you change to quantum travel, have your current fuel, spend some time on the configuration screen, for example. Let's talk about this configuration screen.
Oh, nice.
We're going to have now here a variety of options, from customizing UI elements to enable
Thank you. You mean it's not just in some incomprehensible shit on the MFD that I can't understand? It's there?
Not in the global settings of the game for quick access. So just as a
precision
warning,
lines, what are those?
Changes on the settings that you already know, but we'll tell you all about it when we have it ready.
I don't even know. Apparently they were in the menus before.
The important bit about this is that they will persist to your ship. So you can keep different setup of which UI elements and even ship systems enable for how you personally use each of your ships.
Thank you, CIG.
Well, this is all stuff that needs to be persistently streamed out and in, and that's what PS now enables them.
Yeah, exactly.
And the entity graph,
Can we enable the top setting?
Yeah. This is...
For those of you that you want to see even more information, you can cast versions of these MFDs to your helmet.
What?
Amazing.
Yeah, it's in the visor now.
Yeah, it's casting out to the visor.
Oh, that's beautiful.
For this, you're gonna need to equip the appropriate helmet, so it's connected to your ship, and I can get all this information.
And this means like a heavy combat helmet won't be able to do this, but a light flight helmet will.
Select which cast do you want to control and how to cycle through them. So you can pin views that are important to you that will move with your camera. So as you have seen, if you're aiming at the target or if you're moving with your head tracker, those views are going to be always with you. With all these tools, you can customize your experience and have it ready for every situation that you encounter with your ship, always displaying the relevant information to you. So for example, during combat, you may want to have all the UI elements enabled, all the pips, all the crosshairs, so the information of your ship on the physical MFDs, and maybe focus on the target information on your cast, so they're always on your view. But maybe when you go to quantum travel, you can turn those casts off so you can enjoy the vistas. That's all from me. Now we have MFDs ready, and let's bring Yogi back to tell you all about flying your ship. Thank you very much.
I like having a target on my visor when I'm in combat, yeah.
Okay, at this point our ship is fully powered up, ready to fly. Pre-flight is complete. So Brent, please take off, put the landing gear in and bring us out.
Take off, Bone.
Have you seen the interaction? This is great, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so one of the problems we always have in space games is to produce a sense of speed. Space is big, and the sense of speed is always produced by, small things going around you. So although it's not very visible here, the VFX team has actually added space dust, so in the future you can tell where your ship is going, even without looking at instruments. Another thing we're focusing on as well is G-force reactions. So Brent, if you could come to a stop for a second. When your ship is sitting like that, and you strafe left and right, you have these small head motions. That basically make your head and your body react to the G-forces they're currently enduring. We're actually increasing them now. We also added rotational G-forces into the mix, so if Brent is now rotating the ship to the left, you also can see that your head is swaying a little bit.
Good.
Things get a little bit more interesting when Brent is actually taking boost into the mix. So if he now boost forwards, we now added a camera shake, we added FOV changes, and this all then plays together with the other things like, the other exhaustion effects that we have.
Holy
so
fuck.
The ship should now
the MFDs still don't blur.
The same thing? Sorry. At the same time, we reduce the extensions that look.
I mean, it's better for readability, but
so
I think that's about.
We basically narrowed it down a little bit, so it mixes better with G-force reaction, so that even when you don't have a head tracker or something like that, it will still feel pretty good. But this is just a minor change. We also improved the flight controls themselves. So take a look at the speed gauge, for example. It's a little bit twitchy today. What that speed gauge is telling you, the number that's currently moving, is what kind of speed goal Brent is actually putting in. If he puts his stick all the way forward, the left one, you will now be able to see and read the number that you're asking IFCS to speed and forward momentum. This also allows us to bring back the sticky throttle we had pre 3.5, where now, if you play with mouse and keyboard, you can press W and S to increase and decrease your speed, and let go of the key, and the ship will not automatically come to a stop. Of course, this is all completely configurable, so you can enable that or not if you want.
That's good. I love the space dust. Like, I'm just watching the space dust, and it makes you feel like you're flying.
It's not too obtrusive like it is in 320, because at times it can be like you're flying through like
Because tri-coding gives us a mathematical problem that we're trying to resolve. On some ships, when you tri-code, you get actually up to 50% more acceleration. That huge difference actually makes a lot of the ship difference meaningless, so we're cutting back on those. So a first implementation of that is already available in the master mode testing areas in 3.21, I think, but we're improving the algorithm right now so that it actually is less punishing in future master mode builds. This is actually a current version, so as long as you go roughly forward, you get the full Gs from your back engines. Okay, so now the biggie in the room. We're talking master modes. Master modes is by far the biggest change we're doing on the ship gameplay. In general, all of your ships will be put into, or will get a master mode setup. And the master mode is affecting basically everything surrounding everything on the ship. The ship itself, the flight model a little bit, but specifically the items and what they do. And there are two master modes we're going to talk today about. One is SCM, which stands for Space Combat Maneuvering, and the other one is Navigation. So let's look into SCM. SCM is the mode that Brent currently has active. So you see the, Brent, can you go into the indication, please, for the master mode? Just point with the mouse there, if you can. Yeah, so this is your current master mode. It says SCM. When you use SCM for basically all the gameplay that is not traversal. So combat, mining, salvaging, you're using it for that. You have full access to your combat system. Your shields are working, your thruster goose is fully active, your weapons are working. It's the high performance, high alertness mode that you're in. However, we will heavily restrict how fast we can go. We can go with your ship. Okay, Brent, go to full max speed. So this Gladius on max speed and SCM can reach about 225 meters per second. That might seem slow compared to what you have in the PU right now, but it's still pretty fast. However, you can extend that speed. Brent, if you just go forward and boost. So the Gladius can extend up to 550 meters per second.
Yeah, it's for maneuver.
On this slide here, you can see the speed spaces we're talking about. So if you're just flying around in SCM, which is like the max speed of your ship, you can reach the 225 meters per second. If you boost, you can reach up to 500 or 550. However, that boost space is not spheric. That means if you boost forward, you reach higher speeds.
Yeah, of course.
Than if you boost backwards.
More powerful thrusters will allow you to do in the direction you want. Potentially not for Xi'an ships.
And it creates more interesting combat maneuvers. The PvP players among
this is just the Gladius setup,
basically call this encouragement to closing the gap, which is basically more forward-centric combat, which is much more exciting than backstrafing and just trying to get some shots on. It also forces you as combat players to commit to the decisions you did earlier in the fight. So it's going to be, we think it's much more exciting. Okay.
I think that's great. Slowing things down a bit.
In short, you pick SCM when you need to fight.
Stop jousting.
But navigation is for when you want to run, when you want to go fast.
Master mode switches is that they do not happen instantly. They take a while to move over. So we're now going to put our ship into the second mode, which is navigation. So navigation mode is basically the opposite of SCM. What this does, it gives you a high-speed, low-performance mode. Your shields, they will collapse. Your weapons will not be able to fire. Your defensive systems will not be functional. But you have higher speeds. So in nav mode, you can still reach the speeds of what you have currently in the PU, something, I mean, depending on the ship, sometimes 1,000 meters or 1,400 meters per second. But all your regenerative systems, so regenerating the weapon capacitor, your thruster boost, will be inhibited.
I like this.
So this means when you want to
it is literally fight or flight.
When you want to swap over. So imagine you're in a fight and you want to escape. You should not do it right away, because if you just swap to navigation mode in the hope to flee, you are being left with no shields. And the first thing that will go offline when you are hitting with distortion guns is the quantum drive. And that is important because the quantum drive will spool automatically up when you enter nav mode, and it will then unlock the higher speeds. So this means
that's why your shields go down, because the quantum drive needs the power.
As fast as possible. Luckily, navigation mode not only allows you a higher speed, but also gives you access to the new quantum travel experience, which we're going to show in a minute. So that is nav point that you see there on screen. This is
gigameters. 5.7 gigameters.
I like that.
Before we do that, I need to quickly explain what this is about.
5,000.
When you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually not really moving. You're going on a spline, and you're teleported in every frame along that spline. So there's basically no meaningful gameplay we can add there. The new quantum travel experience is fully physicalized. Physics is always on, which means when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually accelerating using our awesome physics engine. And because it's physicalized, it gives us a lot more meaningful gameplay we can play with. So Brent will start the quantum travel in a second. What will happen then is your quantum drive will initiate the jump. You will see an effect that distorts the space around you, and you will accelerate forward. During the acceleration process, so this is the time until you actually reach your cruise speed, the ship will experience forces, and you as a player, you're responsible to counter these forces. So there is an element of failure. Okay, Brent, let's show that.
They showed a bit of that already before.
Take your hands off.
Ooh.
Oh.
It's rotating.
And
it's listing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Quantum integrity failure.
Oh man. Oh man.
You mean we need skill?
Oh man.
It still did 0.6 gigameters, which is 600,000 kilometers.
The failed attempt to quantum travel.
Yeah.
Brad wasn't countering the forces, therefore he was thrown out, the quantum bubble collapsed and threw you out. Your ship doesn't like that. IFCS needs 5-6 seconds to recover from that, during which time you're just tumbling, right? And this is not just like dependent on your skills. If you think selecting a proper quantum drive doesn't matter in the future, think again. You want to take care of your quantum drive, you want to repair it and keep it in good shape. So if you buy a cheap one, your travel will not
that is going to be
faster,
a sequence of images.
Might be harder. Okay,
like
done properly.
Question? Think again.
Yeah. Okay, let's see this.
Right. He's gonna counter this time.
Now he didn't select that. Hang on, because he didn't select that point.
It was a distress signal. Yeah.
But he just pointed in the direction and hit go.
Yeah.
Which is
a bubble locked.
Okay. Now you can step away.
Cool.
The bubble is locked. You can now go hands off.
And your character can get a
Yeah.
This is amazing.
A pilot actually has to do something now.
Oh, that looks so good.
Oh, very Star Wars-like.
Okay, I have to leave.
The second variant of quantum travel.
No.
Okay.
For short-range jumps. Sometimes you jump somewhere.
I will be
go
back.
somewhere, and you see the next point of interest. It's like 12
I promise.
away.
As soon as I
I'm not
can.
going to force you anymore to travel that by hand. You will use a technical quantum.
He's talking.
It's a quantum-based short-range jump for like something between a couple of 100 kilometers to like 30,000 kilometers or so.
So this is directionless.
The process of
this is
the same,
yeah.
but the quantum bubble will not stabilize itself, so you need to be hands-on for the whole time, and the speeds are naturally, slower, but it's not slow, it's still quantum traveling, right? Okay, so Brent, can you boost to reinforcement needed? Yeah, let's go there, let's boost. Oh, actually...
I mean,
he didn't actually align it. Yeah.
Okay, so what Brent is currently showing here is, I think I forgot to mention, quantum boosting works in every direction. You don't need
Yes! But the big jump, he actually did align with the... Yeah.
But the boost, you just go.
Yeah.
Brent is awesome.
Which is amazing.
Okay, so now, please boost to reinforcements needed.
Bye, I'll be back.
Bye.
All right.
So if there's enough point and you boost, your quantum travel system will pick that knife point to go to. Welcome to...
Okay, the exit went in the wrong direction, but okay.
As you can see, there's a lot of UI happening right now. There's a lot of context there. And this is not an online demo, it's a single player. So that means all these units there, they're friendly and hostiles, they're probably fighting with each other. Which is a good segue to talk about AI improvements. And there's one man who can tell you all about AI. This is the man with the nicest legs at CIG. Well, please welcome Diego Marty Mason.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, look at the hit markers, like you can see them from so far away.
So who's excited to see the new AI changes?
This is amazing.
Hi everyone, as Yogi said, my name is Diego Marty Mason and I am the AI programmer focusing on the fly combat. Over the past year, we've been working on delivering a thrilling experience to the AI encounters. Let me first walk you through our journey. We first started looking at the current AI behavior in the PU. We quickly realized how uniform fighting was, and how we were not using all of the tech available to us to make a more interesting experience. We had the foundations, and we wanted to learn more about how you, the players, do your combat encounters in the verse. So we did this by getting combat recordings, analyzing videos, and internal playtesting, where we were hammering each other for hours. It was fun, unless you went up against experienced fighters like they are. Anyway, with all of these data, we started crafting the first prototype, with the focus of bringing that human behavior into the AI brain. When the first version was ready to be tested, I handed it out to one of the best internal pilots in the team, Yogi. So Yogi, what do you think about my first prototype?
It was an exercise of humility. It was an exercise of humiliation. I hated it, and I blame Diego.
So this was due to the AI being able to keep a good range control and a perfect orbit around their target, whilst maintaining a constant firing solution. Come on, it's a computer. We learned a lot from our initial prototype, and it really helped us to define what we wanted to deliver. A combat experience where the AI gets challenging, makes mistakes, just like us, humans. We want players to leave every combat encounter with a feel of satisfaction by encouraging you to keep on the move and make use of the vehicle systems available to you, so you can at least try to win the fight. Let's see how we brought this new iteration of combat to life. We broke down in multiple stages. The first one, interception. Then the main engage phase, which we broke in different tactics: strafer, jouster, chaser, and finally, disengage. Let's switch to the demo. As you can see, Brent has encountered a skirmish. Let's talk more about the combat flow there. Okay, we will start with interception. After acquiring the target, the primary aim is to close the gap with the target. If the AI is already near the target, the interception phase is skipped completely. If it's too far, it will tell the AI to use the new master mode to swap into navigation mode and make use of the full speed to chase. Swapping back to SCM mode when we are in a striking distance. That leads us to our second phase, engage. Here the AI selects an adequate tactic based on combat environment. These are choosing via the traits and tactic selector system. You've heard more about them in the previous talk by Francesco. So let's talk about the strafer. As this is a 6 degrees of freedom game, it's the natural combat shape adopted by pilots. We have related the same behavior to our AI, ensuring also that orbits are closed and adding variations to include rolling. Strafers will break combat if they cannot keep an orbit. So now we see how the hammerhead is being attacked by hornets. These hornets are jousters. Jousters consist of performing straying attacks whilst outputting a lot of firepower, blowing through, smooth turning, and repeating. We added variations for the more skilled pilots, like skid roll attacks, that provide a spiral-like flight path. Jousters are also good at monitoring for back strafers, so if they cannot get into strike distance, they will just break. And finally, the chaser. Now, Bren is going to get there in a second, but the chaser is going to be the cutlass, which is following one of the hornets and is allied with the hammerhead. Now, we are really far away, 10 kilometers. So the chaser, it will try to always stay on the target 6. The idea is to force the target into a defensive stance by making them turn into the chaser. This maneuver will be seen mainly in squads and atmosphere combat. The final phase, which can happen at any time, depending on the combat situation, is disengage. This phase is triggered based on constantly listening to multiple events in parallel. To name a few: critical health, damage to shields, or weapons depleted. There is also a shorter version of disengage that we call pace breaks, which occurs during long periods of combat due to fatigue, nature of the combat encounters. These pace breaks are short and the main objective is to perform a simple maneuver to gain a new vantage position and strike again. This new flow is what encompasses the core of our new AI Fly combat experience, in combination with AI traits that will give designers the tools to tailor each combat encounter in the verse. Like, for example, they can choose the ace traits that will allow AI pilots to make use of all of the ship's angular velocity so they can keep a more precise orbit. So for some of you out there, it's going to be a good challenge. While we've been mainly focusing on fighter behavior, we've also started to follow the same process to other ship types, like gunships and capitals. In the near future, we want to deliver experience where going against a capital ship like an Hydrus is a tough fight, that unless you bring the right combinations of tools, meaning ships that are equipped to take down capital ships, you will get demolished by their powerful turrets. Now, after all of the feedback, in our first internal playtest, we've received a lot of constructive and positive feedback. And Yogi's not longer being destroyed by the AI, so I think he likes it a bit more. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy the new AI. And back to you, Yogi.
Thank you, Diego. Okay, so now we're going to talk about, we heard about how AI makes my life hard. Now let's talk about how to return the favor. We're talking weapons. So, the weapon and aiming systems in Squadrons, they went through a lot of changes. I can only mention a couple of them, so I will go through them relatively quickly. First thing on our to-do list is basically weapon tuning. At the moment, almost all weapons in the PU are practically the same. In Squadron, that's not the case. Almost all weapons have different properties. They have like different projectile velocities, different DPS numbers. But they're not just different in terms of these numbers. They also feel different. Remember the cinch cannons from like a couple of years ago? They were very powerful weapons, but they were extremely easy to use, which made them meta weapons. So we're going to bring the cinch cannon back, but we make sure that the amount of work you put into these cannons in order to employ them is on par with the other guns. So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to do to make sure that weapons have a lot of pros and cons and avoid meta. Specifically for this build, Brent is equipped with a I think a close and runner laser repeater. Can you fire it once? Yeah. And the other weapon he has is he has 2 weapons on the wings, which are Getz cannons, size 3. With 1 push, they're actually firing 2. So we're also gonna have burst weapons and so on. Okay, cool. So a problem we have in space games is controlling the engagement ranges, because we want to bring the fights close. But the problem is that, well, how do I put this? Weapons usually, in order to bring them close, what the game devs usually do is they just restrict the ranges. Like in the PU, a lot of the weapons have exactly a range of 1,400 kilometers, which means often the fights occur at 1,399 meters. This is not a good way for us to control the weapons. And we tried out things like damage fall off, so that bullets get more damaging the closer you are. But the problem there is, how do you communicate that to the player? So we're going to do a couple of different things with that in the future. Let's see when the graph comes on. Okay, so show of hands or show, which of you has an Ares? Okay. As an Ares pilot, you might know the following problem. You have a target. You're going to aim at it. And then you...
Yes.
What the... Okay. I need to go back. Okay, there's actually some stuff not there anymore. I don't know. What happens when you aim with your crosshair over the pip is that you... actually not aiming at the pip. The legacy system gives you a pip which does not show you where the weapon needs the pip. The new aiming system actually produces the pips based on where the weapon sees them and reprojects them on the target. That means the aiming information you're getting is actually much, much more precise. And this is a very interesting, sorry, I said the completely wrong thing. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Okay. Controlling weapon ranges, sorry. I'll do it now, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Okay, controlling ranges. In the future, all the weapons will get much, much longer ranges. Size 1 weapons will fly to up to 5 or 6 kilometers before the despawn. The way how we do this, is we're adding spread. Because spread is for us is a very good indication on how to control the ranges. This is not a one-to-one relationship there, so don't worry, you won't get like spread with like 20 degrees offset or something like that. Don't worry, right? But if we compare the spread of the weapon with the target size, we know when the weapon is in range. We know when you actually are close enough so that the majority of your hits can hit, and we're telling that. We're telling that via the aiming system now. So Brent, let's go back to the demo. If you get a green pip and a green crosshair, it means you have a high chance of your weapons hitting the target.
Yes, high chance, not completely just cut off.
Until
Good.
The pips and the
Thank
crosshair
you.
turn red. This does not mean that the ship is out of range. You can still hit it, but you might waste bullets. This also has the benefit that, I'm not sure if you saw that before, but if you look at how many bullets are in the air, you're actually getting a lot of bullets, a lot more bullets, and it just looks a lot better. Okay, Brent, just kill these guys now. Bam! Oh, well. Okay, so that was this one. Okay, the thing you might have seen is that Brent is loaded with size 3 guns on size 3 gimbals. That means we're removing the N-1 system. That The reason for that is the original intention of like controlling the performance between joystick and mouse players just didn't work out, and the new aiming system is flexible enough to deal with these differences. So we're just removing it and keep going. So next point, pip grouping. If you have different weapons with different projectile velocities, you will get different pips. Because merging the pips makes no sense for us anymore, because the weapons are going to have vastly different projectile speeds. So if Brent, for example, enables all the weapons now, you get separate pips. So let's talk a bit about pip optimizations here. And this is the thing I messed up before. Again, who is an Ares? If you aim at your target, you get a pip, right? Your Ares owners know that. You aim at the pip, you shoot, you miss. And this is because the pip is not being shown where you need it. In the future, we're actually offsetting the pip where the weapon sees it and then reproject this onto the crosshair.
So it's exactly the same as the FPS cursor now.
You hit. No, when you then shoot, you hit. And this is, of course, also communicated by the aiming system. So when the pips turn green and when the crosshair turns green, just shoot. Okay, so now to the actual best part. We cannot take down this hammerhead. It's too big for us. But we can cripple it. The weak points on the hammerhead are the turrets. The way we're going to do this in the future is with precision targeting mode. Brent? Enable precision targeting mode?
Yes.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
What this does, it does 3 things. You get this full zoom on the target. You get a lower RPM of your weapons, which increases or decreases the spreads for more precision, and you get the painting mechanic. Anywhere where you put your crosshair on that ship, it will tell the gimbal system where to aim at. So if Brent now attacks the turrets, your aiming system will automatically lead the shots. Bam! 1 turret down.
I was wondering how they were going to pull this off.
But it kind of looks like you have to be stationary.
This is now understood that it's not good.
Or it's very, very difficult, very easy to crash into things because you have such a narrow field of view now.
Will fight against sub-targets and so on. The good thing about this, it also works even without painting the target directly, so you can do very, very precise warning shots. And there's no aim assist that kind of like destroys your aiming processes. Okay, so the fight is now over. Sorry, I need to rush this a little bit because I messed up stuff before. And you're going to look at Pyro 3.
On
Okay, Brent, switch to nav mode and bring us down to that landing spot. So Pyro 3 is also called Bloom. It's a very big planet with a nice atmosphere. And, oh.
That's gonna take a bit.
Oh well, something's wrong with the throttle. We'll try to go down as fast as possible though. I said game.
It's very jittery and jerky.
Like he's been trying to engage quantum, but it's not working.
Okay. Gonna go there now?
Maybe.
Okay. Yeah, steeper angle, that works. Okay, so the thrusters on your ship.
Oh, he was skating off the atmosphere.
Well, we're talking spaceships here, right? And we have thruster efficiency curves on these thrusters. So at some point, especially the MEF thrusters, they will cease working because they don't like atmosphere. They will overheat very, very quickly. So there's the question: what happens when you go
control
down to a planet
surfaces?
And you want to rotate
Control
your ship
surfaces?
with your thrusters off? Well, we'll see. Can you go to external view? Can you waggle your tail? Okay, back first person. Okay, so what you see here is the new aerodynamics model. Because obviously our left stick is somewhat damaged or so, we can't be as fast as we want. Actually, Brent, can you try W and S on the keyboard instead? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh. No, it doesn't. Yep. Okay. No, the stick is affecting us. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna go down as far as possible. So the new aerodynamic system is a complete replacement of the aerodynamic system that you currently have, and you need your control surfaces to actually turn the ship around. It simulates the airflow over lift surfaces.
A lot of ships don't have those.
The slower you become, the less effective those control surfaces will be in order to turn your ship. So we can demonstrate this. So if Brent just sits here and yaws left and right, you will see he cannot go further than that. That is in line with what real airplanes also experience when they're trying to use the rudder to yaw left and right. So what Brent can do here is he can roll and he can pull to actually change his direction.
What is this, Flight Simulator now?
Okay, so just for this demo, we added a button. The button is called Thruster Disconnect. Because at the moment in the PU, when you...
Don't make it a demo only.
To rotate, we're not doing that anymore. So Brent, disconnect the thrusters, please, and put the ship into a purposeful stall. A stall happens when the airflow over a wing ceases. Or over a lift surface ceases. And then at some point you will not have any authority anymore, and your ship will not turn and so on, and you will basically fall out of the sky. That is naturally a state that every plane wants to avoid naturally, right? And this is happening right here. Brent is not able to use the control surfaces right now because the ship is in a process of stalling. However, the airflow will pull the nose back into the wind, and once you have enough speed, he can actually, well, he gets authority back over these control surfaces. That means for you as players, which
they have the same
aerobraking,
screen space shadow issue as N321.
You can even do like competitions, like I don't know, like drop ships out of orbit and then see how far they glide. This is all possible with a new system. So let's talk about the problem. How do you come to a stop now? To come to a stop with the new system, you need to purposefully put the ship into a stall. But don't worry, when we don't have the thrusters disconnected, IFCS will help you. So you're gonna bring down the speed more and more until you're reaching stall speed, which is about now, and then the thrusters will kick in and catch you.
That's cool. Okay.
That means, however, you are now in a state that the thrusters don't like, right? So at the moment we have turned this off, but in the future you will not be able to hold this for long. So if Brent, for example, now from a hover, strafe is left, more left, more left, more left. The wind flow again pulls the ship over, and you go forward again.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so now Brand, now show us how to come to a hover, and do we have some water here? Oh yeah, there's our point. Okay. Highway.
What you doing? Why water?
Why water?
Okay, so there's our landing point.
In the case of a water landing...
I don't know, 100 meters per second. So we're trying to land somewhere here. Whoa, look at this!
Oh, that's why water. Mm.
Yeah, the water's great, like, awesome. Okay, so now we're coming to a... so now Brent will try to land with a broken throttle.
Oh, it's falling towards the... Yep.
And yeah, he's aided a little bit here by the landing gear, so he has landing gear out, I think, because that automatically enables precision mode at the moment, so that you're a little bit slower, but you can of course like turn this off as a player. And then you come smoothly down to a landing. The best way to land your ship is in decoupled, because you can just like very smoothly land it on the surface. And clunk. And now you're gonna power down the ship.
I just hover and turn the engines off.
Engines off first. Then we're in the relaxed pose again, as Ines showed before. Power off.
Oh, I see. Engines on.
Not off. Don't put the canopy off. And get out of the ship. And probably go for a swim or something. Okay, that was a bit of a buggy, bumpy ride, but thank you for taking the time with us. And we'll see you in the verse. Thank you.
Very good updates.
Thank you so
very,
much.
very good updates.
Everybody, it's time for lunch. We'll be back around 2:45.
Okay,
so get
cool.
yourself some food, get yourself some drinks, give yourself some snacks.
Shall we break as well?
And then be back in Hall A when we come
Cool.
back, because
Shall we take a break as well?
forward,
Yeah, yeah. A little bit?
You're not going to want to be anywhere else. We'll see you at 2:45, everybody. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye. I need to pee.
Just do this, which means we're now on. Okay, that's cool. And now it works. Now it works fine. So it's just studio mode. Okay. Do not perceive me. That's quite the command. Alright, there we go. And then move it down, 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 down. We all do. 1, 2, 3. There we go. I got it. Alright. It does, yeah. I'm gonna lock it so I don't accidentally move it. Okay. Cool. We're ready to rock and roll. So we are currently muted. Would you guys like to come off mute?
I say we just do the rest of the stream with interpretive dance.
Yeah. I am willing also to do sign language.
I'm good with that. I would love to see you do interpretive dance for the rest of
if it means you can shut up.
Damn!
Not say that, Darch!
But I did. Alright, stop watching that.
I will get rid of that.
Alright, we got about 12 minutes.
Yeah. Well, theoretically, they said they were coming back at 2:45 local, which is actually 3 minutes.
45? Oh shit, okay. Let me grab a replacement beer then. Shit.
But they may have just been,
They were 20 minutes late going in, so...
Yeah, they may or may not.
No, my sex tape.
That's good, Dave.
Yep. They're late. It's the name of the follow-up drama sequel. Tish are the sound effects to my sex tape.
Oh
god.
I hope that David's able to escape soon.
No, he's stuck being in my sex tape, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's okay.
It's got its ups and its downs.
As do all sex tapes.
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. Hopefully you had a good meal. I missed you guys so much, except for you. You know who you are, and you know what you did, and I will never forget you.
Jared looks younger.
But for everyone else, I hope you had a good lunch, and welcome back. We're back on the Citizencon show floor here to do our last little bit of the community booze. It has been a phenomenal 2 days, and we cannot thank enough everyone who has been here to give us the love and support as you guys have been watching the show. On the community booth floor, you guys have been in the theater. It's been nothing but amazing smiles.
I just loved how the young lady came in and she was like, "Perceive me!"
And so we're going to go over to a place that makes everybody smile. Soul Citizen. Now, this is a group that is all about diversity and inclusion in Star Citizen. You know,
Jared's alright. The beer gives you something to hang on
not
to.
the most polite people sometimes. So we want to have an org where diversity and inclusion is forefront in their mission statement, and no one does it better than Soul Citizen. These guys are phenomenal. We got my man
this
Griff
fast card.
here. Griff, how is it going?
And Gio.
Doing good.
And
Awesome,
Griffin.
man. It's so good to see you guys. You know, what's been your experience?
Oh, come on,
having Soul
Pascal.
Citizen
Stand up to say
be this
hello. Oh,
huge
shit.
org that is a safe
Yeah.
space for gamers of all colors, genders, sexualities, orientations. What's been your guys'
He's right. Just Fastcar doesn't have a leg to stand on when it comes to that.
First off, we're not an org because people want us to be an org. What we are is a group of gamers who back and support the game, but particularly of diversity. When Fast Cart and I first got this going, we talked about being able to...
In about 9 minutes, they'll go over to Calvin and JR about our booth.
But ultimately, we decided to expand diversity into not only just being African American, but LGBTQ.
Get yourself someone
age. I'm 60.
that looks at you the way Fast Cart looks at
male,
Griff.
female, and everybody pretty much has a different feeling about the game and very supportive of the project.
Fantastic. So even Jared Huckabee could play this game, is what I'm hearing. It's you guys are going for like the elder statesman, so that's fantastic to hear.
Hey, Mark,
what giveaways are you guys doing? I hear you guys are doing a really cool giveaway at the top of every hour. Is that correct?
At the top of every hour, if anyone comes to our table, if they're the first one to come here and they say what our table number is.
Hey, there was a StarFab poster.
Our friends are the folks with Star Jump Station, with Grim, Ender, and Starlet. They couldn't be here, but they donated these posters of their work of the Fleet Viewer. And so we have signed this for everyone. For all the members here have signed it. And if you come here at the top of the hour, if you're the first one, we will give you one of these signed posters, specifically from Star Jump Station, because we love them. They're a great group, and they've contributed so much to the community.
That is awesome. Thank you guys so much. Soul Citizen, come check them out. Again, a safe space for gamers of any race, creed, nationality. You guys will find a home here. Thank you guys so much. We're going to move on now to Quantum. These guys are all about the medical gameplay loop. These guys are, oh my goodness, I almost needed them for a second. That was disastrous. How's it going, guys? You guys are the forefront org designed to help with medical gameplay wherever gamers may be in need. You guys actually have a really interesting Discord tool for anyone, even if they're not in your server, if they're not in your group, to get your services. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so the Abe spot that we designed is to be in other people's Discords.
How would you pronounce this?
Command will actually send the ping to our Discord as well as all of our partners through the
I would wait for a sneeze.
Beacon System bot, or ABES for short.
And say that one more time, just so everyone's clear. What is the name of that bot?
The Alliance Initiative Beacon System.
PLL? The ABES bot.
You just PLL.
Where you can go ABE.
Okay.
The ABES
Okay.
bot.
I wasn't
To
far
see
off.
from
No, we
Quantum
weren't far off.
what do
No,
you guys
no.
have next on the horizon as your guys' org is expanding ever greatly?
Yeah, it's a bit out of focus, but there's a handful right below it.
So every time we get any type of information, we always try to think about how it's going to affect us. Yesterday, we saw the fires on the ships and everything, and we already started talking about a fire rescue unit.
Firefighters in space is the coolest thing I think I can think of. Thank you guys, Quantum. You guys rock. Everyone here has been phenomenal so far, and we are going to end our last community booth segment for the day with Imperium. Now, when I say these guys have an amazing set piece that has wowed everyone at CIG, I mean it. Let's take a look at this amazing Bengal carrier. Like, guys, this is phenomenal. Let's see if we can get a good shot of that. Make sure we get a great shot of how detailed that Bengal carrier is. It is sleek. It is sexy. God, I just want it for myself. So, man, that is just so cool. So with me are some Imperium guys. What's up, guys?
You have $50,000.
So, you know, let's say a young, charismatic host named Schman, for example, wanted to steal that Bengal carrier. Where exactly is it going?
Well, if you live in LA, it's actually going to be staying right in here. It's going to be down to the Santa Monica office, so it's going to be present inside their studio. If you go check it out after Citizencon, it's going to be there in perpetuity.
Yes, suck it, Austin. LA wins, finally. So what has your guys' Citizencon experience been so far? How have you guys been repping Imperium here on the show floor?
Well, I mean, obviously, very
So
well.
a Bengal
is the
carrier
answer.
in your pocket, or are you
it's
just
been
pleased to see
fantastic,
us?
man, having everyone here. This is about half of the people we've had present, so it's been a fantastic showing from our organization. It's been a labor of love putting this together, being present, answering questions. It's been great to see everybody coming around, showing support. It's been fantastic, so thank you.
Yeah, we've been seeing you guys build this throughout the past 2 days, and to see it finished finally, for those of you at home, there are no easy words to say how cool this thing looks.
Yeah, for size.
It's immaculate. So thank you guys at Imperium. I know
Yeah.
that everyone at the LA office is going to appreciate this so much. All right, we're going to toss it back to Jared momentarily. Thank you guys again so much for checking out the community booths. We'll see you guys back here again. In the meantime, stay safe and see you in the verse.
Oh.
Alt what? Function F4. There we go. Hi, everybody.
I'm at the Pyro Playground. I said, hey, at some point during the 2-day event, I want to get out from behind backstage and, come see what the thing's all about. So I'm here in Pyro. Why don't you come around here and see? I am, of course, an expert Star Citizen player. Why don't you come on over here. You see what I'm doing? I am attempting to open a door right now. How do I open the door, Daniel? It's not this door? That's not the door? Also, you're not Daniel, are you? You're Adam. All right, so we are here. What station is this, Adam? No, remember. No, put the mic in.
Oh, this is Checkmate.
This is Checkmate. This is Checkmate Station. So this is where the demo starts. And what do we do when we're here at the demo?
This is where your hebs are. So, yeah, you can't go back in. Okay. You want to go straight. You want to follow the exit signs. So left. And those are your elevators.
Are these ones going to kill me?
No, these should not be the death elevators.
Not even in Pyro?
No guarantees on that.
I want you to go on record. Look at that camera and say the elevators in Pyro won't kill you.
I'm going to say no guarantees that the elevators in Pyro won't kill you.
Smart man.
All right, so we take the elevator, and where do we go next?
You're going to go to the entrance.
All right.
I see it, David.
Push the button. Look at this guy.
So one of the other players will do it for you.
Or did he never leave the call? Maybe he never left the
call. No,
he never left the call, no.
Let them see Pyro. People are tired of seeing my dumb face. There we are. So where am I going now, Adam?
You want to make a left?
This way?
No, you went too far.
You went too left.
You gotta follow the exit signs.
I don't see anything.
There you go.
All this environmental storytelling.
Exit. I saw an exit sign.
This is the experience that you just walked through.
All right, up here?
Yep.
And another elevator. All right. So what does this say here?
Okay.
I can't read. I know that's Rough and Ready.
To suck.
Part.
All right, yeah. So Rough and Ready are the gang that runs the Checkmate Station. All right. Well, everybody, I am not going to subject you to my first time here in Pyro for any longer. We're going to throw it to the first of our two-part environmental presentations, starting with Living on the Edge. So take it away, everybody. And
that's the most polite. That's the most polite. Fuck off, Mum. I'm trying to play a game I've ever heard.
Leave me alone.
And pause it, Mom. It's multiplayer. I didn't know Adam Sandler was a game developer.
I had the exact same thought.
Hi, everyone. My name is Khan Chuckett. I'm the lead level designer for the PU. I will give you an introduction to our locations when it comes to the design, a high-level overview of the design of our locations. I'm going to describe you the processes of our workflow and the goals that we aim to achieve. So, to break down our process a bit, this is very high level, but it starts out with a pre-production phase, an ideation phase. Here everything starts out in the mind. We bring it down to paper, sketch, write, formulate a plan based on our overall design goals. And then it moves on to the blocking stage. You might have heard of this, like the white box and gray box phase. This essentially contains all of the gameplay that you would see in the final product. Basically, the way it's meant to be played, and we test this out with a lot of iteration and, yeah, a lot of testing. And it's basically, the white box is not in a stage where it's presentable, but that comes now. So on the right, as you see, the food court that Adam is going to be showing you later.
It's a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, this is the final product, VFX, lighting, everybody had their pass on this. And level design or other designers still maintains the space and makes sure that the systems that get created are being retroactively implemented.
Salty Mike's favorite snack.
So, one key aspect of game development in general is the balance of narrative, visuals, and gameplay. So all these interplay, they interconnect, and it's the foundation that runs through all game environments. So it's important to communicate context, and here in this draw over, you see that narratively, we see sort of a dangerous environment. The spiky shapes here are sort of threatening. We see defensive structures. We can expect some enemy NPCs here, but it's also an old village. Maybe there's some exploration, some loot to be found. And then what's also important is communicating goals. So goals can be the pathways that you take, the gateways that bring you from one step to another, and so on. Okay, whoops. Yep. There we go. Okay, since we're a sandbox game, accommodating playstyles is pretty important. So playstyles meaning going guns in blazing, shooting at everything and everybody, going more of a stealthy, infiltration-y pathway if you wanted to, but also all the social aspects that you know from Stanton. And to do this, we establish...
I love this.
So one of the core design philosophies is granting the player the freedom of choice to do what they want to do at any point.
But that was also already shown.
And we do this by establishing or defining multiple pathways of or archetypes that we call primary, secondary, and tertiary pathing. So the first one is pretty straightforward. In a social setting, you have the goal right in front of you, and it's a single goal, such as here in the Habs. In a combat setting, this is very exposed, so it's dangerous to traverse this route. Where it gets more complex is when you have, such as with this outpost here, when you have multiple goals that can be equally important to the player at any given point. This is where we need to have a bit more design put into it with, for example, the landmarks that serve as orientation points. So to help you orientate yourself wherever you are in this location. And leading you to these locations by utilizing shape language and composition. The second path is, these are secondary pathways, so these are alternative routes. And these are options that are offered to you as you traverse the area on the primary path, for example. And so you may know this as a tourist when you go to a new city and you look around the corner and you see an alleyway that sort of looks nice and it evokes your curiosity and you want to investigate. In a combat setting, these are covered approaches or opportunities for you to flank the enemy to get to your goal, which could be this building on that sketch. Versus more open spaces, when you have, in a combat setting, in open spaces, you tend to be a bit more stationary because you want to feel more secure, unless you're in a vehicle. The third path is tertiary pathing. So these are more hidden infiltration routes, especially discoverable throughout the rundown stations that Anna will be presenting later on. And these are mostly discoverable to the attentive eye. You can explore these, find loot, or different routes to traverse through the station. Environment interactivity. You might have seen this in a previous presentation. It's very important to ground the player to their environment, offering them ways of interaction, being able to change the state of rooms, to toy with the AI, or just simply being able to unblock your pathway. Where it gets a bit more complex is when you talk about resource network systems, such as in day one when Torsten mentioned that we're planning to implement this as well in locations. And this will allow the player to engage with their environment in different ways. They will be able to power up or down entities such as turrets, gates, and doors, and also alter life support systems. And also this ties into security systems. So being able to power up or down certain sections of a security system. And security systems in turn will be dependent on security tokens that you will be able to grab from other NPCs in your environment to then gain access to other terminals, to security terminals or other areas.
Makes sense.
Reputation is a big topic for us, especially with Pyro. So reputation, what does it mean? It means that it's basically your standing, your relationship with factions, and factions are the UEE in Stanton, or outlaw gangs, especially now in Pyro. And this will define your play style within this environment. So it will define how you experience the location that you're in a more social context or in a more combative context. So we talk about reputation gates as well, especially in the later presentations. So in the case of the food court, in the rundown station, we have multiple floors. So the first floor is the gang floor, and that might require you to have a better relationship with the owner of this location.
What was that top left? Dedicated driver?
Will give you unique mission givers that you can go to and accept a mission that are offering you missions themed after the faction or the owner of this location, but also give you access to unique gear.
Or it could be Didi from Lecture and Didi, and she's gone rogue.
Ship weapons and items. You might have seen these locations in the demo if you've played it. So to close this all off and move on to the other
presentation. The big bad now.
The glue behind all of our locations is the content. It is the reason why you go to these locations in the first place, and our main goal right now is to not have that divide between social and gameplay as much as we do in Stanton, but mix it up a little and make that dependent
I'm not the smartest man, but I know that that's not how you drink something.
And yeah, we're looking into more content. As you've seen listed there, there's a bunch of new stuff coming as well. With the later presentations, for example,
is it breaking the fourth wall?
In the second portion. We're also looking into rates. But yeah, that's it for me. I will pass it over to Eddie now. Hope you've enjoyed this. Take care. Bye.
Hi, everybody.
So this is just a repeat of the 400i mission, like they showed off in a previous Citizencon.
Director on Star Citizen for locations. Before we start, I'd like to mention that all of the footage we're about to see comes from our current stable builds. So all of that beautiful tech, all of those features that we've seen in the last 2 days is coming from our tech development builds. Now, all those features are going to make their way to you, of course, eventually. But that is the reason you're not going to see some of them in the builds today. I just wanted to get ahead of the comments a little bit there.
Okay.
So with that said, what am I going to be talking about? Well, I'm really excited to show you that the hard work that the Sandbox One team have been doing to expand our new outpost locations. I'm going to start by going over how we've expanded the library and what that means we can now achieve with the new locations, and then how we achieve that variety from the library by categorizing our locations into both archetypes and themes, and what that means for you as a player. So, I don't know if you remember this, but at Citcon in 2021, we showed this new style of outpost for the first time. Now, at this point, we had our art style locked in. We'd worked on our library of content to the point where we could make smaller locations like this one, but with a limited amount of variety between each one. And this is what that library of modules looked like at that point. We'd established our main building modules as well as some of our larger buildings and a number of smaller secondary and dressing and standalone modules. But each outpost couldn't be too large without there being some obvious repetition between the modules used. So let's have a look at that library today. So,
oh wow, okay. A bit behind.
In order to achieve that greater visual and design delta between each outpost and have them not
Star Citizen RTS win
of one another, we've massively expanded our module library in terms of breadth and depth. And what I mean that we go broad by making more modules with different purposes, and we go deep by creating multiple thematic overlays for each of those modules as well. I'll go into what that means a little bit in a minute. But the challenge of a sandbox location like this, as you can see, it's not about building a single unique location. That can be quite straightforward, to be fair. It's about giving our artists and designers the building blocks, the affordance to build multiple locations that all feel somewhat different, even if they do share that same basic DNA. So it's about creating both the ingredients at the same time as the recipes and making sure all of those flavors work in harmony with one another for both visuals and gameplay. So every individual part has to take into consideration all of those design philosophies. So every single module has to take into consideration those design philosophies that Khan mentioned. But we also have to make sure that they work with those same principles when an artist or a designer combines them into any one of a number of different layouts. So the more ingredients we have to work with, the more recipes we can create. But with that complexity comes the challenge of keeping everything harmonious. So we like to think we've done a pretty good job with that. But that's me. Using this expanded library, we've been able to increase the individual location size because there's less of that obvious repetition between buildings within any single location. And we can't really call...
But this remind me of Andor.
...outposts anymore. They become something more like settlements and imply a larger and more established community. Now, as a player, it will mean a lot more to explore and do at any single individual location with a localized and personal feeling mission types that might see you moving around a single settlement to complete objectives or doing short hop missions between clusters of settlements on a single
It's about the size of Area 18.
You might head up to a ridge to repair some wind turbines.
Like the square bit,
An outlaw attack from a neighboring outpost, or on the opposite side, you might be stealing or destroying vehicles for the criminal gang that you're working for. But in the art department, we always say show, don't tell. So let's stop looking at slides and let's have a look at some of the locations in game.
Wow. I love all of the ancient bits and pieces of ships. Hey, it's the Drake Herald. The ship no one cares about.
Hey. Took me a month to make that model.
Builded it faster than CIG.
Yeah. Well, I had their work to build off of. Ooh. There's a cutie.
Oh, I love the. Oh, I still. It's been in forever.
Thank you. So, what flavors of outposts did we just see there? Well, we categorize them in two different ways, as I said, and then we mix and match those categories together to provide that variation. Now, the first and primary category is the archetype, and they provide that core gameplay hook and define the main function of a settlement. So scrapyards have a landing pit module for repairs and refueling. Mining operations can have a refinery module and ore extractors for resource and commodity trading. And trading posts themselves allow a broader range of item purchases through the dedicated trade building module. And I mentioned earlier some more like general mission types that you might find that would be agnostic of archetype. And the archetypes themselves reflect that primary gameplay function of a settlement, but there's also a middle layer. Of course, we don't want these locations to just be a glorified shop or repair station. So there's to be more secondary activities to do locally to an outpost that are also defined by its archetype. So you may find scrapyards can offer salvage-related gameplay and missions. Trading posts can also offer delivery missions or hauling and cargo gameplay, and farms can offer crops and fauna as resources for gathering or trading. So with archetypes as our primary category, in addition, we mix in a secondary category, and these are the thematic overlays. Now, at the moment, we have two main themes. Internally, we call these independent and outlaw.
Okay.
So themes offer additional variation on top of the archetypes to inform the look and feel of a location. Not just visually,
and the overlays,
which people you'll interact with there, how they'll respond to you based on your rep, what types of missions you'll have available to take on. So themes don't change the fundamental architecture of a space or the archetype of a location, but they do drastically alter the mood and feel, as well as altering the gameplay experience significantly. And again, let's take a look at the first of our themes, our independent theme.
Looks very cozy.
I love this.
Just size one ship weapon on a shelf. What was that?
Skeletal ships, man.
Yeah. Like, it was, like, completely scrapped or stripped of resources to make the settlement.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, is that tobacco? Looks like tobacco.
No, it's tobacco.
Tobacco. Oh, right, yeah. Where's that from?
The Simpsons.
Simpsons.
Oh, okay.
So, as a neutral player, the independent theme presents a much more social, visual, and gameplay experience. The primary visual read across both themes, so across both Outlaw and Independent, comes from those common architectural forms, and they're generally all more rounded and soft in shape, and the building manufacture techniques are more robust and primitive, with single-story dwellings built from stucco and bare metal. But for this theme specifically, we use soft textiles, warm lighting and color palettes, foliage, decoration that layer on top of those utilitarian structures to give that sense of home. And I use the word home for our independent theme quite a lot because we really want to get that feeling that this is home for the people that live there despite those harsh realities of frontier life. And in contrast to that, we have a theme that lies in a direct opposition to the independence, which we call the Outlaw theme. So let's take a look at that now as well.
Alright, this is the Outlaw stuff. You can tell they're outlaws because they set it on fire.
Oh, also garbage.
Also garbage, yeah. And yeah. And flies, rotting meats. Ew. Yeah, and it's a lot more RGB lighting instead of like just warm white.
Yeah.
And gamers, obviously outlaws.
I mean that. Seems self-evident, right?
Ooh, nasty. You.
Oh, tried to throw the grenade, got shot in the head.
At least he's auto-disposing of the evidence, because the grenade's going to explode on top of him.
Functional settlements being completely overrun by the various criminal elements that inhabit the system. And visually, we have themes of a regressed and subverted civilization. So we layer on top of the architecture these spiked and aggressive forms, and we have evidence of a squalid living arrangements, and lighting comes from fires or poorly maintained fixtures. Some spaces are going to be recognizable as deformed versions of the independent theme, but some have been completely changed to more nefarious purposes. And while both themes employ all of the various alternative pathing and traversal considerations that Khan detailed just earlier, the outlaw spaces are weighted more towards combat. But just because these spaces are more dangerous and the experience can be combative,
I mean, it's where Maze is made, I guess.
So if you as a player choose to be a criminal working up your rep with a headhunter gang, you'd be welcome at the trading posts, and you'd be able to buy and sell items or take on missions. But you probably won't then be very welcome at the independent-themed locations, and that's where you'd get your combat experiences. So while the outlaw theme looks very different, the functionality of those archetypes still remain. So I've talked about the kinds of outposts we've been hard at work on, and I hope you've enjoyed checking them out over the last 2 days in the Pyro demo. It's really made me very pleased to see people playing our content at last, so thank you for that. But where are we heading from here? Well, I hope it should be obvious that we're going to get these out for the first Pyro release. We still have some final optimization and polish passes to do across the whole library. We're also going to be expanding the amount of these locations throughout Pyro and beyond, and our tools allow us to do that very quickly now. And we've got the library as well to do it. And the new outposts are not limited to the Pyro system. They're completely system agnostic, so you can expect to see these outposts in other systems as well. And of course, we're going to look to add more ingredients, more of those modules to the library as well, to further expand the variety and depth you'll be able to see at these new locations. We want to encourage more on-foot gameplay within a smaller ecosystem of a planet to give that more localized and personal feeling experience. Our goal with these locations, as with many of the others we're going to hear about today, is to continue to work on the gameplay so that every location offers a rich playground to explore. And I guess I'd like to finish just by thanking everyone for listening today. It's really great to see you all. And I'm going to pass you over to Nick, who's going to talk about some locations who are coming in the nearer future. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. You. We are French Canadian on the here. Cool.
We have a French Canadian in the audience.
All right, guys. My name is Nicolas Pinchot. I'm from Montreal. I'm assistant art director, and I'm here today to show you the next new derelict settlement we did. But just before that, I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked on that mandate. You guys made an awesome work. I'm super happy and proud to be here today to show you that, all of you guys and to the world. So let's go to the chase and let me present you the new derelict settlement.
It's got walls around it. Ooh, hello. Another derelict ship?
Yep.
Oh yeah, they are derelict settlements, right?
I just love seeing ruined ships in the environment. It just, I don't know, it gives me a sense of being alive.
It's a big forest. Wow, I didn't know the new forests were this expansive.
Are you saying you can see the forest for the trees?
Exactly.
Shiver, thank you for
He was late at the what do they call it? Repunitory.
Wow.
Oh.
Impressive
Well, it's a refinery. That's what I do. Or is it an oil rig?
Wow.
It's a refinery.
It's a refinery.
That's the refinery, that's for sure. Wow, isn't that a cool location though?
Just mind your step, fuck's
You're
sake.
gonna have a freaking nightmare trying to get up there if you have to fight your way in. It's like cover all
It needs to rain.
It needs to rain?
It needs to be raining.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Chef's kiss.
Love the Mad Max style.
Oh, I'm sorry, not scared.
I was thinking more Waterworld.
Yeah,
Waterworld.
Waterworld.
For a very long time. Was it a natural reference for me?
I have the strangest compulsion that you could just hang out in that place if it was raining, sit there and just enjoy the environment.
Oh, by the way, we made more than 4. It's not just 4. We made more than that. So we split those settlements into categories, social and hostile. In the social one, we will have drop-off mission, shops, food, loots, and drinks. And hostile one, obviously, will be more focused combat. Let me show you what it looks like.
hope it runs better than Ghost Hollow. It's the new lag ski. Wow. Imagine being the guy making deliveries from Schmelz to that bar.
That'd be rough.
Like, alright, what's on the schedule for today? Alright, Area 18, New Babbage, and Bubba's Bar? Good old brain dead NPCs. What was that? Was that a hammerhead or something?
I didn't really see what the ship was, only that it was providing.
I like the end. All right, in summary, guys, we're going to have a lot of new location planets, links with nice mission and good gameplay. And the most important, all those locations will be in Q4 this year, available in the game.
Cool. It is Q4, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I will let now
Is it
Adam
fiscal Q4?
to
Maybe
show you more good
you know how
stuff.
they sometimes like to get.
No,
Yeah.
he this year. They wouldn't do financial quarters. And he also
Well,
said
you never
this
know.
year, so.
Hi everyone. All right. So, welcome to Rust Up Stations. I'm Adam Sanders, lead environment artist for EUL1. We're excited today to show you our efforts for the Pyro Rest Stop Stations. So, what are Pyro Rest Stop Stations? Well, these are stations reinvented. These have new themes, archetypes, and gameplay to support new and interesting experiences. Aside from the social aspects, there is gameplay and exploration on the location. I've hoped you had a chance to play the demo over the past couple of days. I know I've spoken to a few of you. It's pretty good, right? Yeah. It was a sneak peek of our current progress. Let's kick off with an overview of the Pyro system. For the Pyro system release, we plan on 6 planets and 26 stations, including jump point stations that connect for Stanton and future systems such as Magnus. Rest stop stations are either in rundown or abandoned states. Citizens of Pyro, the Rough and Ready Outlaws, and Xenothreat may control these. Our focus today on the Rough and Ready owned Pyrotech Amalgamated Fuel and Resource Station, Planet 2, Lagrange Point 4.
Well, Stanton does have as many per planet, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I love the design of this Y-shaped, like, triangular thing. What are we going to do with the Stanton stations now when these come online?
Throw them in the bin. No, make incremental improvements, I'm sure.
You just need to fix interiors. Like, I think the exteriors are fine. They just need to.
God. You know, just a nice little stop to rest and repair. I love that like 5 of the letters in medical clinic are actually
Oh, noodles.
they got the noodles.
That's where I'll be going.
Thank you. So to create a richer experience from rundown stations, we have 3 key points. So increased reputation gives you access to new areas, unique gear, and mission givers. It also relates to basic functions such as the hub clinics, which need at least a neutral standing with their owners. Combat can take place anywhere, including social areas. Numerous options for environment traversal and enhanced environmental interactions.
So does that mean no arbitrary green zones?
Lower deck and maintenance areas. These areas will offer unique content, more environment interactivity, and interconnection between areas. Our journey begins when the player arrives in the entry deck view room. The entry deck serves as the first barrier between the outside world and the interior of the station. Some inhabitants are prevented from going inside and are stuck here with no means of getting out. Slums are formed beneath the bridge, smuggling routes established. Some shopkeepers will sell you water and food on your way into and out of the station. Let's have a look.
And the door. I think it bounced back a little when it fully opened.
Yeah, it's good, and it was making lots of noise.
Doesn't really put me in a. Doesn't really ease my mind when it comes to murder elevators. Oh, a POV.
It does make me wonder how busy certain places are going to be for these explorations. You know, you're trying to weave your way through, but there's like 50 other people who are just there like, I'll just wait for you to go through the path first and I'll follow you in your wake and steal it.
Yeah.
20 stations, I don't think you're going to have like 100 players per station.
No, true. And the area, you know, hopefully the areas will be spread out enough that you won't have 20 people swarming around you as you try to do this.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, it still depends on how they plan on doing the server meshing. Like how many people they plan on cramming into the same location at one point.
Let's see how that is applied to the stations.
You know, if this is our thought as well, they've obviously sat around the table and thrown this and far more out, so they've hopefully considered it.
Reputation, you go straight through. This is no fuss, and it's the quickest way to maneuver through the station. However, you got to put the time and the effort in to get to this point. What happens if you neutral reputation? So you might be waved through, maybe you have to pay a bribe, and you don't want to pay, so you're going to have to find an alternate pathing. Or you're going to have to build up your reputation. If you have bad reputation, and for all you naughty ones out there, I know some of you exist, this applies to you. In short, you're going to have a tough time, but you have options. So stealth via other pathways might be one of those options. You build your reputation up from scratch, or you could probably fight. Let's focus on those alternate pathways. The modules on the station are broken up into several traversal areas.
It does make sense that the stand-in stations don't have these alternate routes because they actually are maintained.
As opposed to the more official.
So that's all closed off.
Most modules are interconnected with vents and maintenance shafts. These reward the players with infiltration and exploration paths as well as potential loot. So what alternative routes exist to access the station? We'll offer the opportunity to access the station through multiple EVA points on the exterior. It gives you the choice on how to tackle missions and reputation issues. These alternative entries allow the player to circumvent the ATC loop completely, useful for when your reputation with the owners would normally prevent you from going through more official ways. These serve as spaces that provide content aligned or against the owners of the station. The maintenance hatch access points are a new common sub-location to the stations. The stations are planned to house maintenance areas that increase the interconnection between all the different sub-areas of the station. They act as alternative pathways the player can take to traverse from the entrance area to the Galleria, for example. Now let's have a look at our main social space. The market. A central location for the controlling faction, it houses all their nefarious activities.
Fresh and steamy.
You can participate in their endeavors if you have the right rep. Let's have a look at some of those key features.
Peanuts, they're a mouthful.
There we go. Yes. Me gusta.
Hey, look, it's a vent slug.
A vent slug that you can eat.
Or just carry around. Hey, look, it's a sea nut.
That's a sea nut. Oh, no, no.
Oh, you don't want the sea nut?
Can you imagine? I can't believe that one of the first pieces of fauna we're getting into the game is gonna be a floor bug that you get to eat.
Another reputation gate can be found in the market.
Called a sea nut, no less.
Public. The upper floor is reserved to rough and ready outlaws and their associates. If you have increased reputation, you can access the area. You can access this area, which gives you access to premium items, top-tier mission givers, and access to new areas. We plan to house mission givers in both tiers that will give you unique jobs to further your reputation and fame across Pyro. Now let's have a look at another theme. Abandoned is a new, non-social location theme. Let's have a quick look at the current abandoned area on Checkmate.
I want there to be repair stations that are abandoned.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Like, Turok Nor.
Perfect for environmental storytelling.
Turok Nor isn't abandoned. It was.
Okay.
I mean, it depends on what you consider abandoned, because they did leave some people behind.
Yeah, they sure did. That's the type of abandoned that I would like to see.
Oh, I see. This is where the mama sea nut lives.
Exactly.
You know that brain bug from Starship Troopers?
Yeah. Exactly. I love it.
So we have entire abandoned stations as separate locations.
Oh, there you go.
There are abandoned areas within the rundown stations, much like the ones you probably see in the demo. There will be around 15 of these around the Pyro system.
Nice.
These are accessible through airlocks and breaches or other means. We aim to enhance all the space locations with a lot more gameplay content. Loot runs, exploration, creatures, missions of various types with PvE and PvP content just
Oh yeah, the sea nuts.
We're also laying a focus on environment interactivity with potential retrofit.
Tasty floral bugs.
Occupied stations.
Yum.
With the future addition of security systems and the resource network system, we will have the means to further improve the experience within these spaces and offer new challenges.
Yeah.
With power, life support, and gravity playing a key role to give the player a unique experience, especially in abandoned stations. So,
I wonder how much.
Oh, look at that!
Brings to the game. So lots more variety in space stations, with more gameplay opportunities
I wonder
within
if
a
you could
station
just
location.
steal the whole thing.
Opportunities for exploration, hidden areas, multiple options for access or traversal.
It looks like a Warhammer 40k thing.
And reputation will affect the location and gameplay.
It's a very gothic
It
architecture
lots
looking.
of new mission opportunities
Very
within social
reminiscent
space
of the Blackstone Fortress.
and multiplayer opportunities.
Oh God,
for
I'm Henry
combat
Cavill without
on
the
the
looks,
location.
charm, or money.
So I hope you have enjoyed this sample of what stations will offer and had a chance to have a go on the demo the past couple
Look, it's
of
a
days.
double Citizencon. What the
Living
hell?
on Edge presentation. Thank you for your time.
I don't know. I think the teenagers have mauled him or something.
Oh no, this is not the teenage.
Hey, everybody!
Today is the family dinner. And
We are almost
Oh, yes.
to the end of Citizencon 2953. Can you believe it? 2 days? Pyro? Star cloth? Star hair? Star citizen? All right, we've still got one more presentation to go, but I have a couple announcements I have to make. This was just handed to me by the facilities team, so bear with me. Astropub, you're going to need to redo your lore video on the history of the Zeus. Geo, you need to get some money. Authy, I need to be invited to the next ladies' night. Burks, this just says get good. Is he even here? Fast Cart, slow down. Gabby, just thanks for my bracelet. And Salty Mike, don't forget to pick up your check on the way out.
Awesome.
He's not even there.
You know, that joke is so old, we would never, ever pay him. All right. So the only real announcement I have is that Hall B is closing at 4 o'clock. So that's approximately 15 minutes. So if you wanted to get merch or anything else, you wanted to peek at one last community booth, you've only got about 15 minutes left to do that before we close Hall B. In Hall B, the last 2 days, we've had our good friends at Atmo Esports. We're running their fight and flight competition. So I would like to invite 2 of the members of Atmo Esports, their founders, their creators, the big cheeses at the top, Crucian and Corsair. Come on up, man. You got 90 seconds to tell people about who you are, what you're about, and how the event went.
I'm Corsair, and this is Crucian, and we're from Atmo Esports. And we've just run Fight or Flight, the first live tournament experience here at Citizencon 2953. We'd love to thank the staff and competitors. Who are the competitors? What are you doing?
You want,
Yeah.
is that what that big group is?
Yeah, these guys. Competitors. Yeah, just get them on.
Yeah, come on up, guys.
Come on up. Well, I just want to give a big thank you to the competitors who made this tournament happen. We have Lizzie B, Avenger 1, Verity, Cobra, Herbadiza. We got Sin, Astropub, G.I. Jew. We have Comet 15, Bognagus, Ms. Gabs, Schwang, Zero State, New Cabbage, Detox, and the Floor Mat. These guys have gone through adversity throughout this tournament, and they've done a fantastic job. So I just want to say
the only one wearing proper clothes.
supporting what we're doing.
Yeah,
We'd love to
or
be back in the
Detox as well.
future. And this community is the best community in the world. Thank you.
Take it out, players.
I was hoping that were they casting it on the Atmo Esports
Check out the stream, the whole
TV channel?
Twitch channel.
I didn't even check.
I should have checked beforehand. Thank you very much, everybody. Watch your step on the way down. All right, I got one more housekeeping thing. There's a person not many of you know. He's an associate producer in our LA studio. And when the workload for this event became as heavy and as detailed as it was, we turned to him to help with our broadcast this weekend. And he rose up and he excelled like a champion. So I would like to formally introduce you to Dan Howbrick, who's been co-hosting the event. Dan, get on up here, man.
Oh, yeah.
Keep walking. Now, we've got one more presentation. That's Destination Adventure. You're gonna see more about things underground, things up in space, and things I'm gonna let Todd Pappy tell you about. And then, of course, we'll let Chris Roberts come to stage, return to stage, and close out the event proper. So this is a sign-off for me. Thank you so much for being here at Citizencon. And on behalf of Tyler and Leah,
Oh, they've defrosted him.
Thank you for making this event possible.
Defrosted whom?
Chris Roberts.
Todd? Oh, yeah. No, he opened it. Yeah.
Good to see everybody.
Oh, right. Oh, he's been defrosted twice. Oh, they're being generous this year.
This is the big one then, I guess.
Hello and welcome to Destination Adventure. My name is John Griffiths. I'm the lead environment artist for EU Sandbox 2, and I'm the product owner for the distribution centers. Before we delve into, I'll put my slide on for a start. Before we delve into it, everything that you're going to see is currently in grey box, so just keep that in mind. So, these distribution centers, what are they? Well, first off, they're the biggest location we have on the ground outside of landing zones. The reason why they're so big is intentional. We wanted them to accommodate as much world and mission-based gameplay as possible. Each location,
these are the UGFs, right?
Multiple landing
The new
pads
ones.
and hangars,
I think so.
making them accessible to as many players as possible at any one time. There's even a road network to support transit from the planet's surface, into the main building and to any berth ships.
Yeah.
So every distribution center will be owned by a faction. Depending on the faction and where the distribution center is located on the planet will determine its specialism. Now, each specialism will lend itself to different missions and gameplay opportunities. So let's talk about some factions for a moment. So, an example of a major faction would be the UEE. Now, at their distribution centers, they're likely to be more specialized towards military supply, research and development, or communications, depending on which branch of the UEE it is. They will have a much stronger military presence in the area, and missions here may be more hostile with combat-orientated, team-based raid opportunities. Other examples of hostile gameplay that we're thinking of is hacking and stealing, searching for and destroying a specific item, tracking and eliminating any VIPs, and everyone's favorite, eliminate all. Grey Cat Industrial would be an example of a minor faction. So their distribution centers will be more specialized towards gathering resources, manufacturing, assembly, shipping. There would be a security presence here, but it won't be that as strong as a major faction. And missions here would be more suited to friendly gameplay loops, though we won't be ruling out hostile missions like corporate espionage. Some other friendly gameplay types. Cargo hauling, like I said, resource gathering and mining, maintenance of the location. But that's enough of me talking about it. How about we show you where we're up to with these distribution centers?
Yeah. They're kind of changing the definition of grey box to include more and more final art and texturing. It used to mean just geometry with basic lighting, no texturing, no lights, no nothing.
A grey box.
Yeah, exactly.
I know we've got this wonderful thing in front of us, but those trees are great.
Mm. Oi! You just ran a stop sign.
Well, you better shoot him.
Typical Ursa drivers.
Right?
He's driving on the wrong side of the road.
Mm. Very mighty impressive stations, locations.
Yeah,
They look very well made, very grounded and almost contemporary.
So to talk
Not that
through the
sci-fi.
corporate spaces at these locations, please welcome Rainer Rick to the stage.
Hello, hello. So my name is Rainer Rick. I'm a lead environment artist at the Montreal studio, and we've been working with John's team on the distribution centers. So John just showed how massive these locations are. He also presented the industrial sections on the ground level, and I'm here to present the administrative area of these facilities that the Montreal team has been working on. So they're located above ground, just below the tower highlighted in the picture. Inside, you'll be able to explore the corporate office space and interact with the administrative personnel. Accessible via the lifts in the hangars and also the industrial sections we saw earlier. In addition, we've added also landing pads in front of the lobby, specifically designed for smaller ships and ideal for short stays like pickup or delivery missions. And we can't ignore the fantastic views we have from these platforms. A reminder of the vastness of these facilities. Now, let's step inside the lobby. You'll find the atrium, which is a central point of the administrative area, providing access to various locations of the corporate space. Within this space, you'll find the reception desk, and as a newcomer, you'll be expected to report here first. So here you can hand over your deliveries or pick up packages and earn reputation points with that faction. So also expect to see corporate ownership reflected through branding, color schemes, and product placement throughout the corporate hub. And with the user
Reminds me of the lobby of the Hurston Dynamics building.
And here's an example with Grey Cat showcasing their vehicles and some shiny armor. And back on the topic of reputation, as it grows, you can expect to gain access to the executive office spaces. From here, you'll meet with unique quest givers, and depending on your reputation level, you'll receive various mission types, either friendly or hostile. And finally, the distribution centers were designed as an evolving location. We've built this with future expansion in mind. And in the back of the lobby, for example, doorways could eventually lead to additional office space. So, enough talk. Just before I show our progress so far, I want to give a big thank you to the Montreal team for their work on the administration area. Thank you. And as John mentioned, we're still in gray box phase, so just keep that in mind. But let's take a look.
I just realized? I've never seen a non-combat NPC run.
Maybe they can.
They're supposed to have all the
I was joking.
yeah.
Hey, look, there's accidental landing.
Well, oh, thought it was like a sensor bar, but it looked like it was just a decal on the window.
Okay.
Sir, you dropped something.
Thank you very much. And now let me
I
welcome
love
back
the
John on
random
stage. He's going to continue the presentation. Thanks a lot, guys.
We're back.
Yep.
Team did a great job with that video. Okay, so something we've been working on that's unique to this location is raids. Click on. So raids are team-based missions with a focus on high-risk, high-reward operations. As Carl mentioned previously, you'll be able to choose how you gain entry to these locations. Coming prepared and geared up will make the difference between success and failure. Ultimately, you'll need to work together in order to succeed. So these raids will have you breaching the interior of the main structure, highlighted here. Now, each interior will comprise of rooms that reflect the location's specialism. For example, a shipping-focused distribution center will have rooms dedicated to the storage of cargo. Looking to the future, we're planning on having distribution centers with subterranean levels that will be accessed from this interior space. These will expand upon and increase the difficulty of these raids. Now let's take a look at one of these raid missions in action, but please note that this is early gameplay prototype of a raid.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Showing off prototype raid.
Has anyone yelled Leroy Jenkins yet?
Not yet.
Oh.
We're waiting.
Are those guys using a container as a shield? Like it was hovering in front of them.
No, I didn't see that. That's pretty cool. Hey, look! A card.
That's a very interesting guy. Look, he's walking and pushing it.
Yep.
Huh.
Anti-gravity.
Oh, poor civilians. Gave their lives what was probably just a couple of crates of corn. Poor bastards.
Thank you. So, as you saw in the video, the team took a more aggressive approach to getting inside and taking what they wanted. But this isn't the only approach you can use. Multiple points of egress allow you to be stealthier, and it may make it easier for you to avoid obstacles in your path. Now, reputation will also tie into these raids. Missions will have varying objectives depending on the player's reputation level, and dynamic events may also be triggered during the raid, so players will need to adapt to an evolving situation. This could range from dealing with additional security personnel to other players arriving to defend the location against you. Something else we've been prototyping is how we can utilize the multi-tool to create gameplay puzzles. Physically interacting with the environment around you changes the puzzles for everybody. With multiple add-ons for the tool available, you may have to get creative when finding a solution to the problem in front of you. In this next video, we show you how using the tractor beam attachment can open up new paths to your objective, but it's up to you to decide what path you can create with what is available. Let's watch the video.
Ooh.
Nice.
Wasn't expecting that.
They should have music behind this.
Hmm.
So, yes, thank you. Now, obviously, it was, this location would be possible with several people at CIG, so thanks go to Manuel, John, Jack, Martin, Farouk, Luke, Chris, Mustafa, Sam, Tom, and Rob. You've been excellent. Thank you to Rainer and his team in Montreal. You know, none of this would be possible without their efforts. And yeah, thanks to everybody here and online watching. Really appreciate your support. On to the next one.
Freight expectations. Love it.
Hello. This is a good segue from the distribution centers, as I'll be talking to you about different aspects of cargo and freight on behalf of Art and Design. My name is Nick Etheridge, and I'm an Assistant Environment Art Director. So obviously cargo isn't just about boxes. It's a big part of the game. Almost every aspect of the game has some kind of involvement with cargo. And I'm going to briefly go through some of them now. So let's start with missions. How will hauling contracts work in-game? We'll be introducing the Interstellar Transport Guild, as well as formalizing some of the main hauling and cargo companies that you'll be working with. As you do more hauling contracts, you will build up your reputation and relationship with the guild. This will lead you to gaining more lucrative contracts for specialized cargo and destinations, such as different forms of hazardous cargo, perishable cargo, riskier routes, and more. So what do I mean by hazardous and perishable? Well, as you know, there's lots of commodities in the game, and different commodities have different properties. As you know, with events like Xenothreat, we have some special cargo types with different attributes, such as time-sensitive cargo or quantum-sensitive cargo. But those were a small selection for the event, and they were the two-handed carryable types anyway. We'll be expanding those types, plus lots more types, to the wider game and to these hauling contracts. So how does this affect gameplay? It will affect the choices you make when you are handling, storing, and traveling with the cargo. For example, with size and weight. Is it carryable? Do you need a tractor beam? What type of tractor beam do you need? Is it a handheld one or a ship tractor beam? Some containers can only be moved with ship tractor beams, for example. With health, has the container got good integrity? Is it holding fragile goods? Do you need to handle it with care? You can't just throw all containers about. For temperature control, you need to ensure the container is powered, so it can keep the contents cool. Ooh. Or do you need to get to your destination quickly, otherwise the contents may perish? For security, can the container be locked or hacked? Can the contents be scanned, or is the container tracked? Will there be pirates or law after you when you're holding this container? Hazard containment. Is it radioactive? You might need the right protection against it, as you may have seen in Jens's presentation earlier. Can it explode? You might not want to put these containers on a more exposed section of your ship. And many of these attributes are going to be visually distinctive. So conversely,
the hulls are going to be useless for those.
Steal, for example, some cargo on a hull C, which does have very exposed cargo containers. You might want to avoid shooting blindly and accidentally blowing up your potential profits. So look out for those types of containers.
Yeah, but one random shot and it's all over. So even if you have protection, it may not be enough.
As part of fulfilling contracts and raising reputation with these companies. For rewards, we'll have branded ship and tool skins, branded clothing.
I love it.
There will be collectibles to decorate your hangar or ship, or you can put them anywhere you want. And there'll be more exclusive rewards that we'll be revealing later.
The big question, which company will offer truck nuts for my ship as a reward?
For perks, you'll get access to more items in shops and discounts on specific items. And all of these rewards and perks you need to earn in the game. You cannot just buy them. Next, let's have a look at freight elevators and hangars. I know you'd be excited for this. I'd like to show you a short video to demonstrate how freight elevators will change how you view your hangars and how you use your hangars.
All right, give it to me. Oh, look at that elevator. Wow. 960 SCU on a freighter. Well, now we just need bigger. Oh, handoff. Nice. Now you're thinking with your noodle. To butcher several.
Ooh, cargo trolleys.
Yes, yes. That's the one he was using in the.
Love it.
Bomb.
No.
Love this piece of music.
Just in case you want a tank.
Bum bum bum. And guns. Yeah, I think it was mentioned on the IFC or SCL that whatever you put into the cargo freight elevator and you hit store, it will then end up in your inventory. And to pull it out, you'll need to move it to the cargo elevator and then call it up.
Yeah.
What if you're in it, though? Whose inventory do you then get delivered to?
Thank you. Thank you. So, as you can see, hangars, they will become persistent and personal, meaning you can stay there as long as you want. Whatever you leave there will persist and will be yours to use as you see fit. Your hangar won't just be a place that you leave from in your ship. It will become a key base of operations to handle your inventory and storage needs, and you'll be able to request your ships from an ASOP terminal from within the hangar itself.
Oh,
Oh, beautiful.
Location inventories won't be magic and instant anymore. This means that the freight elevators will be one of the main ways you interact with your local inventory. Items stored at the location can be requested via the elevator kiosks and will be brought up in a physicalized state to do with as you want.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome
This
back.
will be done through a dedicated interface screen to manage large volumes of items. It won't be using the personal inventory system. The change is obviously a really big quality of life improvement to retrieving ground vehicles. No longer do you have
hangars and freight elevators?
thousands or
Yes.
millions of kilometers to specific places in the verse to get your vehicle. You will get them straight from your hangar.
Nice. This is good. I think.
You missed
Is that good?
Yeah.
The cargo trolleys. You can have big trolleys you can pick from.
You'll also be able to bring up
Nice.
ship components. So your hangar is now more of a maintenance bay and outfitters where you can do repairs.
Right, if you buy weapons at a shop, at a station, you'll have to then bring them up with the elevator and manually put them on the ship. No more fiddling with the app on your mobiGlass.
I like that. That's
It will
full.
be
That's
a
cool.
home to do as you want, which has always been the dream.
Not very quick though, is it, David?
That concludes my presentation. Thank
It
you very
depends on
much
how
for
long it
listening.
takes.
Shouldn't be that.
Minimum.
That's too
And
long.
I'll pass you over to Todd Pappy.
Nah, it's a few minutes at maximum.
Daddy Pappy. It's Daddy Pappy.
It's all blue
I
eyes.
can't hear you.
You should probably write an email and tell them.
All right, there we go.
Did I call him Daddy Pappy?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll be talking today about something special. It's an update on something that we talked about a little while ago.
Something special.
It's the future of Star Citizen, and it's the culmination of multiple different game systems coming together.
He's
so
hyping
why
this a
don't we
bit.
play the video?
According to the screenshot.
Okay, now you guys shush. We're watching video.
Yep.
Here we see a forest with
It's a holiday.
Different sized trees, though.
Mm-hmm.
They're still all pines.
Yeah.
There are forests that are all pines.
Land claim.
Land claim.
Land claim. Oh my goodness.
Here we go.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Now it's getting real.
Dude.
Oh. Okay. Oh, they're just fucking us, aren't they?
Yep.
Very lovingly, with lots of lube.
Ooh.
That's a resource extractor. Yep. Mining machine.
Oh, yes. Yes. Shit.
Good timing, David.
Oh, look at them appear there.
Probably won't be like that, but yeah, it'll
Oh,
be
I know.
put
You'll
out
have
of
to
the
do
back.
it manually, but I'm okay
Yeah.
with that. Nice.
A lot of different modules they're showing off.
Yes.
This is going to be a module to hangar, I think. Or landing pad. No. What is that?
Looks like
It's a farm. It's a vertical farm.
Yeah, it's a farm. It's a vertical farm. Yeah, like a hydroponics thing.
Okay. What? They've been holding out on us.
Yes.
They have been holding the fuck out.
Like, yes, we've been saying that for the past 2 days.
Hydroponics. Number 3.
Just give us different colors to choose from as well.
Oh, it's a medical
Eating area?
Medical.
That's cool. Oh, medical, yeah.
How's the Pioneer gonna make these? Does he just print them out and put them out the front? Yeah.
Well, there's nowhere for it to land there.
Yeah.
Oh God, yes. Yep.
All right. So base building. All right, it breaks down into two really large gameplay sections: planning ahead and prepping, and then you've got the on-site where you're actually going to build. So with that, you need to figure out what your goal is. Is it to have a home with a nice view and relax? Is it to have a trading post where you want to create and sell items? Is it to gather resources available and move on to the next area? Or is it
that is
be completely self-sufficient?
An Atlas platform with a trailer.
With that, with your prep and everything like that, we've got blueprints. So the recipes, everything in the game is fabricated from a blueprint. Players acquire blueprints via reputation rewards, missions, or rare NPCs. With any blueprint, you can actually do research on it and then create different variations.
They're making Fallout 76. They're making Fallout 76.
To ultra rare, you might find out.
Yes, but good.
Or a better game.
Or
Yes.
have to travel around to
Well, yeah,
to
but
collect them.
the best part of Fallout 76
simple materials
was the base building.
or even complex components will all go into the fabrication. With this, then you got location, location, location. First area is high security, so you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because the planetary shield tech.
Oh,
the security
good.
will show up to protect
Thank
it as
you.
well. You pay for the privilege. You're taxed.
Yeah.
So at this point, you
Good.
won't have the best.
Let me
resources
do that
available. You
in
won't have access to
safety.
the best resources available on the planet. If you don't pay your taxes, the shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict and will collapse.
Don't care. That's perfect.
But this is low risk, low reward. Then you've got low security. So again, you must purchase the land. It's owned by an independent corp, gang, or faction. Again, you don't have access to all the best resources on the planet. The base is vulnerable. AI NPCs will show up and protect the base if it's attacked. The protection will escalate over time. Player can also build defenses to help mitigate this as well.
I think I'd go for this one.
Medium risk.
Why not multiple?
Then you've got law
Build
risk.
your home
So this
in
is
low
no
security.
protection other than what you build. There's shields, anti-air. Players can disable the shields by getting close
Amazing.
to them and
This is
destroying them.
amazing.
High risk, high reward.
Oh my
there's no
God.
taxes, no protection fees. You get a high return on the resources that you collect. Now, there's some cross-shard and server meshing considerations that will kind of adjust this design in the future.
This is how we actually
We'll
become
get into that
citizens.
later once we're
Yeah.
really building it.
Look at me!
So from here,
I'm Zoidberg, homeowner!
This is
No,
what
but
we
this is the
consider a
game.
surveyor.
This is
with
how
we
Star
might actually
Citizen turns
cater to
from
everybody's
like
playstyle,
a
whether
really
you're
cool
solo or in an
playground.
With this, you got different
Yeah,
buildings
sorry,
that you can
sorry.
produce from small, medium to large to extra L or XL. So with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings. With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings. With the Galaxy, you can build small to large structures.
With Galaxy?
And then obviously with the Pioneer,
You can do it anything. Do anything.
Pioneer can do it all. And it still works as a mobile base. And we'll talk
I
about
feel
some of
I've
the more
missed something
expanded
quite
features that
important. I have
we're
a Galaxy.
adding to
I didn't know I could build with it. What?
Later on.
Well,
Exactly.
And then it's also, we're exploring what can be done in space, not just on the planet.
Oh, there it is.
So from here, you set off on your journey.
Stations?
So with the land claim, you put your tool down where you want, you launch the drone that is built into the machine, and then from there, this allows the player to access the base building and also land claim mode. With the land claim modes, the player can actually change the size and position of what area they want to claim, and it also shows you the cost and taxes associated with it. If it's in a taxable zone and you don't own the land, this interface will default to it. So if you own land or it's in a lawless area, it'll automatically go to base building mode. So with the overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly where you want. You can see the resources beneath the surface, and then you can also place multiple buildings before you actually build. So you can see how it will all kind of come together. You'll see the resources that are needed for it. And then you can also switch back and forth between different modes, which are showing off the resource network and how you link basically power generators to consumers. And then the player can move or deconstruct existing buildings right now with no charge.
I just can't wait for that. You need to construct additional pylons to keep coming up.
Build these buildings. They don't come with any furnishings, and if you didn't bring any with you, then you want to build a fabricator. So depending on what you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations, armor, weapons, components, and even ships.
You can build ships.
So like base building mode, you need blueprints, resources to craft what you want. Everything fabricated.
Yeah, but the ship blueprints are going to be fucking expensive.
It's a physicalized entity. Stats and quality will depend on the quality of the materials actually used. Once you've done that and you've built your decorations, now you can actually fill the room the way that you want to fill it. So furnishings can be purchased at different locations, or they can actually be fabricated. You can do that via first person or in a dedicated mode in the surveyor's tool. With that, you've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight elevators, landing pads, storefronts. And then you've got extractors. So with
I'm with you, Malkiri.
We want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed. So as Nick talked about before, there are different types of commodities, radioactive, perishable, etc. What you'll be doing is pulling out full containers. Then from there, it'll be repairing, or there's wear and tear associated with it, or even misfires like you saw in Thorsten's talk and Guillermo's talk yesterday. There's also upgrade paths for making them more efficient or resilient. Power generators. So with different types of power generators, there'll be some that are more cost-effective as well as effective in different areas. Solar panels will not always work in darkness. Fuel generators will need to be filled up every now and then batteries to store excess power. Then you've got producers. So things that will require the players to combine different resources to produce new items. And then you've got defense. So anti-air, anti-personnel, and then shield generators. And then the big one. We start development Q1. We'll see you.
I'm literally crying right now. Literally crying right now.
Yeah.
Hey, I hear a Chris.
Hello? Hey, everybody.
Oh, it's early. I thought there was a like half hour before Chris showed up.
Guess not. Oh, he's wearing a Squadron 42 t-shirt.
I hope you've enjoyed everything you've seen in these last 2 days. We were really excited to show you a lot of it.
Holy fuck.
And I've sort of seen some online comments about, okay, well, that's very cool, but when are we going to get it in the game? But one of the real reasons why we wanted to show you this Citizencon is because we've hit an inflection point on a lot of the features, as in they're either finished or they're in polishing stage, which is why we're showing them. So everything that we've been showing you here at Citizencon is our intention. Not making 100% promise, just so everyone remembers that, to get them into Star Citizen through next year. So it's not going to be gated on having to be after Squadron 42. So we are...
All right, so now they're waiting for release. They're just, it's done in Squadron, now we're moving it to...
you know, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 of next year, hopefully everything that we've shown you, you will have in your hands playing inside Star Citizen.
Excellent.
So,
holy fuck.
Here we go.
Holy...
well, some things we're already getting this year.
For the team and myself to finally be able to show you a lot of this. One of the advantages of being able to go and iterate on these features in Squadron was that we were able to do it without having to release every 3 months and make sure the old system worked while the new system was working, so we could actually really polish the features, which I hope you could see when we showed you the updated UI stuff, the updated FPS stuff, the updated flight stuff. the character stuff, which is something we're very proud of.
I need to go back and watch that.
After all, an
I
MMO,
missed
you
it.
want to have as much freedom to create the character you want to create. So, as you may have guessed, and Brian Chambers may have let slip a bit earlier, we are feature complete on Squadron 42.
And now a year of polish.
That's come on, guys. That's a standing O. Come on.
I am not,
You all suck.
You're
Standing O is the name of my sex
from
tape.
me today because, first of all, you always get very angry at me when I give dates.
Yep.
He's self-aware.
So, it will be when I know that we're fully about ready to print the Gold Masters, but it won't be just yet. But we prepared, the Squadron 42 team prepared a small video for you. I may be lying, it's a bit bigger than small.
Here we go.
To give you a glimpse of everything we've been working on and what the gameplay looks and feels like. So let's roll that.
Holy shit.
Squadron 42.
Hey, quiet.
Archangel 6, come in.
Go for 6.
I'm getting a faint contact on bearing 287. You picking that up?
Yeah, got it. Scanning now. We're clear. Commercial vessel out of Vega 3. Provided that the civilian traffic is restricted under lockdown.
Copy that.
Archangel. Archangel. This is Krugeri.
Come back, Krugeri.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that. On our way.
Oh, yeah. Music, guys.
Fucking Jeff Zanelli, man.
Holy fuck.
I know I just wrote you, but a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other
side of the jump got twigged. Word is it might be that clan we've been battling with. I guess that last fight didn't scare them
off
off.
quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to
Pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know.
I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe. Your loving son.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
It is. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Captain McLaren, to the bridge. Captain McLaren, to the bridge.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
The eyes on her.
I think the audio is a bit slightly out of sync. That's why the lip sync is a bit off. But yeah.
That's fine.
Manchester. Recognize anything, Shiva?
Welcome to Cloud Imperium Games.
There's no
Manchester.
blood on the
I'm
street, so
Chris
they cleaned it
Roberts,
up a
and
bit
I'm
at
pleased
least.
to announce we have just passed the major milestone. Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase.
Not
To
sync.
celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together to share what this means.
As Chris says, we've moved into the polish phase of Squadron 42, which means extra emphasis on ensuring things feel fun. This means focusing on the small and large elements of the game, such as dialing in combat encounters, but also looking at the feel of how you control your character or vehicle and making sure it's immersive as possible. We've paid extra attention to how your character reacts when in their ship, so that you feel like an actual pilot, whether that's firing your weapons, taking hits, or punching the afterburners to get to cover. Ship AI has also seen huge improvements, with closer engagement distances and more varied behaviors, and with our new precision targeting mode, the action has never been as close. With the aim now on polish, we've organised the project into self-sufficient strike teams, so we can focus on individual areas to deliver experience.
Look at the orbital platform.
This allows us to bring all disciplines together with a unified vision of enhancing the gameplay by seamlessly blending it with polished visuals, final cinematic performances, and our ever-improving technology.
The wake from the Cutlass. Holy shit.
Didn't see the boat, kid. You're good to keep going.
Hello, Mark.
We're also dialing in gameplay features, such as the ship flight model, for both atmosphere and space, which covers master modes, control surfaces, and our gold standard HUD.
A lot of missiles.
Our interaction system for both the world and your character have also seen additional improvements, allowing us to hone and craft environmental puzzles unique to each location, while allowing us to tell the story of the world around you. The military multi-tool is an essential piece of equipment for every pilot that integrates all attachments into a single handheld device and allows us to create really interesting challenges, including physics-based puzzles using our updated
Half-Life 2.
work tech.
Yeah. But what was that? What was the thing flying over there?
I don't know.
I wasn't paying attention to that.
Unidentified vessels, this is the UEE Navy. Power down your ships and stand by for processing. Yeah, you go fuck off the coil's ass.
Our scanning, targeting and marker system has also seen an overhaul, allowing us to highlight only the essential information that you need, such as key objectives, mission targets, and high-level scan information, while keeping your overall view as clean as possible.
Skank!
typical FPS combat and stealth, which has seen a suite of improvements, from improved looting, weapon feel and balance, realistic scopes, and smoother locomotion, alongside our new and improved FPS
locations
scanner that provides you an overview of the battlefield, but at the cost of ramping up your own emissions. We've also seen the introduction of our Maelstrom-powered destructible environment, which adds a layer of dynamism to the experience alongside our improved AI that can now have hundreds of combinations of traits that allow us to create unique and challenging combat encounters that really push your tactical awareness and skill.
This looks great.
I'm getting a bit of a Call of Duty vibe from this.
Yes.
Which is good, because that's a good shooter. Like a good military shooter.
They're great shooters.
As long as it doesn't have that fucking Crisis 2 floaty feel, you know? Nothing felt weighty.
It doesn't look like it will, though.
They got rid of that as soon as they went for the unified first-person, third-person thing.
Yeah.
We play and review the builds regularly and call out action points in each level from start to finish and where we need to improve the gameplay. This is an incredibly rewarding stage of development for me and the team, as the ultimate vision of the game is realized, allowing us to craft an experience that we can be really proud of. One specific area that I'm excited to dial in is the feeling of the player interacting with the world around them.
Patching you in.
As it's a core component of Squadron and really grounds the world that you inhabit. We've made sure that any interaction in the environment is physically represented by a character animation to keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in the experience that we've created. Ultimately, this is the final phase of gameplay iteration before we fully transition into optimization and stability on the road to release.
Agent Trejo, this is Colton. Come back. We have to see terraforming setups like this. Web tried explaining how atmosphere processors work. Really shows how far we've come. What the hell is she?
With the transition of Squadron to Polish phase, we've had the opportunity to find additional moments within the existing narrative to add subtle interactions where appropriate. It's been tremendously exciting to play through these areas and find places to augment the mood, support gameplay, and further embellish our story and characters.
So yeah, man, I can't believe it. They said I've got to wait another 2 years before I can reapply. So that's why I figured I'd get a job trying in security, because that's you know, I can get some hours flying in the cockpit and whatnot. Can't hurt, right? Exactly.
We've also been capturing pickups for our lead female player character, as well as wildlines for our various enemies that you all will encounter throughout the game on both foot and in your cockpit. These consist of a range of responses and reactions that you as the player can trigger, which has been the culmination of efforts by the gameplay and AI teams. This means that you're going to have to tangle with some very smart and reactive bad guys to complete your mission.
Nice.
I love that EVA is basically just Iron Manning around now.
Oh, look at... Yes.
At the heart of this immersive adventure, you'll find cutting-edge cinematic storytelling, thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you.
See the background? We made that. JRDF made that.
Really? Nice.
Yep.
So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear and...
I hope they upload this to YouTube with proper sync.
In the Battle of Vega, you can look them in the eye and say, I heard the line.
That guy kind of reminds me of Dracula.
Men and women of the Second Fleet.
Churchill, I was gonna say.
I am proud to stand with you today.
Oh, no. Zorg. Zorg.
definitely.
Fucking to it.
Push your button. Nice speech.
I'd trust him as a, chief police commissioner too, maybe.
Not yet.
Merlin trusts him.
Get into position.
Look at the bridge. Holy shit.
That's just business. I think I own 2 copies of Squadron. I'd play it twice.
Throughout the polish phase, our team is taking every opportunity to push things
Oh,
to
there
the
he
next
is.
level.
Tell
Gimli.
me you're expecting company. This is not good.
The Cine team is focused on finalizing edit lock on all of our big action as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off of the Galactopedia.
Yeah, probably, but I think their solar mass calculations are wrong, though.
Well, this is ridiculous.
How so?
We are now able to adjust our shot composition to final cameras thanks to recently crafted space vistas and level art being content complete.
Wow.
It'd be nice to know how much of a shitstorm we're flying into.
More like a hellstorm, Blue. One you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up.
Now, I hadn't seen another ship that wasn't trying to kill me in days. Let alone a hauler, let alone a Jean. So you can imagine my surprise.
Detailed lighting passes can be done on hero sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible. And we're making sure our cinematics are triggering as fluid as we can craft them so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wexler, this is Lieutenant Commander Colton.
Oh, Commander, hey, Julian Wexler. I'm the field manager of this little operation. Welcome aboard the Archon. What brings the Navy to this little corner?
I recognize him.
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
As others will share, this is the most rewarding chapter of development, which allows us to truly experience the visceral and oftentimes emotional moments that our narrative provides.
How did you handle it after Vega?
Wow.
Okay, the blood, sweat, and tears thing. So, yeah, needed.
It helps to
And
remember
the hair.
stuff like this is supposed to hurt.
I've never been good at
I
dealing
want to
with
give her a
problems
hug.
I can't fix.
Well, this is one that you don't have to do alone.
That's good to know.
For the animation teams, polish phase means refining the social aspects of Squadron 42 that occur between the various missions and getting the behaviors implemented across all of its chapters. Here we're dialing in the hangar to make it as immersive and believable an experience as possible.
Okay, all right. Let's do this. I have to switch out some of the interchange on the hangar deck. We're getting a weird airflow.
This music is so good.
Nobody's saying lieutenant when you walk by. What the hell's happening?
For example, we're launching off a space carrier,
Hasn't
but
been
we
promoted
still
yet.
ground the field in real-world actions, refueling, repairing, and inspecting, and making sure that your next flight mission is a success. This means we're looking out for pops, hiccups, or awkward transitions, and ensuring that everything flows and looks like all the great mocap performances we've captured.
Let's ready some extra ice packs out of storage. Whenever gunners are on full rotation, you can always count on at least one of them getting hurt.
Old hair, though.
We also have you covered
So
in
not
everyday
everything's
life.
final.
The medical staff work diligently for their patients, whether they're players or crew. We really want you to feel part of an authentic crew, an important part of the UEE Navy in an enormous universe of people going about their everyday lives.
Let's go ahead and clear for takeoff. Ground crew, prep bay for takeoff.
Copy that.
Hangar, ready for launch. takeoff approved, Baron 2. You have the ball.
Ready and hold on as you're launched off the deck of the carrier.
Not necessary in space, but still cool.
Yeah. Baron 2, you are cleared for launch. Have a safe flight, Baron 2.
So cool, though.
Yeah, you get that,
so
you
cool.
get that effect. You definitely do it.
Yeah. Not only decide how you play the game, but to feel as if the people you interact with are in that world with you.
I would have never thought a shotgun could be so pretty. Damn, this R97 is sleek as hell. Like a lot of other weapons in Gemini's arsenal, it has a higher rate of fire than most guns of its type.
Wow.
Those reloads are a Steve Bender special.
Through world
Yeah.
traversals, running, jumping, and climbing. Interactions with objects and the environment.
Jump scare moment.
Solid weapon gameplay and enemy reactions.
Shooting range.
That's nice.
As well as combat realities, such as weapon malfunctions.
I hope, as they're polishing this and stuff, they're going to be a bit more. They talk about a bit more about
encounters of the more
possible decisions,
lethal kind.
consequences, because they did say multiple endings available and all that sort of thing. I want to know more about that kind of thing as well.
It's gonna hurt in the morning. As we continue to focus on the quality experience, we've been working
Good thing he's got a helmet on.
with our art teams, and it's been exciting to see their
Wow.
environments come to life.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah.
While animation and design have been populating the locations, polish phase for my teams means making huge advancements in the quality of our characters and environments. We've established our standard with recognizable characters like Mark Hamill, Gillian Anderson, and Gary Oldman, and we're now applying this to the rest of the cast and identifying any remaining tech requirements that need to be closed down. The story of Squadron 42 takes you through a variety of diverse locations of varying scales.
Is that a Vanderbilt Bridge?
We shared glimpses of several environments before, and there's still plenty out there for you to discover. One of the main challenges the art team has had to face during the development of Squadron 42 is ensuring the visuals
Was Avenger.
the narrative of the script. The mood and feeling of a space is just as important to us as it is making sure we hit the visual quality that CIG has become known for.
Oh, good. We can't hack it from this side. Graves, we got a locked door. Can you give us access?
No, I'm afraid that's a negative, Steve. I would have to add you to our system to give you override permissions, and there's a lot involved in that. It won't happen quickly.
Okay, we'll figure something out.
Everything you see during the campaign has been heavily inspired by the classics of 70s and 80s sci-fi, but with a modern twist. We want everything you see to feel like it has a soul, its own personality, and tells of a history long
Where we're going, we won't need eyes. Let's see.
This is
Crafting interesting
beautiful.
flight spaces and their connecting tissue has been one of the more unique challenges we've needed to overcome for Squadron. Developing our VDB tech to blend seamlessly between tighter traversal spaces and into wider space vistas and planets has proved incredibly difficult but
I know,
rewarding.
but wow.
Ensuring that Squadron flows seamlessly from one chapter to the next.
Look at how this looks
without
now,
interruption.
based on where it looked a couple years ago.
Creating a diverse array of
Is
locations
this Earth?
is essential to us.
No, that's
Our
not Italy.
environments need to work from a variety of scales. We need to pay close attention to detail, whether we're working in a dirty engineering vent or navigating the debris of a dying star, wondering what may be around that next corner, or even who may live there, how would they have survived, and what state of mind may they be in.
Rosand? Someone said, please, please.
We've worked
Someone needs
closely
to be
with our social
playing
teams in delivering a cohesive social experience,
Galaga.
taking some downtime from our refined flight and FPS missions, or even missions of the more eerie kind.
Hey, look, it's a freelancer.
Yeah, this freelancer
Still looks like shit.
No, this does not look like shit in any way, shape, or form.
We'll be introducing new space stations on a massive scale, all brought
Wow.
together and designed to be as
What was that, Chip?
tangible as possible.
Had 5
We
thrusters
thought
in the
about
back.
Their function, their age, and
What's
try to
that?
ensure there's a progression in artistic style with each station
Cargo
as they
thing,
progress
yeah.
through the game.
Stop.
Yeah, this is Archon Station. It's got like shopping mall and everything.
I know, but like, it's huge.
Mm-hmm.
This is the 6 kilometer long station they've talked about for years.
As you can see today, the
Which I think
teams
is
are
actually
working
bigger.
incredibly hard, ramping up the detail and quality to match the breadth of our
Yeah,
vision.
what's this? What is this?
Okay. Hello.
Now I know you're all asking.
I don't know, but I
when
want
can
one.
play it. When we have the locked release date, you will be the first to know. Now we're in polishing phase on Squadron 42. You will start to see a lot more things coming to Star Citizen, as well as overall progress on the persistent universe. The polish phase can take some time. We have come this far.
We didn't make the tally, by the way.
42 delivers on the promise of being this generation's wing commander. Now, even though there's only a few of us in this video, I'd like to extend a big thank you to all our staff around the globe who've been putting their heart and soul into bringing Squadron 42 to life. And I would like to thank everyone in the community for your patience and your support. To paraphrase Admiral Bishop, when people ask, what did you do in the development of Squadron 42? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. I'm proud to stand with you. Thank you for making this game with us.
What? Oh, here come the Vandal. Here come the Vandal. Hey, big nasty. Hey, these are the noobs.
Oh, what a wicked
I mean,
Nice. Love it.
come on, guys, stand up.
We've seen Van
Stand
Damme.
up. Yes, thank you.
You're sitting down.
Yeah, if he's
We don't want to
Here's what
talk.
happens if I stand up.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's how I'm clapping.
He's crying. I don't blame him.
Yeah.
I am.
Keep going, guys. Don't let him talk. The guy live tweeting. Yeah.
You're making me very emotional now. Thank you so much. It's been definitely a long time coming. We're, as you can see on that video, that's Squadron 42 gameplay. So we are really dialing it in and polishing it, and we're really proud of what it is. And
Yeah, it's up. The video's up.
I think it's going to be something I'm very, very
Amazing.
proud of. So I can't wait for you guys to play it in the. I'm not going to say when, but anyway. And anyway, we kind of spent the time to craft something that's that beautiful with as much attention to detail and love without your guys' support. Just like we couldn't be building the universe of Star Citizen without your guys' support. So I am, on my side, incredibly grateful, as is everybody at CIG, for your continued support, because we're building, I mean, a universe of dreams and stories of dreams, and it's a really wonderful thing to be able to do as a creative. So thank you, everyone here, and everyone watching, and everyone that supports Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So thank you guys very, very much. And then I'd like to call out everyone that's put the show together here. It's been an amazing job. Tyler Whitcomb headed up, but there's a lot of other people. I mean, obviously Jared's been doing his great job emceeing. Leah has been organizing the show, and there's 1,000 other people that are part of our community and marketing side that have been doing it. There's been volunteers that have been helping to do this. The companies that we've had, like Envision, have put the video and stuff all together. So everyone's done an amazing job of the show. So thank you to everyone. And sorry if I didn't call everyone out by name, because there'd be a lot of names, so I had to call them out. But putting all that together, and thank you to all the devs that worked really hard to put the presentations together for you guys, because I think you could feel that they really love what they do, and they're very passionate about what they do. And they're really excited to get it into your guys' hands. So anyway, with that, I think I would say thank you, everyone. I'm really excited about what we've got upcoming in the future, because a lot of the foundational tech, the persistent entity streaming, and you saw server meshing earlier on yesterday, enables a lot of the stuff that's going to come to the PU, like the base building and the persistent hangars. So I am incredibly excited by 24 and beyond. And anyway, thank you guys for supporting. I will see you in the verse. And thank you so much for coming out to share this with us. Bye.
You know, that was definitely 2 days worth of content.
Woo.
Star Citizen is real.
So is Squadron 42.
So it is.
Squadron 42 is real.
Is that what everyone's been saying with SC is real? I thought you meant Santa Claus.
I mean, that too.
No, unfortunately, I have to disappoint you. It's been your parents all along.
I have parents?
So I took some notes.
Can I go pee first?
Right
before the notes?
Yes. Go.
Yeah, I gotta go too.
Go pee. Everyone go pee.
12 moths?
I'm crying. Go, Eric. I'll talk with Shiver.
I'm just gonna go to standby for a few minutes, folks. We'll be back very shortly. Oh,
Why?
You don't want to go to standby? All right. Then
No, I'll talk with Shiver and with them.
Yeah, he's been talking about standing up this whole fucking time. Don't take it away from him.
Fine.
I'm crying. I don't want to go to standby. I'm crying. I can't.
I found this year's Citizencon acceptable.
Fuck you. Fuck you, Shiver. Die in a fire. I hope that your entire country sinks into
when you've
the ocean
invested as much money when you have put in as much money as I have to this game, you can talk to me like that. But you haven't, so you can't.
How much have you put in?
I'm not saying that on stream. I know for a fact it's more than you, though.
Say it.
By a considerable fucking margin.
Say it, Shiver. How much have you put in?
Let me go and log in, and I will give you a very rough estimate of the number.
Probably talk about the presentation instead of arguing about how much money you spent.
We're gonna
tell me about this presentation in these 12 months.
when you're all back. For now, this is what I'm talking about.
Why didn't I have it?
You figure that out. I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. It's 20 seconds.
Oh no, you've got to pee as well. I'm surrounded by people that are incontinent. Oh, welcome back. Glad someone's here who's got decent bladder control.
Hello. So, Eric, you were going to ask something before you were so rudely interrupted by that dick, Chris Roberts. You're muted.
I have no idea.
I think he's busy.
Hold on. I'm gonna go watch just the opening sequence of that Squadron 42 video just to see how... Oh, you're playing it on your channel, but I'm not watching it on your channel.
Hi.
Shush.
I'm back.
What?
Shiver, have you figured it out yet?
It's been so long, I've forgotten where the fuck you actually find the grand total.
Copy that.
Archangel. Archangel. This is Krugeri.
Come back, Gary.
It's in hangar.
Copy that. On our way.
What are you at, Shiver?
You go first, and then depending on what the difference is, I'm not sure I'm going to say or not.
No, I want to know what you're at. I know you're at more than I am.
Are we comparing e-penises?
Yeah, we're comparing how much of our lives we've given away.
$6,876.99.
Vix? Okay, you are not that far ahead of me. I'm at $5,000.
Okay, I'm good.
All right, if it's not that much, give me $1,000 right now.
Sure. Do you need it?
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't have it. Haven't been able to spend any money on services in a bit. Holy shit, Tip.
Jesus.
Settle down, boy. How are we gonna do this? Are we gonna talk about this? Or like
What? How much are you in for, Mr. Fucking? Tell me how much you got, and I'll tell you how much I've got.
I told you, I'm $5,000.
Oh, is it just $5,000, just a flat 5?
It's 4,925.70.
I'm on only 1,827 and 3 cents.
You got ways to catch up there, bud.
I'm broke, so no.
So am I.
So am I now.
We all reach the same level at different rates.
Yeah.
Now that I've said the grand total in a place that can be watched again, I will probably be getting divorced for Christmas.
It's a bit late.
Hold
on. I'm just checking Gillian Anderson's lip sync in the official video just to see how much they screwed up on the live stream.
I took notes, guys.
75.
I missed some stuff.
Q4 WoW Penguin. DNA go.
Wait, this part?
I can't even read that. It's too faint.
75 new faces and hair, Q4. Just the tip for the dyeing. Really, really good looking. They did a whole, I think they took 60 different actors for their faces and stuff, which was fantastic. I think I held the line is a great catchphrase at this stage of it's been 12 years. I'm sorry, but yeah, we did hold the fucking line. I think those of us that, started in 2012 deserve an Idris emblazoned across it with I held the fucking line.
Yeah, all right. I'll take that. Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right.
All right, the lip sync holds up in the video. Just so you know.
Okay, so I missed one entire panel and 30 minutes of another one. I'll go watch those at some point. Hey JJ.
Hey JJ, how you doing?
I am fucking whelmed.
Eris was crying.
I've cried in the past 2 days. I've cried 3 times.
You didn't miss much in the first half of the second half.
Yeah.
I'll just put it that way. It was more of the same, basically UGFs, but more realized. So no need to rush.
I I cried at I cried seeing fucking server meshing. I don't care.
Lol, son.
I think I actually cried a bit about the base building. Honestly.
Yeah, I miss what? So I have what? Tell me, I have a galaxy. I can build shit.
Yeah,
Apparently.
the galaxy can build from small to large
buildings.
Apparently,
buildings. That's a pretty fucking nice bonus. I wasn't expecting that when I bought the fucker.
You may need a special module for it because they showed off the medical, the cargo, and the refinery. So there could be a base building module.
Yeah.
Oh, is modularity now back in? Because I heard that was taken out.
No, that was never taken out.
The only people
no,
who
it never was,
taken
but that
out
was what
were
was
the people
being
on
said. Oh, there's no modularity anymore.
Star Citizen
Yeah,
refund.
they actually talked about modularity a couple times in this, about like they're building modularity for the Polaris, I think, and the Galaxy, and
the Retaliator.
Yep. And yeah, I cried when Chris started crying there at the end.
Oh god, I just realized what the perfect name for the Retaliator is. Like me banana.
Why? Tally me banana. Tally me banana.
I don't know why that just came to me right now. It's completely tangential, but
Mac had a birthday party yesterday with a bunch of like 12-year-olds, 5 of them running around the house. So I was upstairs. But Mac got a blow up dinosaur, like a inflatable dinosaur, a balloon, and they named it Denise. And I kept asking where the nephew was.
Oh god. See, this is why teenagers
hate grown-ups.
Flee from their parents.
I thought that was good. Damn it, Shiver. I thought you'd be proud of me for that one.
No.
No, there can be no pride among fellow punners.
Okay, I'm gonna go through this list.
Only shared shame.
We're gonna go with my list.
Second best kind of shame.
Okay, we're going through my list.
It was the first kind of shame.
I'm not allowed to
more
say that
gangs.
on Twitch.
More gangs.
More gangs.
More variety.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Really liked a bit.
I think the Ninetales have almost been hunted to extinction.
Oh my god!
Yeah, like
106
million of them have been killed. Yeah.
Really happy for gangs. We're getting 1 gang by the end of the year, and they showed off 2 more, so a total of 4 gangs. Really like that. Armor gameplay. They showed off tiers of like common.
I love that tattoos
up to legendary
as rank.
Yeah,
for one of the gangs. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they looked so real.
Yes. Tofu. I'm also wondering where pets are, but someday. Armor. Like tiers of armor, and hopefully tiers of other things as well. Weapons, ship components, to add that like something to shoot for, something to grow your character with. Shiver, you would have missed this. Apparently hygiene is a thing. You have to bathe regularly or you could catch diseases.
Okay.
Yep. Dusters are Q4. The gang, the Dusters are Q4. Starcloth is just not right. Things that they're doing with Starcloth.
Oh, right. Okay.
Is just insane. There was a bit here about cockpit immersion. Pressing the things in the cockpit and actually like seeing your character push the fucking buttons.
Currently only for the Gladius because they needed it for Squadron 42, which you were able to see then in before the getting shot out the tube sequence.
I mean, it pushed my buttons.
Mm.
Bone.
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 Hashtag justice for Bone.
Justice for Bone. they have added, or they're working on adding 75 new hairstyles.
Yep.
They've got a.
So just to clarify,
That's what I missed.
So just to clarify that number, they have made 75 new hairstyles in the last 6 months.
Yes.
With that new system that lets them to just use styling instead of like actual like going into Blender and manually fucking doing vertices and sculpting. Yeah.
So that was the art team. They did say that that's the number they've created. On the art team, that does not mean they're ready to go into the game.
True.
They need to go through technical art. They have to go through a couple other places to make sure that they interact properly with everything and so on and so forth. But tons more hairstyles coming. I think they said there's like 20 something going into the game this year.
Oh yeah, with hopefully the new character creator, or is that a separate thing?
I haven't heard anything about when the character creator's coming.
I thought they said it was coming with Pyro. Or was that something else? No,
I missed it.
Maybe that was something else, but anyway, they are adding 60...
Oh yeah, something you missed, Eris. Boats confirmed.
I saw that. I was here for boats.
He was here for Squad.
I saw boats.
Yeah, you were just very quiet, and I'm not used to you just being quiet. I'm sorry.
Because I was flabbergasted. They are also adding diverse hairstyles. The character creator seemed really diverse. The dyeing options blew my mind. Everything about the character creator seemed great. If we move over to the next thing, radiation is going to be a thing, which is great. They're getting rid of the inner thoughts system.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of moving though.
They're not getting rid of the inner thought system. That's not what's happening.
No, but it's being simplified and made more playable in that objects will have a default. Like you hit F and it uses
they already have a default.
But it doesn't work all the time.
Yeah, but you can't change it. They will be applying some of the things that work currently in inner thoughts to just individual objects. Each object will get a wheel around it if you don't just press the default action, and then you can use the same UI to create the default for that function that you want to use the object with.
That's pretty cool. I like that.
And it will remember per category of object, like plushies or cups or stuff like that.
But it's less it's less inner thoughts and more object thoughts.
Yeah.
Or abject thoughts, whichever one.
Well, that's a good one. I like that one.
Thank you.
I don't object to it.
Looting. I really like their updated looting system where you can quickly access the outside loot that a corpse has. Like you can just grab their gun more easily because it's a pain having to open up their loot system and your loot system and drag it. The gun's there. I know it's there. I just want to grab it.
Can one of you confirm for me if this is already possible? But I did see during, I think it was the Squadron thing, where he was dragging individual magazines from. It literally just came up on the screen as I'm talking about it. What the fuck? Can you just double click something and they all go in?
Well, it should be able to, because since 320, I believe, even the current UI system in the game has a move all button.
Excellent.
I think it was you do click and drag, or if you shift click, it'll shift and click it, it'll just move. There's a bunch of different things.
Double click is equip, but there's no. I don't think there's a command for move from one container to another container on each side of the screen.
They showed a little bit. Okay. They showed a little bit about skills, and how your skill for performing takedowns will evolve as you do more takedowns. So you might have trouble doing takedowns at first, and they'll slowly get better. That was great to see, honestly.
I wonder how they'll inform you of what your current skill level about a skill is.
There'll be a
just you attempt it and then you see if you fail or succeed.
There'll be a thing on the Moby Glass that's like your proficiencies. But sorry, go ahead, Trevor.
I reckon there's two ways they could do it. Something simple as like the Forest does it, where the back page of the journal just shows a percentage bar, or they could, like you say, just do a proficiencies thing, like white belt origami master kind of thing,
or just a tally. Like, I've taken 107 Ninetales today. I think I can do it a slightly better now.
Well, and
this how you'll be the whole banana scores.
Yeah, bananas for the icons. This actually makes a lot of sense because there are a lot of things in the game, like they showed off for stealth kills, which they can't really have like an interactive gameplay for stealth kills. They need to have a skill thing, but there's other things for that as well, like ability to withhandle G-forces. If you've trained over years, you can withstand G-forces better than someone withstand. Yeah, no, sorry, words. I'm at like 4-5 beers so far today. So there are things that it makes sense to have skills in. As you do it more in the game, you as a character get better at it, because it's not like it's not like as you shoot more, you get better at shooting and shoot faster, because that's not like it's.
Yeah, but weapon sway and being able to hold down recoil, that might improve.
For FPS, it might improve, but it won't improve for ship combat, right? So, like, there's going to be ways, and like reload speed, right? Like they've already shown that for NPCs, they've got like different skill levels of NPCs. There's NPCs that are excellent at reloading, some that aren't. Maybe that's something that gets better over time as a skill. I don't know. There's a lot there, and I'm really glad that they added that.
Can I read something?
Yes, of course.
So Tip talked about this in chat, but I'm just going to read what he said, what he dropped in there. So please correct me, Tip, if this is not what I'm assuming isn't correct, but this is what he put in there. So the question was, and this is from a French interview, apparently. Do you think static server meshing in under 12 months is realistic? Yes, what we saw today is more than static server meshing. There is already some dynamic stuff in it, but the current objective is static mesh. And the plan is to put the first one server to handle Stanton and then another to handle Pyro, so the jump point would allow you to switch servers seamlessly. Ultimately, though, we want an in-system static server mesh, obviously. The problem we are facing right now and working on is that the mission system is not currently able to transition between servers, so a box mission would not be able to follow you through the jump point.
So the box follows you, but let's say the logic of the mission does not.
Yeah.
That sounds easy to solve. They will figure that out.
That's on.
A year from now, we're like, fuck, that was horrible.
Hey, no, sorry, but comparatively, figuring out server meshing to figuring out how to make missions if I was a dev, which I'm not, I would just make the mission be an invisible object in your inventory that follows you across the boundary. Problem solved, right?
Like rebroadcast the mission once you're across.
That's how I do it. Done.
Don't give him ideas. We don't need such dirty hacks in our game.
Wear and dirt on weapons.
Yeah. Something we've been talking about for a long time. It's great to see it again. Because every time we see it, the quality bar has gone up.
That's because I need something for my sandwiches and weapon jam. My favorite kind of jam.
I like printer jam myself.
What was that, George?
Yeah.
I like printer jam myself.
Not a fan of traffic jam.
No, nobody is.
It's
Toe jam?
Oh no.
That's disgusting. Get out.
What about Earl? Does anyone? Oh,
Terrible.
no one gets that. Okay. Restraints for bounty hunting?
Yeah.
Oh yes, tell me about these ankle cuffs.
So you can knock a person out and then cuff their hands and ankles, and
Do they have to be knocked out? Can they consent?
I don't know. We don't know yet.
They did not address that possibility.
They did not.
We are assuming that it's optional.
Improvements to aim down sight.
If you get cuffed, can you respawn and then make it there fast enough that you can see your own body already restrained?
Yes.
Okay.
What about log jams? They made They have made and are making improvements to aim down sights on weapons, making the sight picture a lot better.
With iron sights specifically.
With iron sights, yes.
Yeah, the scopes have all
And they
separately got an improvement.
Yeah, and they did scope improvements as well. One thing that I really like, I think this is actually one of the best features that they're adding, is the ability to reload from your backpack. It just takes longer. That's...
And the animation does kind of look like your character is just rummaging through the backpack.
They put their arm behind their back and they rummage. Yeah.
There has to be a barrier between realism of you have to open your backpack and take out each individual cartridge and then put your backpack on. And okay, you know what? You know where in your backpack you put those ammo clips or magazines. You just reach back and grab one, and it takes you longer, and you don't have to open your fucking inventory to do it.
Yeah.
Blocking all of your, like, it's just
makes sense.
It's like I was talking about the fast looting. Like, it's just right there. There's some things like the difference between, like, there's a phone on the ground. I'm going to, or beside a corpse, I'm going to open that corpse's inventory, select that phone, drag it, or, hey, look, I picked up the phone. Like, there's some things that you can't transition well into video games without doing a little bit of video game.
Yeah.
So I'm glad they're video gaming a little bit here.
Well, they need to. They need to for
yeah. What else do I have? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm just gonna intersperse these bits because I'm trying to remember stuff because I didn't take notes. Because I'm a bad person. You came in right at the tail end of this, but the capacity of the freight elevator is 960 SCU. So
oh wow!
It's
and it does not only containers, but it also does land vehicles.
Yeah, that's the part he came in on. So yeah, you can store your vehicles.
Excellent. Okay, that's cool. They talked a little bit about crew members having the same skill sets that AI will have, and they also talked a lot about AI. I thought that what they were talking about, like, they've got these traits and skill sets and such for AI. I think what they'll actually be able to do with this is generate these traits and skill sets for AI entities almost on the fly, meaning that each AI person will have, a selection of 5 or 6 different of these traits and feel different from the AI right next to him, who will have 5 or 6 different traits. Like, one will have reckless, one will have stay alive at all costs, one will have trigger happy, one will have concern, and they'll all feel like different individuals. Shiver,
and
sorry.
There's nothing stopping them from doing it on the ground either.
Here I am. Like, shit, I'm talking over Shiver. Shiver has something to say, and I'm talking over him, and I feel bad for doing it. And
Don't cast your fucking insecurities on me. If you don't know me by now, then you'll never know me.
All right. So one of the things I wanted to talk to
If
David
you
about,
don't know me by now.
one of the one things I
glad
wanted
you
to
got
tell
that one,
David
Dash.
about that was not.
I can't sing.
They only vaguely referenced it later on and showed it very briefly, but they are working on, and you saw a little bit of a precision targeting system for ships, where you can target specific components of the ship. It's much more zoomed in, and some of basically, as they said, it's like painting the ship, so it's much more.
It kind of felt like you zoomed in entirely on what is now the circle for the gimbal, and then whatever you painted or designated as a target, and if you fired that, then the gimbal would try to automatically hit that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was there any talk of missile mechanics?
None at
because they have touched on that, and what they were talking about the last time seemed kind of interesting, because missiles have always been a bit of a shit show, let's face it.
They're pretty good now, I would say.
I think part of the reason that they're pretty good now, but part of the reason they've broken down, I think, in the past, I mean, was the servers too. So I think that an improvement to the servers is going to help a lot of things.
Currently, for missiles, you need to switch into missile mode, and then as you target, you have completely different controls. You can't fire your guns anymore.
Yeah.
So you target a ship. It tells you if you are within optimal range, which is above a minimum and below a maximum. And then you also select up to 4 of the same missile type to fire, and then you just do click to fire, and then how many missiles you decide will go. Yeah.
I mean, I think that's actually a good system, because then you'll have, in multi-crew ships, you'll have a reason for a person to operate missiles, like a missile operator mode, who can fire those while someone else is firing the guns.
Indeed.
Yes,
Is that as much of a ball ache as it sounds like if you were in, say, something like a Gladius? So
yes,
and it should be
cool.
But
they're very powerful,
but they're
limited,
also increasing the distance the normal guns should fire. But I also think that they should also increase the distance that missiles should fire at. So you do you can do missiles before you get into normal weapon range. That's when you do the switch.
Yeah.
And torpedoes, like Eric says.
Yeah.
Torpedoes should be really long range.
Yes.
I think that precision targeting mode that you're talking about sounds really interesting, especially for stuff like the Ares, the Starfighter.
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely.
The Starfighter Ion,
down to the Gladiator.
I think I'm excited to see that IRL, as the kids say these days.
We've talked about it for a long time, but that's like you need to be able to target individual ship systems, because you will want to have situations where you disable the ship but don't destroy it.
They specifically showed a Hammerhead having 2 of its turrets destroyed, but the rest of the ship surviving, and then it running.
Yeah.
That's actually really interesting, because they talked about this when they were talking about armor gameplay for FPS. Increasing the time to kill. Yep. And that's something that they really have to do across the board, because for engineering gameplay to work, you have to have time to fix your stuff. For the entire death of a spaceman to work, honestly, I'm going to refer to what is now, in my opinion, the best video game ever made. It has overwhelmed Portal, which took
that King Kong game.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So Baldur's Gate 3, and this is taken from Dungeons and Dragons, but there are death saving throws. It takes a long time to die. It can take a long time to die. You can stabilize, and that's Like, that sort of stuff is needed in Death of a Spaceman. If you're going to be able to go down in combat and get healed by a crew member, you have to be able to go down without just dying.
That's what I keep telling her.
Right.
He's just sad I beat him to it.
I wanted to talk in the AI segment. I actually thought this was really, really interesting and well done. Was the whole, like, there was that point they were showing the medical gameplay where a guy went down, one of his team members, all AI, went back, heals him with a stim, and the guy, like, jumped up, like, pumped and ready to go. Animations were great. And then he grabbed a nearby weapon, not the weapon that he had. He grabbed the closest weapon to him, grabbed a new weapon. And like this idea that AI now have ammo limits to them, and that will be reflected in their gear after you kill them, and they will go hunt corpses and ammo boxes for ammo when they're out doing exactly like it's just Yes,
this is all great, but they also been showing that for years. When is it coming into the game?
Well,
I kind of share in Salty Mike's when it comes to that, because they keep showing stuff but not implementing it into the game.
Yes, but you know why though, Darge? You know exactly
because they just no, you cannot be salty about that. Because Chris himself,
hey, if he wants to be salty about that, he has every right to be salty about that. The same way you have every right to be happy about this.
I know, but
you could be salty about fucking cosplay.
Oh my god!
No, the only thing you're allowed to be salty about is the freelancer.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure
Chris
why you
said.
I'm not sure why you haven't gotten like a 25-page paper published in all of the major news outlets yet about the freelancer.
Eric, I've told you it's because I have children and I don't have time to write.
There is, it is a good attitude to have that at least some people are like, when is this? Where is this? Because otherwise CIG are just going to be all like, well, no one's saying anything. Fuck it. We'll wait another 20 years for the elevators to be fine.
Yes.
Can I speak, please?
No.
Okay. So
only if it's not freelancer related.
Can I speak first? Yeah. So everyone was working on Squadron. Now they're not. There you go. Done.
Yeah.
Not even that. Chris straight up said, and multiple other people in the presentation this past 2 days straight up said, everything that they have shown, their intent, and it might get pushed a little bit, but their intent is for everything that they showed to be in in the next 12 months. That means the ammo, that means the AI, that means the hair, the hygiene, the gameplay, and this is where we get to fucking fuck and you, Squadron? CIG, you fucking crazy bastards, not Squadron, you crazy bastards.
Bone in game.
Yes.
Oh, base building, right?
The land claims. That's what kind of blew my mind. Is I'm like, okay, so they're first of all, I don't really know what they meant by starting development in Q1. They obviously have already started it. But are they really going to get it done within 12 months?
I would say research and development they've been doing for a while, and they have clearly shown some of the assets, but actual development as in writing the code that works with the backend, that works with the engine. Yeah.
Pre-production work.
They've done pre-production, they have to do production, they have to do development, but it's most of the assets that they probably already have. It's going to be very limited in scope at first, and it's going to be a tier 0 implementation. But yeah, I don't see why they couldn't do a tier 0 implementation of base building in the next 12 months.
It's the one.
Can we call that a Johnson & Johnson implementation?
What's that, Eric? Sorry.
Sorry.
I was gonna
That's a good question, Lady Space Patrol.
Eric?
Okay, a couple things. I was just gonna say base building is the one thing beyond Squadron that we saw that I could see slipping out of. Well, I know Squadron.
Yes.
Not next year.
Hmm.
But I could see it slipping out of 2024 just because of the complexity of it. But that's the thing is like if they basically went, hey, we're gonna do land claims and that was it, I would have been more skeptical. I mean, a lot of those, there's a whole bunch of buildings there that were done.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's more just the coding part, which might be a lot easier to make happen in 12 months.
I want to say, and I wanted to say this yesterday, but they basically yesterday confirmed that Squadron 42 is not next year.
No, it's not. And I mean, Chris suggested that as well.
Yeah, Chris suggested that as well, but they also said that Squadron 42 and the Idris will come together, and the Idris was not included in the list of ships that they showed that were these are the ships that are coming in the next 12 months.
Oh, right. That was our theory from last night, wasn't it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm,
Which to me says that Squadron will be early to mid 2025.
Well,
which
there is an asterisk caveat to that.
Of course.
The ships that they were saying in the next 12 months, I assumed were, fully flyable in players' hands and all that sort of thing. The Idris does not need to be fully flyable to be in players' hands.
That's what they were asking. That's what they were saying they were going to do.
You missed that.
And not only is it fully flyable, they said it was going to be all of the variants of the Idris will come at the same time, and they'll all be available and fully usable to players.
Yeah. And LSP is right. Like there will be more, but I mean, based on what they've said, I think it's going to take them. They're still doing gameplay polish. Then they have to do performance polish and bug fixing and making sure that it runs as smoothly as possible. And the thing that I think is really important to think about here, they could probably release in the next 6 months. I'm going to say right now, Squadron 42 could, in theory, release in the next 6 months.
Well, they could.
I'm also going to
complete. They could release it in the next day.
But here's the thing that
the
reason that look at Cities Skylines. How does it run?
Yeah.
Dog shit.
Yeah. How was the reception, the critical reception of Cyberpunk at launch? When it ran like shit.
Really good, actually. Really good. It was the players.
Yeah, it was.
It was the players who were like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Critical reception was
It was like it got like an 86 or something.
I think. I mean, it should have gotten higher if it had performed better.
Oh yeah, it would have. Yeah.
I think and really hope that CIG as an entity realize that they have. Yes, one of the most advanced and innovative games in years, decades even, but they also have honestly one of the most maligned video games in decades. There is a lot of pre-existent hate and distrust for Star Citizen, and if it launches in any form of a buggy state, in any form of a not performant state, then it will get crucified and fail. They need, more than any other video game, I think, ever, they need to launch this flawlessly.
They need a BG3 launch.
Yeah.
It needs to work.
Better than BG3. Because even BG3 had
launch. It had performance problems in the final act. They can do a BG3 launch. If it's that good, they'll be fine.
I do think that LSP's got a very good point there.
I need to brainstorm.
The whole thing is surrounding the scam side of things, and with launch, there will be most certainly a big chunk of people who are there'll be a big chunk of people who are still screaming scam because the MMO hasn't released, but there'll be another big chunk of people that are like, oh, they have actually released something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally.
I don't think it's going to fully alleviate anything, because there's always going to be people who are contrarian.
You know what's actually is going to help a lot? Is a lot of people know the name Star Citizen. Not many people know the names CIG or
Squadron 42.
Or Squadron 42.
Oh, yeah.
There will be a lot of people in the general public who have no idea where this game's coming from.
Or that the two are connected, and they'll play Squadron 42 and be amazed by it, and then they'll realize, wait, Star Citizen is the same fucking game?
But hang on.
There's a crowd of people who are my sort of generation that remember playing Wing Commander that don't go in for early access or pre-ordering or anything like that, and will just wait for it to release.
Yeah.
But hang on, because it still has to release well. Because
I'm not saying you're wrong, David. I'm just saying there are people who won't connect them. That's all.
I know they won't connect. I'm disagreeing with LSP. I'm disagreeing with LSP because there is a lot of malignance, and it is largely to the scam of it. But if Star Citizen releases like something like Redfall did, shit, unplayable, buggy, and not fun, then it doesn't matter if it's launched. It confirms the scam diagnosis in the first place. Star Citizen has to launch well, functional, playable, and like good. The only way that it gets rid of that scam diagnosis is if it launches and launches well. Because otherwise people will still say, yeah, it's out, but you can't even play it. And guess what? That first 2 weeks to a month of reviews and Twitch plays, that is essential to the longevity of a video game's critical success.
Yeah,
if they launch and the first week people are like, this is unplayable, fuck it, it's over.
Yeah, I agree. You know, what was that game that was made by old devs of Dead Space that was basically Dead Space?
Yes.
Because nobody fucking remembers it anymore.
I don't even remember
it launched like dog shit.
Shit, you're right.
Yeah, right?
But I mean, the reviews...
Callisto Protocol.
Games journalist reviews won't matter as much. I mean, I think it was fucking IGN that gave that fucking Kong game 3 or 4 out of 10. And, you know, somehow that managed to get 3 or 4 points from a review. I don't think people pay much attention, really, to the outright result of a review from gaming journalists, but they will look at what other people are saying on Reddit. On Metacritic,
or huge Let's Players. I wanted to enjoy, because I couldn't get it, but I couldn't get it, but just didn't want to get it. I wanted to enjoy Callisto Protocol by watching Markiplier play it. He stopped playing it because he didn't enjoy playing it because it was so buggy, and then it just disappeared.
Yeah, nobody even remembers it anymore.
It's those Twitch streams in that first 2 weeks of launch that really matter. Eric, I feel like you had something to say there.
Very
true.
I've been trying to ask you guys something for about 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, sorry. Go, Eric.
I need a brainstorm because Lady Space Patrol asked us a question we never answered, and I'm trying to find an answer. So
I'm sorry.
22.
Please tell me all of the things that you know of that are launching this year that they said we are getting now. I know of some of the new. There's a bunch of new faces that are going in, and I remember that they also said a bunch of the new locations are going in.
The new cloud tech.
Right, the new cloud tech.
Pyro.
Which includes ground fog. But that's
ground
not in
fog.
That's not in 322.
New clouds, ground fog, and crepuscular rays.
I'm gonna say
cloud rays.
Yeah, I'm gonna say light shafts because
that was
what they called them. And crepuscular is a very hard thing to do.
Does that mean if we're getting pyro as well, that means we'll get the first iteration of server meshing?
No, I don't know.
No, sir. It's going to be separate servers, and they will only have pyro. They will not have
Because
Stanton.
well, that's coming in the preview channel that
Yeah,
we
it's not
know
coming
of
in
for sure.
322.
No,
Not
we
in
don't know what
322.
BTU and live though. Maybe they will switch it up to do both server meshing
Yes.
and whatever it is with Pyro, and then for live it will come as both.
But we'll still get to see Pyro. We're also apparently going to get, and I think to be honest, I don't know if they said this was this year or soon, but they said in the Arena Commander experimental modes that we would get to trial the malfunction and repair gameplay.
Yes, they were going to use the experimental section of Arena Commander for that, which is awesome.
Yeah.
I don't remember when they said they're doing that, but
they just said soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think a lot of this they didn't want to overpromise on dates because that is always a problem.
Yeah. They did
how
not.
How they managed to restrain Chris from saying any dates is miraculous.
I know. They also said we'll be getting the Dusters gang in Q4 this year.
Oh yeah.
Oh right, yes, another gang.
The most developed. Yeah.
They'll have to show up in Stanton as another enemy type.
Yeah.
Can I just read what Lady Space Patrol said? Because that
yes, I know,
me.
because it's amazing. Go for it.
How is that gentle German boy going to mesh all our servers from his personal computer? What if he has to go to sleep? Do we 30k until he wakes up?
Yes.
Well, it seems like there's no more 30Ks. If server meshing works, you just sit there in limbo until the servers are
was everyone here for that showcase?
I don't think
I wasn't.
Shiver was. No, that was part of the
basically
server meshing piece. Go for it, Darch.
Yeah, so what happened was he had the debug window for the server with the top-down view of it happening at the same time. He manually closed it and started a restart, but the client just froze. And when the server was back up, the replication layer just populated the server with the latest information it got from it. And then gameplay resumed.
Yeah, it actually was really impressive that it was seamless, especially when there were multiple players who were interacting with each other. It was just like, yeah, it just worked.
I think they also said. we'd be getting. I think they also said we'd be getting a bunch of the new hair. And I think that new hair and stuff will come with the new character creator.
Probably.
So we should also be getting the new character creator and hair and DNA stuff.
LSP. They did also very vaguely hand wave to like a dozen ships that are going to be added to the game before the end of the year.
Yes.
I think Lady Space Patrol actually mentioned that earlier.
Okay, good.
With Sean Tracy and more.
Yeah.
Paraphrase.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of ships being added. I'm assuming we're going to see a lot of them at IAE.
Yes, and Tip, thank you for the correction. The client didn't freeze. The updates froze. You could still do whatever you wanted, but when the server came up, everything snapped back to the latest snapshot of the replication layer.
Yeah.
Yep.
So basically, what you can do now, nothing reacts to what you do, but instead of getting a 30k window, gameplay resumes.
Yes, which is a million times better.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll get anything at Christmas?
Yes.
Yes.
Socks.
Absolutely.
Oh no, we already have that. Server-side the object and data streaming.
Yeah.
What could coal be? Because I think I'm getting coal this year.
That's what I was thinking as well, was coal, but yeah.
Character object acquisition license.
I'll go with that.
Oh, man.
I was thinking something along the line of crepuscular, orthogonal, antagonistic lights, but
ooh, I like that.
You pretentious bastard.
I like that.
Yeah, that's the pyro light shafts, right?
Shiver, did you just call me a pretentious bastard for crepuscular?
Yeah.
Okay,
I stand by it.
I'm not disagreeing. I just wanted to make sure because I didn't hear.
I think the freight elevators are coming this year.
I think the personal hangars are next year.
Oh, are they? Okay, never mind.
I think the personal hangars are next year.
Okay.
Quote me on that one, though. I mean, plus as well, their schedule is subject to very much. This is actually ready, but this isn't.
Yeah. So we've been going for a long time, and I really want to go back and rewatch some of those things that I missed. So
yeah,
I want to start wrapping things up if that's okay with you guys.
No.
Sure.
Nope.
Sure.
No. Okay. Sorry, Eric.
No, of course we can.
Just Derek. Well, fuck you too. What my can spam?
We've only been streaming for 7 hours and 22 minutes.
To do that though, I want to start this now because it's going to take some time to wrap up. Because, well,
just like deli meat, where you have to, you gotta fold all the.
Yeah, and it only lasts for like a week.
Yeah.
I think that this was the best Citizencon we've ever had.
And not just because it was so filled with content they needed 2 days. Just almost every piece of content was top notch.
Yeah.
I think it's the second best.
What was the best one?
No Melissa Estrada?
I think it was, I think that was 2016 we last saw Melissa Estrada.
Was that the one where she kept crashing the Ursa into a solar panel?
That's the one.
That's
the one.
All right. Yeah, that's fair. So for each of you, go ahead, Eric.
No. I was just gonna make a stupid smart-ass comment. Go.
No, I want your smartest comment.
I was gonna say the best Citizencon is next year's.
That's true. I want from each of you and from every single person in chat.
Both of you.
Yeah. Well, no, there's at least 2 people talking. So there's more than 2. From each of you in chat and from the 3 of you, after 2 days of it now. Actually, hang on. Hang the fuck on.
He forgot he turned the page.
I'm hanging on. What's going on?
Hang on. We forgot to talk about something slightly important.
Mode? Oh, Squadron 42.
Squadron 42 battle?
Boats.
Boat.
Oh, boats.
A boat. A singular boat, as Sunshine pointed out.
I'm pretty sure there's going to be more than one boat.
Again,
what did you all think
otherwise.
of... We haven't seen Squadron in years.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start with Shiver.
Hello.
What did you think of seeing... I'm honestly really tired. What did you think of seeing Squadron?
It's 3 a.m.
Correct, wasn't it? I was a bit disappointed they didn't show off what the fuck Henry Cavill's doing in there. I want to know more about what kind... is he a permanent wingman choice kind of thing? Does he pop up for one mission and then fuck off back?
They didn't want to bewitch the audience.
It seems that, having a regular spot in something is his kryptonite. But it was good to see.
Wow.
I am a little bit... I am unsure about what to make of environmental puzzles and things, because if it's heavily so, it's just I just wanted to shoot aliens and kiss cats.
I like variety of gameplay in my single player game.
But I don't
want it to be too forced and make me think like I need to just constantly jump over boxes and use the multi-tool to do the Half-Life 2 puzzle every time. Yeah. Yes. David?
Exactly. Yeah. I want more gun work, more gameplay like that kind of thing in my FPS rather than Portal. What did you think, Nakara, about the puzzles specifically?
Oh, I love them. I love physics puzzles. Physics puzzles are the best thing in the world. They make some of the best games in the world. Portal, Half-Life, example. I mean, I don't want them to
Is
be
this 5 beer, David?
ridiculously overdone, but
Hmm.
David, what would you like to have?
Moderation.
I just wanted to say that Valve haven't made a video game in a long fucking time.
They made Half-Life
A video game for screens.
Yes, they made Half-Life
For
Alyx,
screens.
which was
Alex
excellent.
Alex is phenomenal, but it all doesn't count. A video game for screens.
What about Counter-Strike 2 that just released?
It doesn't count.
Oh, okay.
Apart from these two games that don't count, Valve hasn't made a game in years.
Love it.
Valve hasn't made a game in a long fucking time and don't really show any signs that they're going to start again anytime soon, honestly. And we haven't had something like Half-Life 2 from basically anyone else. It was a zeitgeist. Is that the right word? Zeitgeist moment? Like it was its own fucking thing. And I'm Shiver, I'm sort of with you.
You're a bondage enthusiast too?
Yes, absolutely.
What enthusiast?
Like physics, gameplay, puzzles have to be done really, really well for them to not be grating and annoying. But if CIG can pull it off, then yeah, those like little moments of like, oh, I gotta solve this. When you solve it, there's a little bit of endorphins of like, yeah, fuck yeah, let's. It's good.
Yeah,
you
but
know,
it's once and done. And then the next time you do a playthrough, it's like, you can do a Portal 2 playthrough in like 20 minutes, whereas the first time it might have taken you a day.
But I don't think you're supposed to. I honestly don't think Squadron 42 is supposed to be played through multiple times, because if you really want more Squadron 42, if you want more Squadron 42, you go to the Persistent Universe.
No, I think there will be so many branching paths through the story. I'm guessing the same outcome, because your character does survive to the Star Citizen universe. So it's not like, there's a possibility of you not making it or the Vandal winning.
But you can make it in different standings with the military at different ranks,
Just like
depending on how you performed.
Story ends the same way, but you can have different playthrough. You can be a goody two-shoes that just wants to hug Shadowheart and tell her everything will be okay, or you can do what's they called, the Dark Urge one.
Yep.
Or the old, or just go on a goblin smashing spree with Karthak. So,
or you could turn Shadowheart into her
No spoilers. Playthrough, so for your reputation when you come out.
What was that, Shiver? Sorry.
The first time you play a game, you're very much, what the fuck? And by the time you get into the groove, you're like halfway through, 3/4 of the way through, and you might have already fucked up too badly to get a decent enough reputation. So I'd like to know how they're going to handle multiple playthroughs and which reputation,
especially because it doesn't feel like the game will allow save scumming like Baldur's Gate 3 does.
I think it'll probably be checkpoint system.
Sure, but Baldur's Gate 3 has like quick save and quick load.
No. I'm agreeing with you, Darge. I think it'll be a checkpoint.
Okay, so that was Shiver. Darge, what did you think
of the Squadron 42 thing?
Yeah.
I want it. I need it. It's like I love just about everything they showed, because it also showed that things don't go well for humans. There were a couple of scenes that really well showed that at one point it's not going to be all, look at us, we're humans and we're so much better than everyone. Not sure how I like some of the how the latest version of the characters look. They felt very almost too grizzled at one point. Like Ben Mendelsohn's character, I think I preferred his older versions from when we saw him previously. But just about everything else, damn, like I said, I love variety in my gameplay, so I welcome the physics puzzles, provided they're not too contrived or too forced on you. Just physics puzzles for the sake of physics puzzles. Like Half-Life 2 could get away with it. They fucking invented the gravity gun. But, at this point, there needs to be like a logical choice. Yeah, this is why you need to use it, because there's absolutely no other way. Or there is another way where you don't use it, but it's your choice which way to use, or which way to go.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, they've talked at length about giving you gameplay choice. So I'm assuming that they will continue to do that.
Mm.
As guiding light.
I was a bit slightly on the edge with the not on the edge, but I like unsure about the Blood, Sweat, and Tears, like the procedural, the sweats and the thing, until they showed that before and after with Sophie Wu, because that just nailed, like that solidified that her performance there in that scene. Just like, yeah, okay, yeah, this is why we need it. So just let's have it.
Yep, that was like, oh man. Yeah, I you can already tell that that Chris is going for the heartstrings.
Mm-hmm.
He will develop bonds with characters, and then they will have a very hard time. Yeah.
Eric?
Well, so your question is, did I like the presentation? Is that the question?
What did you think of the Squadron presentation? Of seeing Squadron again after 5 years?
Wasn't sure it was going to happen. And I'm just absolutely thrilled to see the game again. Hopefully it's a nice, smooth transition from here until release. I really love the character moments. I think there's going to be a lot more. I think a lot of people sort of think about this more as like a shooter or a flight sim. I think the social aspects will be quite significant in the game. Like, getting to know characters, talking to characters, hanging around the flight deck, that type of deal. So, because that is what provides the emotional depth and the impact of what you're doing in the game. So, it was really nice to see those moments. I can't wait for more. It was funny because it was a pretty long video. It was 26 minutes long, and I was still at the end. I was like, but more, more.
Yeah.
I do think that this basically indicates that they are, they see the end of the runway.
So one thing though, if it's coming this year, that means all the graphical updates they showed off yesterday are also coming this year.
What's quite
like the global illumination and the clouds, but everything with gunplay, with the sights.
In the next year, in the next 24 months. That's all coming in the next 12 months. Yeah. That's what Chris said.
Yeah.
So
it is.
He said they're intending it.
They're intending it.
Yes.
But
they.
So into our hands, PS but that is always later than Squadron 42.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, I think the idea is lots of this is in Squadron already. They're showing us now that it's feature complete, and now their work is, base building is not in Squadron, but
that's why there's the thing about them starting development in Q1 too. It's like all of these people are now not developing Squadron anymore. You know, like that core tech and the core gameplay features, core design stuff, they're not working on Squadron anymore. Their work is done.
Lady Space Patrol says or asks, UI content 322 or 2024 sadness, do you suspect? And I could see at least some of it coming with Pyro.
I would.
Some of it, most of it 2024.
I'm really surprised we didn't get any kind of a date, but they did say that they were still features they were trying to add to the star maps. So, I am guessing that we're looking probably more at the middle of next year.
There are some features in the star map that you need for the MMO that you definitely don't need for Squadron.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Yeah. Fire.
I'm going to do my thoughts on Squadron.
Yeah, do it.
So, one, I've said for the past 3 years approximately that for the community, they really need to show it and show us where they're at. And I understand that they didn't feel like they were at a place that they could before, and they probably weren't, but I'm really, really happy that they showed us Squadron this year. It makes me feel better as a backer, makes me feel that, like, okay, we are getting to see some of this development, because they've been not radio silent, but like TV silent, video silent on Squadron. They've given us like monthly updates, but we haven't seen anything from it in years. So seeing it was great.
Sorry, I was laughing at LSP's.
I know, it's pretty good. I think the best part for me of that whole segment was just that little the thing where you're starting and you're writing like a letter to your mom and was switching between the male and female characters. The voices were good. The graphics were really good. But then Gillian Anderson walked in. And the way her eyes moved in that scene, honestly, I've never seen eyes move like that in anything other than Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice.
There's also Starfield. Oh wait, no, that's the exact opposite.
Starfield's not a graphically good game. It's a fun game, okay? Different things. But like the way that her eyes looked in that, just
I'm playing that scene right now. I went back to it.
It's phenomenal. Like, that looks like you're having a conversation with a real human.
You know why? Her eyes are tracked, and this is actually acted on a stage. That's why.
I know.
They're also. It's. I don't think it is. They had developed some tech to mimic circadian movement. And inverse kinematic eye tracking. So it's possibly like a combination of both, like actual mocap tracking and that.
They've said that all of their stuff is a combination of the mocap tracking and then additions and refinement by like graphics techs. So any of the performances you see have been touched up and modified by devs, but anyway. Okay. We've talked about Squadron. I want to start. We are now starting the wrap-up process. So, in this wrap-up process, I require from each of you, as well as from every single person in this chat, what the best moment of this year's Star Citizencon was. Starting with Shiver. Looks like he's got it. So, Shiver.
We've reached the polished stage of Squadron 42. There's an answer.
I mean, that's a good answer.
Yeah.
I
thought so.
I was actually really disappointed. I was really disappointed the crowd didn't do a standing ovation when they announced that.
I think it was because it was leaked.
Showing off my sexy Polaris.
Yeah, Polaris. Executive Officer Kelly. All right, Sledgehammer. Okay, thank you, Shiver. Darsh.
Damn it, well, Shiver took mine because, like, as much as I love Star Citizen, I originally backed this for Squadron 42, and Star Citizen is just the added bonus. It's always been for me. So if I had to pick a second, it would be the base building. So I can definitely steal the answer from you, David.
Good one.
I'm assuming you're coming to me next.
No, actually. I mean, I agree with you.
Quick,
yeah,
say the
you'll be next
multi-crew,
there.
Nakara. That'll fuck him up.
And I just noticed birds above the boat, by the way.
Bird, really awesome.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you, Dars. The base building is great. One of my favorite types of games to play, and I play them almost exclusively with Mrs. Eris, but we love putting way too much time into survival games and the base building and the base decorating, and having that in Star Citizen makes me really excited.
You need to play Sons of the Forest with her.
I do, actually.
It's a good game, isn't it?
It is. It's lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someday. All right, Eric.
So I probably wouldn't have predicted that this would be my answer, but it's my answer. Server meshing working.
Yeah.
Because I knew that eventually Squadron was gonna make an appearance and it would be good. I'm not really concerned about that.
Yep.
They have been struggling so much with PES. That I was getting worried about server meshing. I was. And I wasn't sure when they were going to get to it and whether they were going to be stuck without it for a long time. Seeing Paul Reindale go up there and go like, here, I'm going to show you it works. I can make it work on this computer right here, live. That's a big fucking deal, because that basically means that the whole project actually does work long term. And honestly, I have to tell you, originally, so Squadron is awesome, but it's not really what I backed for. What I backed for was a spiritual successor to Freelancer. And
you and I backed for the same damn reason, Eric.
And obviously, like Freelancer, I always played it. I think there was multiplayer, but I always played it single player. But it's the big open universe and traveling around and trading and doing missions and all that stuff that I was looking for. And but I also really love single player games, so this is like the best of both worlds for me. But yeah, server meshing is my answer. David, what was your favorite moment?
Fair answer. Well, first, Tip said server meshing, so Tip agrees with you. LSP, really good answer actually from LSP. The whole ability to create and sell map markers as part of the UI as data. Eric, you were talking about how this is really CIG, like building towards and building the game towards that whole data as something of value, as a commodity, and that is genuinely lovely to see. It's huge, and it's gonna change everything. Like, you'll be able to create a map marker to the spawning grounds of some space cows for people that want to go find space cows and harvest their eggs, and you're like, I have no interest in their eggs, but I found a really good herd of them. It's right here. Who wants to pay me 500 credits for the location to a really good herd of space cows?
Exactly.
I love it.
Can I make
honestly fantastic?
Because I did just pop in my head. It also enables, and this is a longer term thing, but it enables things like research and science, where data and the production of data and high quality data has an intrinsic value. And so, I mean, obviously you need it to apply to other game systems, but But you know, it's this one little thing that bursts like this whole web of gameplay. So anyway,
Yeah.
go for it.
No, I agree. Okay, Darsh, you were wrong. No one's actually stolen what I was gonna say. I agree. I agree with all of you. You're all completely right. I'm
Thank you for that
astounded.
validation, Dad.
You're welcome, son. I'm genuinely astounded that we saw server meshing. Was not expecting that. I was expecting to see Squadron. It looks better than I ever thought it would. The hair, the water.
I will say, server meshing, that was the best case scenario because all 3 servers were running on the same PC. There was no networking involved, and they were very basic. But the proof of concept is there. So now just scaling and scaling and scaling and scaling.
Yeah. They showed a lot of stuff that was like graphical and tech improvements that still affect gameplay, but like Starcloth looks really good. It doesn't really affect the game. The blood looks really good, and it looks so good in Squadron. It doesn't really affect gameplay. It makes it look phenomenal. I am really, really happy with all of the FPS improvements that they showed. My favorite type of game is first-person shooter. I used to play FPS competitively. Like, I love FPSs, and Star Citizen has so far been a shit FPS. It's not good. But, you know, all of the updates that they showed look like they are heading in the right direction, and like this will actually be a really good FPS, and that makes me really happy because that is what I want to play at the end of the day. I want a damn good FPS, and I was surprised that they showed as much as they did. The looting, what's up, Shiver?
The new gunplay.
I don't think of Star Citizen as an FPS. I mean, in the truest sense of the word, it is a first-person perspective game, absolutely. But it's far more encompassing than just click, click, bang, bang. And for me, it goes beyond being an FPS.
It's an FPU though, not an FPS. I was gonna say first-person universe. And they've been calling it that. So just saying it an FPS, that just limits it to shooting, which it's never been only. So,
it's not an FPS. It's a first-person universe. You're right.
I wasn't. Yeah. If I gave that, I'm sorry.
No, not at all. It's just like the things that I was like. We've seen a lot about the first-person universe and how the ship's gonna. And I'm really excited for the master modes. They sound great. Thank you for fixing one of the things that I hated for a long time. Did they actually say? Because I missed half of that one. Can you quantum boost from in atmo to out of atmo?
They did not specifically say that you could or could not.
Okay, I hope you can. Anyway, we'll see.
They said any direction.
We'll see.
That's as close as
including straight into the ground.
Well,
I think there will be some protections for you not to crash into planets.
Keep in mind, you will still be in control of your ship while you are in quantum boost. You will have to steer.
Yes, that's good. My thing is like I was saying, I like FPS, and the FPS portion of the game has been lacking. It's been bad. And the fact that they're finally fixing the FPS portion of the game, which I still think is a very important part of the game, it's not going to feel good if the first person shooting and like stuff feels shit. I don't know. I think I was really happy to see they're making progress on that. That's the thing that excited me the most.
I was very impressed that it actually looks as good as some AAA FPS games when it's not actually an FPS game, really, at its heart, which is saying something hard to do.
Sunjammer makes a couple really good points as well. The gown interactions were outstanding. The thing that they mentioned,
the reenactment of the gown interaction was
that was beautiful.
But the thing they mentioned where like there are going to be blueprints for base building that you can get as gameplay and reputation rewards. That's
crafting
phenomenal.
ship. Sorry,
crafting ship. Yeah, this was the best Citizencon we've ever had. And I want to wrap up here because it's getting late. Darsh, you must be completely dead.
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
So
that was pretty. No,
yes,
fine.
The ability. That little thing they hid in the frickin' slide that you can build your own ships. By the way, this is definitely a shot at Starfield. But that is.
Did they decide that they were going to do that after Starfield announced that you can build ships?
They've been talking about being able to build ships for a long time, but only very vaguely, including it as a feature of base building and production in base building is huge.
But you'll have to buy the blueprint for the ship from the ship vendor. You're not going to be able to make your own ships.
Or this is what I think you're going to have to do. I think you're going to have to do like a high level raid to steal it from their headquarters.
Yeah.
Ooh,
well, I mean,
you'll have to buy.
The other way is the way that Eve does it. Of a master blueprint that you can do research on, etc., that you can do as many times, run as many times as you want. It costs a lot more than a copy, which only has a limited set number of runs and is a copy from the master one. And that's a really cool system, actually. Eve's blueprint system. I wouldn't mind if they at least.
Did they create a DRM on it in the game?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, in essence.
Anyway. I think
I just noticed the reason for rope tech is this guy is pulling a hose to refuel the Gladius, and it just followed him and uncoiled on the ground.
Oh, I know. It looked beautiful. Looked beautiful. Ropes are really hard.
It works now. What the fuck?
I want to take like 20 seconds here to thank CIG for putting on a phenomenal show.
Yep.
Like 10 on 10, best Citizencon we've had. I thought it was phenomenal. I'm really, really happy. And thank the three of you and everyone in chat, almost everyone in chat. Thank you all for hanging out with us. And
I think we should thank Tip for basically single-handedly funding this year's sitcom.
Yes. Yeah. Tip, thank you. Yeah, thank you all. It's been a really, really good 2 days. And I at least need to go upstairs and force Mrs. Eris to watch everything that we just watched while I go over and over.
Especially the Squadron trailer.
Yes, start with that and gauge her interest afterwards.
Yes.
I don't care about her interests. She's going to watch it because she loves me. Just like I have learned to identify several local bird species because I love her.
Fair enough.
And that's what love is.
Birds and squadrons. Squadrons of birds.
Squadrons of birds.
Special thank you to Darch for joining us for this whole weekend.
It's been awesome. I wouldn't have missed it. I would have been awake and alert for it anyway. This way, at least I get to tell my bad jokes on the internet as well.
It's lovely to have you.
Thank you. Bad jokes.
You are a bad joke, Shiver.
Oh.
That's what my mum said.
Wow. Shiver, let's do this thing one more time. Not the last time, just one more time.
Just one more time.
Just one more time. Then after that, we'll do it one more time. What do you got this week?
Tomorrow, Softy is starting up, starting again, his Shadowrun game at 7:30 JST. Translate for your own time zones. I'm not time zones. On Tuesday in your time zone, we have Wraith the Oblivion. That's if you want to see me just sat there feeling guilty about how I've made my friends just be mean to each other, tune in for that. Then on Thursday, there is a Monster Hearts game that Softy is running at 7:30. These are all at 7:30 JST. I'm not time zones. And then the day after that, we have VTM carrying on And then after that, I'm going to go to the hospital for exhaustion. Because I'm also moving.
Oh my god.
You're moving?
Oh no. Yes.
Oh my god. That's an intense week.
And then I have my flu jab, so I'm going to be dead.
Yeah, I have that tomorrow morning, and I'm assuming that I'm going to cease to exist after that. I'm getting flu and the COVID one at the same time, so I'm sure my immune system's going to be real happy with me.
They refuse to do that here. They said
that's
it's
funny.
dangerous to have flu and COVID jab at the same time. And I'm like, well, it's fine everywhere else in the world.
Everyone
Which
else
one of you
does
is
it.
lying?
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yep.
I at least got them in different arms, so both of my arms were useless that day.
Oh, nice. One of each, eh? Now you can't move your arms. Oh, awesome.
I would like to say some words in closing. I've got like
How many
4 words. 4.
Okay.
Is this okay if I say?
You can't say 4 words in closing. They go at the beginning.
I'm saying 4 words in closing.
Check my notes. What are they? Fuck.
Our citizen is real.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, okay.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.